Morning. City of Lamarque City Council Special Agenda of August the 2nd, 2022. Notice is hereby given that the City Council of the City of Lamarque, Texas will conduct a special meeting on August the 2nd, 2022, beginning at 10:30 a.m. in the council chambers at 1109 B Bayou Road, Lamarque, Texas, as well as via video conference hosted through Zoom. In accordance with section 551.127B of the Texas Local Government Code, the presiding officer and the quorum of the Lamarque City Council intend to be and will be physically present at 1109 B Bayou Road, Lamarque, Texas. This location will be open to the public, and the meeting will be broadcast at this location on Channel 16 and via YouTube. The council will meet for the purpose of considering the following agenda. The meeting has been called to order. Kara, would you give us a roll call, please?
Councilmember District A. Present. Councilmember District B.
Present.
Councilmember District C.
Present.
Councilmember District D.
Present.
And
Present. Now we'll have our invocation and our pledge. I don't know if the Mayor Pro Tem has ever prayed publicly, and I don't think I've ever asked him. But Mayor Pro Tem, would you like to lead us in prayer this morning?
Yes.
And then we would like to have Councilmember Carlson lead us in the pledge.
We bow our heads. Almighty Father, today as we do the work, the people's work, we ask for guidance. May we, in the process of looking over these numbers, provide fairness, equity, and justice to the residents of our city. We ask for all of us to join together in rebuilding our community as you ask us to do as people of faith. It is in your powerful name that we ask always for your blessings. In your name we pray, amen.
Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic which stands one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, we are at item 4, citizens participation. It is limited to 3 minutes per person. Comments from the public will be heard at this time. Any person with related business who is signed up to speak, council limited to 3 minutes. If wishing to speak, give the mayor or presiding officer your full legal and your address and the item you wish to speak about. In compliance with Texas Open Meetings Act, the city may not deliberate on comments. Personal attacks will not be allowed, and personnel matters should be addressed to the city manager during normal business hours. Excuse me. If you are visiting with us via phone, you may press *6 to mute and unmute yourself when you wish to speak. If you are visiting with us Zoom through smartphone, tablet, or computer, there should be an icon on the lower portion of your screen that you might, a microphone icon, excuse me, that you might press to mute and unmute yourself when you speak. And if you're with us here personally, physically, you may move to the table in front of me, the podium to my left, give your name, address, and item you wish to speak about, and you will be heard by this council. Kyle, are there any persons online wishing to speak?
None at this time.
Do we have any Kara requests physically for people to speak?
no, sir.
Very good. Let's move on into item number 5. New business items presented to the council for discussion and council to provide direction, review, and discuss the proposed fiscal year 2022-2023 departmental budgets and all funds. Mr. Garcia.
Good morning, Mayor Pro Tem, Council. I'd like to ask for Development Service to please step forward so we can start their budget discussion. We are at page 50 is where we'll start the discussion in your budget books. As they're coming up, we can do a brief summary of the department. Page 50 shows you the current chart, their org chart. And as they take a moment to prepare, the next page shows you that there is no difference currently budgeted for in this case for this department as far as personnel is concerned. The number of permits to date is still obviously, as we mentioned, the same as last year. And we will do the best we can, like we said during this budget process, to update those numbers at the bottom of page 51. There is a higher request in certain regards, and a lot of those requests are tied to certain personnel changes that are just taking place and suggestions. We'll say before we even start this process, development service is different from code. They're doing the best they can to continue processing permits in a timely manner and have done so continuously. Page 52, I'm sure you've already had a chance to read the department's mission statement, goals, objectives, and accomplishments. If no questions on those, I'll turn over to them, anything they would like to highlight and move this process forward.
Good morning, Mayor and Council.
Good morning.
Thank you for letting us sit up here. I brought backup.
Good morning.
Got that? I got backup. First, I want to start before we start with this, is I want to thank all my staff, including code enforcement. Elizabeth is not here. Giovanna and the permit techs, because what we're presenting to you on the slides was a joint effort of all of them. And it also includes finance director and a few others that help. So I'm gonna get that straight across. It wasn't just me. This is a joint effort of everybody.
Please give us a moment as we pull up the presentation.
Oh, I got it. Now it's me. This slide is show you, I'm trying to do a comparison from 2020, 2021, and the first 6 months of 2022, as in permits issued and fees collected. So as you can see at the bottom, in 2020, there's 2,067 permits issued. The project values is the value of that, whether it's the total value of a home, a total value of a commercial business. That's what that number represents. Permit fees collected is what we collected based on our current fee schedule, not the proposed, the current fee schedule. And then the other shows you the percentages of what months the most percent permits were issued. And over there, the number represents all permits we issued for special event, nothing like that. This is all building under development. And they're all not shown on the pie chart because there's so many of them, but they're all represented under the number.
Oh, it's proportional. So,
Yeah.
okay.
Or the huge.
Yeah, that would have been a
We didn't
very
need
large.
2021, see there's a slight increase. Still under the current fee schedule. You'll see the fees were collected. And it's a proportionate number to the values. Again, the value, the project value is what the valuation came in from the permit per house or per business or whatever permit is the value of that, and they were all totaled up. These are numbers that came from actual permit applications, permits. So there's no fudging any of these, actually straight from SmartGov. So in 2021, we saw an increase. 2020 and 2021, remember Saltgrass came in the subdivisions and all that. So that's why you're seeing an increase there. 2022, this is from January to June on. Okay. In 2022, things changed, as we all know. You know, in last July, we lost people, walked away, things kind of slowed down and new processes were put in place. I went to help permit to try to streamline some of it, try to clear some of the confusion and everything. And I have excellent staff over there now that's just tremendously helpful with this stuff. But so far, this is a total 1,360. Now, this is just for the 6-month period. And the project value, you can see it increased. And then the fees we collected. So, but that's based on the current fee schedule. Right. Now, when I say the current fee schedule, when somebody puts in a permit for a new residential home, they use a valuation, 150,000, 200,000, and we base our fee off that system from 0 to 10,000, 10,000 to 20,000, 30,000 on. And the fees based on that. The base fee at this time is $50. And then it goes up from there, depending on the percentage. Giovanna can speak more to that. She's better at math than I am.
Depending on the valuation amount, that's where we have tiers for the amount of that we charge for the permit fee. So let's say, for example, it's going to be $100,000 valued project. The fee starts at $993, and then anything above that, we charge a percentage on that as well. So I can give you the calculations if you'd like.
And
I'm not trying to confuse y'all with numbers. I just want to give you the background.
so is that standard in other cities?
A lot of cities it is, yes, still, even though currently we're going to switch over to the square footage. That's why you see a difference in the fee schedule, the new fee schedule. Because we're going to switch the square footage as the law requires.
So what we're talking now with this percentage, that's gonna go away?
Right.
Okay, so I won't-
Valuation based on the valuation is going to go away.
Okay, so I don't need to talk about it any further. Yeah, go ahead.
Right.
Thank you.
Now, when they also apply for a new residential home. Each trade comes in and gets a permit, right? You have a plumbing permit. Well, in the current fee schedule in the permit list, a plumber comes in, it's a new home, he gives a value, and then we have this long list of all these fixtures. How many toilets, how many showers, how many faucets, all of these different things. And I probably shouldn't say this, but contractors are not always honest. So we've lost a lot of the fee revenue from that. So we're eliminating all that. So now it's going to be a base fee plus a percentage per square foot. It's $1.25 per square foot, which will capture those fees in this coming year, as soon as y'all pass the proposed fee schedule. So this number, you can probably triple it by the end of the year. We just give you exactly what we have now. We don't want to make anything up for you. We want to give you the exact facts,
So,
especially with James sitting here.
so yeah, let's slow down a little bit, Kathleen. Which number are you talking about tripling?
The,
1,060.
The permits,
The permits.
The permit fees collected.
Triply to 3 million?
we have more homes coming in.
That's like 3.9 million.
Again, these are projections. We would get closer to 3 million. That's what we're
This is
projecting.
what we've
If things,
collected so far.
Yeah.
And is that because, I mean, based on the trend from the last few years, if you've already, let's say, almost 1,500 permits in just 6 months, based on the patterns of the last 2 years,
Right.
and the fact that you already said that for the first part of this year, you didn't even have enough staff to keep up with everything, so you couldn't even process as much as you probably could have. That's why you think
Right.
at least double and likely more.
With the
Right.
new
You see-
subdivisions and all, this is actual fee.
How,
This is what we've got.
go ahead, Kathleen. I want you to finish what you're saying.
This is not a projected amount.
That is.
You'll see that in further slides.
Right.
This is the actual amount that we've collected.
So Kathleen, last year you got, in a full year, you had 2,329 permits. And in 6 months already, you're at 1,360 permits. So yeah, you probably will exceed.
That's
Right,
current June.
right. So half of 2,329 council is 1,064 permits, and you're already at 1,360 permits in June. Okay. And this is when people move in the summertime, so I'm sure you'll have a lot more permitting.
And this
and all.
doesn't,
Right, right.
this doesn't include this new subdivisions coming.
Okay,
You've already approved the plats for
right.
and the number of homes coming there.
So that I mean by tripling, you're talking about
Right.
tripling the
See,
permit.
Yes.
But we want real numbers. We
See-
didn't want any projections. We don't want to mislead you.
And are these, but it sounds like we did receive projections, right? Sounds like in the future, in this presentation, there will be projections. So then my concern is this, as we project out, are we factoring in inflation?
Yes.
It is at its highest level in 40, 50 years. Are we factoring in the fact that now we are in fact, in a recession?
That's where we are.
Are we, well, the number said that. I think this, we have 2 quarters in a row where our economy has shrank. Right, Casey? I think Casey was telling me that this morning when we were, I'm teasing. that.
Can't control the economy. All I can do. is
And the housing
build the
market. And my only point to you in this, I love projections, but my only point to you is, are we factoring some of these other variables that threaten, the home market?
Sir. We factored in the everything that we have to do for these permits, for all the trades. We actually capturing fees that were never captured before. when we forecasted for the scheduled fees.
Schedule.
You have to think, when you had a permit, you get a residential permit, your first inspection is included in that permit cost.
Right.
Yeah.
So in essence, it's free. We were not capturing that cost. There was a period before in 2020 and 2021, they weren't capturing all the plan review fees. And this is not civil, this is just the residential homes. They were not capturing any of that. So that's why your revenue's low. We've redone the fee schedule fee to start capturing, which those are actual costs that the city puts out to make sure that they can build that residential home, that it can be inspected and it's built right. So, and that's, you're gonna see that in the future slides. And the reason I'm bringing all this up to you is because you know I'm gonna ask for more help. I need more permit techs. I need another code officer. And this is the whole reason I'm building y'all up. It's coming. But I wanted you to see where we were from 2020 to now. Because I think most of you know where we're going. We're growing.
Yeah.
And Mark is due.
I'm sorry to just put a pin in that for a quick second. If I may, I need you guys to understand, guys and gals, I'm sorry. Please, you may be getting calls from developers if we don't support this department enough, or from folks complaining that we're taking too long with permits and so on and so forth, because the volume of permit processing has increased at such a level with the same or less resources that you may halt the actual development. Again, SB2 may halt us from gaining the benefit of this development anyways here at present time. However, having said that, I want you to consider that every action has a reaction. And in this case, what development services is articulating is that they will need the support necessary to keep up with the volume.
Mhm.
Apologize.
Okay. So this is 2022 monthly plan review and inspection analysis. Okay. On every single permit, you know, there's a plan review now. And of course, there's inspections for everyone. This is just giving you the numbers for it based on one full-time permit tech and a part-time permit tech. Giovanna helps out when she's not doing the planning and zoning. So in essence, you have one full-time and one part-time in permitting right now to handle this. They take sometimes upwards of 97 calls a day. So I'm trying to show you all this through actual numbers. These are not made up numbers. Actual numbers of what they're doing every single day. There's whenever applications are received, they have to make sure all the documents are with that application. They have to make sure that the contractor's insured. They have to make sure that he's registered. They have to do all these other steps that no one sees when a permit's issued. And there's 2 people doing that right now. That's it. And coming growth, it's going to be impossible for them to keep up with it, which is going to delay permit issuance, which is going to affect development. So
Do you have, Kathleen, do you have some empirical data that would support the statement you just made? You just said that they're being overwhelmed, right?
yes,
So what the council would love to see is what that looks like from a statistical standpoint. Are they handling 10 permits, 50, 80 per day, so that we can have a reference point? Thank you.
I ain't got to it yet.
It's here, I think, yeah.
They did a survey of 10 days.
Yeah, I did. So this did that.
Average
These are your numbers.
19 calls per hour. Per permit tech. And that doesn't include anyone that walks up that we have to stop and assist as well, once they come in for permit.
And this is one full-time, one part-time, not even 2 people fully dedicated to this.
And Giovanna has to sit in on Fridays because the part-time doesn't work on Fridays.
Okay. Thank you so much.
These numbers fluctuate
Yeah.
depending on what's going on. But you just have to remember every one of those calls. This doesn't include the emails they get every day. Every day at 7:30, they walk in, the first thing they do is pull their emails up. Because there could be 50 inspections requested, there could be 50 permits submitted. Could be 30 plans submitted. So this didn't capture the emails and all this. So
And also, this is simply an exchange over the phone. This is not the work that goes into after you receive the call.
it's hard to show on a slide.
Yeah, I mean, that's hard.
I tried to explain it in some of the narratives on some of them. That's why I gave you each a copy
Uh-huh.
so you can read it, so I don't take up too much of your time.
Go ahead, Jeff.
Yes, sir.
Couple questions. The fee schedule number one, you're suggesting that we take this up, say, as soon as possible,
Yes, sir.
correct?
Yes,
That's
sir.
the assumption you're making when you say you're tripling your income on your.
No,
of
we're-
the department.
We will triple the numbers I showed you, even with the current fee schedule, we're gonna triple those permit numbers.
With.
Like I
with
said, the new
with
subdivision numbers are not included.
Okay,
So that comes in another slide.
so even with the existing fees, you're using the tripling as your estimate.
That's
So
based
with
on
the
the
new
number
fees,
I have coming in.
what's your thought with the new fee schedule?
That these new residential homes and businesses coming in
Mhm.
will be permitted at the current fee schedule rate.
Okay.
And later on, I'll show you the difference between if you adopt the new fee schedule, which I know we're not here to talk about that, but you'll see the difference between what we will collect with the new fee schedule and what we'll collect at the current fee schedule. Just ain't got there yet. One turn. How did I mess it up?
That's a lot of calls.
You want to explain this one?
So.
You did a good job on this.
So on the left-hand side, these are all the subdivisions that are coming into play with the next 3, 6, and 6 months and 1 year. Which is Ambrose, Sunset Grove, and Trails of Woodhaven Lakes. These were gonna be based on the amount of homes that are currently going to be in development. Sunset Grove is bringing in 42. Ambrose is bringing in 290, and Trails of Woodhaven Lakes is bringing in 151. So on the left-hand side, in yellow at the bottom, you'll see the proposed fee. If the new fee schedule is adopted, those are the proposed fees that we will be collecting once that fee schedule comes into play. If we leave it at the current schedule, on the right-hand side is what we will be collecting with just these projects alone that are coming in.
Can you explain? I'm
And
a
it's
little,
based on square footage too.
And yes, and they're based on square footage.
I need a little help understanding the very bottom row, the 2 yellow blocks and the 2 red blocks.
The
What's-
very bottom row just adds in the totals of Trails of Woodhaven Lakes, Sunset Grove, and Ambrose. All of the building permits, electrical permits, mechanical permits, and plumbing permits.
Plan reviews, everything.
And I'm sorry, I don't mean to be dense, but what's the difference between the yellow totals and the red totals?
The yellow total is based on the new fee schedule, and the red total is based on the current fee schedule that we have in place.
Just to show you the difference between what we will collect on the current fee schedule and what we'll collect in the new fee schedule.
With the old fee, we used to
Oh my
base it
gosh,
on the value.
Sorry,
So it was based on
confused
the
my-
valuation. With the new fee
Ooh.
schedule, we're basing it on square footage.
Thank you.
I know that's why I gave you each a copy of it.
Yeah.
So that you can look at it closer. later.
Kathleen, on long-term financial planning. Here's my question. How much of the city is still undeveloped?
Undeveloped,
Yes.
I don't have that answer for you. There's quite a bit on the west side, I feel like.
Mhm.
There's quite a lot of lots on the east side that people are holding on to. Commercial areas they're holding on to, and that's based on the value and because the price keeps going up. We've got a lot of room to grow, especially along 45. And as you can already see, we've got 3 big projects that are proposed. So
So
That
the
if-
question of knowing the percentage of the city undeveloped leads me then to ask this question. How closely do you work with EDC?
with EDC, they provide us information, or they'll contact us if somebody reaches out to them, a developer with a proposed commercial or residential, anything, they forward them to us so that we can then go have a PDM with them and discuss what their options are and what, you know, the city regulations and all, and what they expect, and try to give them ideas to bring them here and convince them they want to be.
For those that may
So-
not know, that may be listening, a PDM would be a project or pre-development meeting. So project development or pre-development meeting. For those that may be like, what was that?
Okay.
Thank you.
I can get that number for you though.
So I wanted to, Joe's question kind of piqued my interest, but I wanted to ask you, if I could, before I get to that. It sounds like there's going to be a revenue increase in developmental services and code enforcement. And at this point, though you are partnering, we're still separate. So if you could, what would the revenue increase look like from the developmental side? 2020, 122, we were at $5. 2022, 2023, we believe will be at $8, right? That would be interesting to me, as well as code enforcement, right? Because code enforcement not only enforces those code violations, right? But also we are looking at rental registration. I really want to drill down into that to see why we are where we are with those permits and those fees.
That's for code enforcement. We're just doing development.
Okay. That I need to understand where you are. Okay, so save that one.
I know.
I'll save that
I
one.
wear two hats. I turn the other one around and we go to the
Gotcha.
next.
So we're talking to the developmental services. Okay, so then let me go back to the question about, you stated 3 big projects.
Mhm.
So can you repeat what those projects are for
Okay.
our hearing and for the hearing of the community?
Well, as you know, of course, the one with the dog track, Greyhound Park. The other two, I won't name them, but one's 62 acres, the other one's 42 acres. And it's retail development and possibly hotels, sit-down restaurants.
And that's east side,
Not
west
an
side?
Arby's. I'm not getting an Arby's.
Is that east side or west side?
East side and west side.
Okay, so you got one on the east and one on the west. Okay, dog track and 2 other significantly large commercial developments. One on the east side, one on the west side.
Yes, sir.
And based on potential situations, based on that, we'd like to keep those confidential at this time.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Last question for you, piggybacking off of Joe. You said that there's room for growth. You believe that we have not fully grown out yet.
I absolutely believe that.
Have you factored in the 900 plus acres that are within our city limits that are owned by the University of Houston?
No,
So that's
I
900
don't know
more
what the
acres.
status of that is.
989 acres,
I
and we
wish
have,
we had that.
we've engaged with the EDC, and we can discuss that more at their portion.
Okay.
We have had that discussion already and have, I believe it was 3 or 4 years ago, an initial discussion was had with the University of Houston about that property and what their intentions may be. We have reignited those conversations and don't have an update yet, but we are working on that.
Okay.
To see
So
if
development
anything can come
services
into fruition.
isn't in on that.
Yeah,
So
we're
I'm not
yeah.
aware of it.
No,
either.
it's been so, again, not to overwhelm staff, we've just we're trying to see where they're headed.
Right.
And once we're ready to bring up something of substance, we'll bring it obviously to council and definitely to our team.
So as I close this part of my questioning of you, Kathleen, I really want to see what that revenue increase is over 2021, 2022, because the state is forcing municipalities to move toward a user-based system of revenue generation. And that's why we're having all of these issues with SB2 and property tax and valuations. So it's important that we're able to project out as we try to reduce the burden on our taxpayers. So if you all can give me those numbers and we can look at those, or is that in this presentation later on? Or?
We have some more numbers for you when you get to
Okay.
the code compliance side. The final slide might answer some of your questions.
Thank you.
But I want to be clear, and I've been before council many years through budgets. I've been in the city for 15, 16 years. And you can ride around the city and you can see the potential and you can see where we have room for development and growth. Marque has a momentum going right now and we need to keep it going. And that's all what we're trying to do. We're trying to catch up with what other cities do.
Mhm.
And we're trying to cover our costs. But the only way we can do that is we have an adequate staff to be able to do that with. And I'm not speaking for other departments. I'm speaking for development services and code compliance. As you can see, there's some back there right now. So where we're going with this, all these were planned in the new fee schedule. All this was taken into consideration. And focusing on what possible new growth is coming and what possible development is coming. And I think we'll show you that. I think it's the final slide, which is,
When you're done, I have a plan.
okay, go ahead.
No, when you guys are done. I'll wait.
All right. This is great. So the once I wrapped my mind around the difference between yellow and red, essentially what we look at here in a snapshot can be we're averaging at least a doubling of the revenue.
Yes.
Okay. If we adopt the new proposed fee schedule.
The square footage that we're in their actual square footage of homes
Mhm. And
proposed.
again, I want to pick out something you said earlier. We have to adopt this new square footage per the state.
Yes.
Right. Okay. And it would bring us more in line with sort of this operating standard anyway. Right. Okay. Thanks.
This is the last one. So you want to do code
Is that the last slide? That-
for
on
development
code?
services? Yes.
Bill, I do have a question on development. And Kathleen, refresh my memory. I think it's under development services. And I think I see it in the budget here. Is he like an inspector or someone that's a independent contractor? Is that this category of professional fees of 425,000?
There was two inspectors that I believe it was last year that worked in-house. One did plan reviews and inspections. The current plan reviews and inspections are done by a contract company, just to the number of plan reviews and inspections that we have now. I believe that's on the previous slide.
And
It can be on the last slide. Okay. You want me to just take you to the last slide? You missed the chicken picture.
so we'll go back, I'm sure.
That's just including the projected PUG inspection, so it's half of that total.
Yeah. Now we have to go to the inspection slide. Here's it down at there. You'll see on the right-hand side where the projected permit fees, the BBG inspections and plan reviews, that's the contract company we currently use. And then projected ADICO plan review fees for all the commercial civil.
And those projected fees, I basically took the current total amount that they charge us for the year, which is from January till June, and I doubled it. It's just a projection.
And is that a practice that's, say, League City doing, or they have in-house individuals doing this?
A lot of cities do have an in-house inspection department, not just one inspector.
Mhm.
This company that we have has 4 or 5 inspectors because they're doing 50 to 60 inspections per day. Whereas our previous in-house 2 inspectors did maybe 20 a day.
Mhm.
That's all they were contracted for.
Mhm.
And they had a retainer that they got every month that was added to that. Their actual breakdown cost was close to $125, $75 to $125 per inspection.
I kind of remember that.
We are
number.
currently paying on 90% of our inspections, $25 per inspection.
Mhm.
We have more professional inspectors now.
Mhm.
And actually the last bill, I think they were $22.50 is how much each inspection was.
Mhm.
Each plan review now ranges from $65 to $125, depending on what the project is, whether it's commercial or residential. So in essence, we're what we paid the previous two inspectors, we're actually saving money with the contract inspectors. And we're getting more than the other two could have done,
So it's,
or would do.
you're comfortable with that
Absolutely.
right there at this point?
Absolutely. We've gotten less complaints. We've got more professional inspectors. They're talking with the citizens and the contractors
Mhm.
instead of avoiding the conversation. They're doing hands-on. They've had Zoom meetings with some of the more difficult ones, which Mr. Garcia is aware of, to try to resolve a lot of issues. They helped with the Omega Bay ordinance changes. I got their input on it. This company handles inspections and plan reviews for numerous cities.
Okay.
And Marque is honored to have them right now. That's my opinion of it. It has taken a tremendous amount of work off me and complaints off the permitting staff.
Okay. All right, I'll defer to you on that.
If I may, I want to also know that this increased efficiency is having to do with the amount of permits being processed. It is indeed necessary. So we must continue to create a more efficient environment. Also, the schedule of fees that you will hear second reading on the 8th is directly tied to the regional, state, and national involvement of trying to move more to a user-based model. It's going to take us some time to build the system to get there, and obviously will be controlled by how our growth is going. It'll likely be more of a bell-shaped curve as to how we intend to get there, because obviously a spur in development. We understand I-45 is destined to be done within the next two years, so we know that the commercial side will continue to grow as that continues to happen. The residential side is not stopping anytime soon, and there's still plenty of vacant land, as was mentioned. So all these are the trends that we are adopting to, and continuing to have a user-based model to lend to what we're trying to do. Basically, we're listening to what folks are saying and adapting to that change. And that's what this presentation suits to, as well as just the overall increase in fees to be more compatible to what other cities are charging.
You'll see the code enforcement, admin assistant, and permit technician. You'll see where those hourly rates are the current hourly rates for the current staff. The yearly salary is the current yearly salary. That doesn't include benefits, because I'm not sure what benefits cost. But as you can see, the total cost, and then you look at the breakdown below with the new current fee schedule, you'll see that those costs will be covered. Because I remember that council or mayor said, can you cover the cost for any new staff you want?
Yep. And to that, I'd like you to go back now and start with code, because I've got all kinds of things I want to talk about in terms of personnel, because it's obvious that if you want to put it, objective that was put before the departments last year, which was, we can't afford all the staff you need this year. Can we get to a point where you're bringing in enough revenue through all of this to justify the positions? Sure looks like we're there. But so I would like to hear the justification and the needs around the code enforcement staff now, before we talk all personnel.
But I would just like to know, did some of the changes that were implemented last budget season, did that help the department? Did some of the budget changes that we made last summer, did that help the department?
That as in the administrative changes and all that? Absolutely.
Okay.
Absolutely. There's that with combining code enforcement and development services, we communicate.
Right.
We're a team. That's why some of them are sitting in here. The others are on Zoom.
Mhm.
So we're a team. We communicate and we work together to bring this city forward and to bring this development in. It affects code with the increased development, because that's more miles they got to travel. That's more subdivision. That's more homes. There's more complaints, more code violations, more of everything. So we have to work together with all this. That's why I wanted to bring code underneath the development blanket.
Okay.
So with that said, the current code staff with the current programs that we're managing, rental registration, the mowing of the lots, and the game rooms,
Billboard.
billboards, we're working on that. So the current staff is stretched to the max just rental registration at one thing, and then the mowing of the lots and all the liens and all the documentation and everything that goes behind it. It's not just a matter of doing a rental registration. It's a matter of all the behind work. Now, in all the inspections.
Cause I have not gotten a complaint in 5 months, and that's saying something,
Yeah, you-
because when I first got on the council, I did.
Right around, you'll see.
Yeah.
There's a difference. If you go down 1765 Texas Avenue, you look to the right, we're embarrassed in Texas City right now. I just want to say it. That's what I told them this morning.
Yeah.
You should feel proud of that. Yeah.
I want to also just say the old method of, like the old saying, you know, it costs money to make money. It takes money to make money.
Right.
To get to the goals we do need to invest in these departments to make sure they have the adequate staff to continue with the growing, you know, needs. With the understanding that later, when we do get to future development, maybe at that time, hopefully we don't get to that. It'll be time to maybe downsize then 15, 20 years down the line. But between now and then, and until we can streamline the process and so forth,
But then would be, you know, there are areas to grow. So by that time, the city would be exponentially larger.
which the cost would come
So I
down.
don't see you having to retract. in any way.
But,
Yeah.
but to that point, if that were to be the case, and that would be when that situation would occur.
Yeah.
The other difference of this department different from others is they are more of a revenue generating department. They more than cover their expenses. They actually help offset other departments.
Mhm.
So not only are they doing that, but these projections that they brought forward to you with their request for additional items are inclusive of the fact that they're gonna cover them and more.
All right. Let's go. Come on.
So you ready? Want to go to code now?
Yeah, yeah.
Mayor?
Absolutely.
You
I had
ready?
one question.
Good. Kathleen,
Got one question.
Councilman Carlson has a
Yes,
question.
sir.
The costs that you showed up there for your permit and your code enforcement, are those full-time positions?
Yes, sir.
Okay,
Absolutely.
okay, what
Time
are,
with benefits.
okay, what are you paying your part-timer? Don't you have a part-timer?
What is Phyllis make? I'm not sure. I think it's the same as this. Well, it's probably 15 something an hour. It's less, but she didn't get benefits or anything. She works Monday through Thursday. She works extra when we need her,
Mhm.
which sometimes we've had to ask her to come in on Fridays because it's so busy with all the plan reviews and everything.
I can get you that answer in just a few seconds here.
Okay, appreciate it. Thank you.
What's the staff member's name?
Phyllis Joyner.
Thank you. We'll get that to you right away.
Thanks, sir.
Susie's been real busy, so I tried not to bother her
Sure.
with a bunch of questions on that. So I just went back to the employee action forms to get these numbers. So they'd be just exact numbers for you. But it doesn't list the cost for benefits and all that. So
Councilman Carlson, current rate of pay would be $13.92.
Okay,
Oh, that's low.
thank you.
Starbucks is paying $20 an hour, just so you know.
for answering 97 phone calls a day,
Yeah.
ain't enough money.
And I assume part of why I want us to like jump in and start talking about code is because I feel like we have a lot to talk about in terms of salary. And once we get to the end of this, because I know we've lost a fair number of people because of that reason, right? So, okay.
Thank you.
We lost with Giovanna. We got her back.
Yeah. Yay, thank you, thank you.
Do you want to wait for the mayor to come back?
Oh,
Oh, brother. I don't,
No?
no, let's just go.
he's snoozing.
Yeah.
He's losing. That's
Yeah.
it.
Yeah,
Okay. I'm requesting an additional code enforcement officer and an additional admin to handle all the special programs. And with the special programs, this is the current stats so far for code enforcement. Now, in between here there were times when there were just 2 officers, there were times when there was 3, sometimes like right now, there's a code supervisor and 2 officers because one's on FMLA. So the other 2 are picking up the 3rd officer's workload. So if we had an additional, not only handle the special programs, they could help out in a situation like we're in right now.
Mhm.
There's not someone else in the city that can get in a truck and ride around and file code violations because they're not licensed. They've not been trained. And it would be a liability to the city for somebody to go out and say, enforcing an ordinance, and they legally can't do that.
Mhm.
So we can't ask somebody to come over and help us. Well, we're going to take it. We take care of it. They cover it until the other officer comes back. If we had this extra officer, they would not only take care of all the programs the council is wishing for or wanting, that we're working on, but then they'll have an admin also to help with all the documentation.
Yeah.
All the programs, including the rental registration, the vacant lots, mowings, and all that will fall under that officer, which will take that burden off the other code officers to just
I don't remember.
patrol the city and take care of current daily code violations.
Kathleen. This sheet here.
Mhm.
Don't you, I thought you had 3.
We do. Right now we have one that's on
Training.
FMLA.
So the number 2 up under 22
Mhm.
is not a reflection of what your budget is.
No,
That's what it's- one officer
that's-
is trained.
that's
Two
Officer
plus-
Phillips,
Plus one
Officer
training.
Stinson, and Officer Scott is a code enforcement officer. You have to be in training for a year.
Okay, I got you. I got you now. I got you now.
And then there's a code supervisor,
I got you. I got you.
Cecilia Fields.
Because Miss Fields got promoted.
Yes, sir.
I got you. I got you. Okay,
Yes, sir.
all right, got you.
I do think it is definitely worth noting. I think so that the 2 top sections of the pie from 2021 to 2022 makes sense. That tracks for, our 6 months, but the bottom, it's really interesting to note. And I think that our, city council is, if you want to call it blame or responsible for some of that, but we've had such a huge push for put your things in request tracker, put your
Thank
things
you.
in request tracker,
Say
put your
that
things in
again.
request
Say that
tracker.
again.
We have promoted that as a service to our citizens. So I feel like we should feel very accountable for the fact that not only have we pushed for that number to increase, and the fact that it is already more now in the 6-month stats than it was for the total of 2021, but also that things are better.
Right.
Like, not only are more people reporting, which thankfully that means that thought process, which was really spearheaded by this council. And I would like to give special attention to the mayor and to Kim and to Michael, really everyone else but me. That it seems like that was a really good way to go, but it also does definitely obviously mean that is a lot more work. That we have, I think, rightfully caused staff, but you're also doing a really great job. Job well done, everyone, because like we just said, there's less complaints overall, and people feel more attended. I think that was the goal, right? Was that over time that will increase the environmental feeling of like the city of Lamarck pays attention to its citizens. So
Well, we started, I think it was mentioned in a council meeting that we started adding each council member to each
Mhm.
request tracker complaint we have. And I think I said, y'all are going to get inundated with emails.
Right.
Yeah.
Mhm.
And because the request tracker is so important, because when a citizen puts a complaint in there, it's tracked
Right.
and you know about it. We know about it. The citizen knows about it. It gets updated every 3 days
Mhm.
at the minimum. You know it's getting updated. You can be transparent to your constituents.
Mhm.
And we can tell them, we're responding to you and we're explaining to them what it is. And with that, I think it's made a tremendous difference.
I
I
agree.
hope it's cut down on some of y'all's calls
Right.
where they say, well, I'm gonna call the mayor,
Mhm.
or I'm gonna call Councilman Carlson, or I'm gonna call my council member. Say, well, you don't need to.
Mhm.
We're including them in this conversation.
Mhm.
Right. Mhm.
So, and it's helped us.
Right.
It's
Yeah.
eliminated a lot of angry calls. So, but with the growth in the city, these numbers are gonna go up.
Mhm. And the other thing too, that I just want to give a shout out to code, when we have the building standards meetings, and I don't think I've ever shared this with council. And you have people that come there and they say, oh, this is Mark, and they don't care about anything. I'm like, this is a new day.
Mhm.
And we have new rules and we are enforcing those rules. So even with people who no longer live here, but they may have property here, this department has really stepped up that standard of excellence to say, this is a new Lamarck, this is a new day, and we're going to enforce it. And my thing is, the only thing we have is our rules of law, of our rules. And if our staff doesn't enforce it, then it's just a piece of paper. So kudos to you all with really trying to raise that standard of excellence. When I was telling someone, Cesar, about the sidewalk that's coming on Main Street, they couldn't believe it. Oh, Main Street? Oh yeah, we get sidewalks. It's on its way. So when we start talking like that, also not just saying it, but actually being that level of excellence and giving a deliverable. What we're talking about right now is proof of what happened last summer when we spent 7 hours here one day talking about code and development services, and we finally made some of those changes. And so that's what I think our community needs to hear. Things that are visible, seen, that you can say, this is a deliverable. That's better now, 12 months later. So thank you for giving us those.
We appreciate that. But this isn't me. This is those people in that back right there.
I actually want to take a moment.
These, and they live in the city
Yeah. It makes a
and they
difference.
care about the city.
Mhm.
And I think all y'all, I think you know that. Mayor, I know you know that. So
Ms. Kathleen, if I may, several of you have been copied on certain emails written by staff that we taken forward and copy them so they're aware that we're letting you know exactly what they said. I want to take a personal moment, not only to development service, but also code, and take a moment of sense of just pride. I got goosebumps. I'm proud of y'all. So this is a virtual high five. I appreciate y'all's efforts. It does not go unnoticed. What we'd like to do is take this presentation, tweak the little part. There's one little part that I'll go over like with staff with very minor, and post this for public view should you guys intend doing so.
Yeah, why don't we have, I don't understand. JB is a handsome young man. I mean, just spectacular. A snappy dresser. Would you say, James? Would you say? Yeah, listen. I would love to watch him on Channel 16 all the time. So
we have some strides that we're trying to.
why isn't he on Channel 16 with these charts
Well,
explaining to our citizens what the council and the administration has done and how that is being translated into our community services?
Mayor, I will take full blame in the fact that we can and will do a better job of that. I want to stress that staff is doing the best with the resources that they have,
Sure.
and we will continue to push this forward. Also, we want to make sure we vet anything that goes out like that it's completely vetted amongst us first,
Mhm.
that you completely get the understanding and shared with you first. And as we mentioned, what you told me last night, as far as working on the fire and police data, we shared a previous example we worked on since last night, since we left our meeting yesterday. Our intention is to continue doing the same. We are changing that narrative to make sure that we're letting people know, moving to more of a proactive versus reactive, and we'll continue to do so.
I
So
just,
I just want to commend staff for excellent job and excellent presentation.
yeah, if you take this from the classroom and then you fast forward to what Kathleen just said, you take a camera and you drive down 1765 and you show Texas City side and Lamarck side, you've just taken what the council and administration have done, and you've just translated that into a real-time, real-world outcome. When that's done, the rest of this disinformation and all of these other
Yeah.
ideas floating around our city, they die because they don't have any proof or evidence supporting them.
Yes, sir. Duly noted.
Are we at questions yet or no?
No,
Anytime,
we didn't.
anytime.
Did you
Yeah.
finish?
Yeah, I'm just excited. All of these colors are exciting. It's exciting.
I think, I mean, I think where we're at is, I mean, we didn't, that slide 11 and slide 12. I mean, I want to talk about the staffing needs now,
Yeah.
like it's been with every other department so far, but as we said, this one is generating revenue, and what we committed to as a council last year and previous years is if the revenue is brought in through the actions of this department, it pays for the staff that's needed. So let's talk about what your needs are, please. When they're 3-hole punching over there.
No, please, I'm sorry.
That's a vital part of the process.
Be efficient, so.
Our needs are, we need a minimum 2 more permit techs.
Minimum.
You said 3?
Two.
Minimum 2. And that's not in here,
And then,
right?
now we're willing to negotiate, but I'm good, you know, you go high, you negotiate. So, but in code compliance with these programs that are coming, these are not programs where they just come in and they apply for a permit. These are programs where somebody's gonna have to go through, make sure it's right. Then you gotta send somebody, a code officer out there to measure the chicken runs and measure the chicken coops and measure the distance from the home.
Mhm.
And the vacant building registration, they're gonna have to go out and take pictures and document those buildings to enforce the coming ordinance. Now, with these, there are fees and they will pay permit fees. All the fees haven't been decided on yet because of future ordinances, and that will be council's, whatever council chooses for that. I'm gonna leave that to council to decide what fees they want to charge for the permits on that. But the work involved in these programs, and this doesn't even show the rental registration and the vacant lot mowing and the game rooms, just a game room alone. And having to go through the application and make sure all the documents are there and take an application fee. And then forwarding it to other departments that have to do the approval also, and then coming back. And then having to issue all the permits and make sure that the machine, there's enough, that's exactly how many machines there are. Then the officer goes out. They have to inspect the game room for the cameras and for everything else and make sure they have the correct number of machines. And put the stickers on each one. And then during the year, they go back and do, you know, spot inspections on them just to keep them on their toes. But adding this to those, we need an officer that can focus on programs, period. And then an admin to take care of all the documentation for it. Because whether you know it or not, there's a tremendous amount of documentation with this. And we have to, or either Gus is going to be calling me because we're going to get sick. So we may go overboard a little bit with documentation, but it's better than not having enough. So that's why I'm asking for another code officer just for special programs, but they can also fill in when we're short.
Mhm.
Now, I may come back next year with a new development and say, I need another one just to patrol the neighborhoods, just to reach way out on 70-64 subdivisions. But right now, I need someone to take care of all these.
Okay.
These officers can't. They are daily running and being reactive instead of proactive like we used to be. When you have to get on request tracker, you have to answer all those, you have to go check all these out, plus the calls and the emails and everything else that we get from Mr. Garcia and others. Then they have to go investigate those. There's no room for any proactive work. If we can take some of this off of them so they can go back to being proactive, because it's a proven fact, the code enforcement gets more compliance with voluntary compliance by the interaction with the citizen when they're proactive and they educate them. You can ask any code enforcement department in the world, and they'll tell you the same thing. So I will need a code officer to take care of all these programs the council's requesting, and I need an admin for the special programs. And they will be underneath the code supervisor.
So it's just 2 staff people that you're
Yes.
asking for,
Just-
one
just-
admin and one in the field officer.
For the
Yes.
record, for the growing amount of
For code.
residents that we have.
For code, yeah.
And code issues, the ideal ask would be, if I may, for 2 code officers and 1 admin.
Right.
But understanding the budgetary constraints that we're under, staff has curtailed their request to be more amicable towards that. And the data clearly shows the need is there.
My biggest concern is I don't see that in here.
It's not in there because of budgetary constraints. We have two issues here, right? We have the issue that we need, and we can quantify and justify the need
Yeah, but
versus what we have. Now, we could easily, it's very easy to go in there and look
Yeah.
at what's there. We just could not, facing our current results. We were working on pretty much 2 separate budgets. We had to this year it took longer and it took a lot more work because we had to prepare 2 separate budgets through this process.
Yeah, let me walk Casey. I think Casey's trying to gather.
yeah, I mean, the biggest thing is just that it's like with all the other ones. And I know, Kathleen, that like you said earlier, you try not, this is, the months leading up to this for Susie and the finance team is totally bonkers. But I mean, we need to see that number that's attached to your request, because if all I see in here, I'm guessing that for payroll under the CM's request, that includes none of this staff. I have nothing to compare it to, but we've heard all of this need and projected revenue. So in my mind, I'm thinking this is not out of complete, this is not as far-fetched potentially, especially as you said, if we refuse to fund even some portion of this, we are digging ourselves in a hole further. But I don't even have the numbers to look at it.
You will,
So
in essence, be going backwards from the forward movement we've made
Mhm.
with the vacant lot program, the
Yeah.
rental registration
So-
program. We will be stalemated where we can only do what we can do. These are
Right.
human beings.
But Kathleen and city manager, do we have, like, we need that projection of what that would be? Because it's
Can I
all
make a
dashes here. There's
suggestion?
nothing.
Similar to what we did yesterday.
Yeah.
If you're allowing us to do so, as we did with yesterday, we can quickly put that together as we did yesterday.
And
Excuse
I don't mean to be ugly about it, but if there's anything else in this budget book that doesn't have what staff's requesting in it, please have that changed.
Is there a
Because
way you
I'm
could?
gonna keep asking,
Mhm.
because we can't make comparisons if we don't have the numbers. It doesn't mean we're gonna fund it, obviously, and I know why you're saying like, yeah, it's not there because we don't have the money. That's your job to put that harsh number there, but we have to compare it to what the needs are.
Is there a way by Thursday, we could get like a cheat sheet from all the departments, say, hey, we need
What,
these
what
people,
would you like?
but we would like this.
You know,
Similar,
I'm,
Kind of like a Christmas list.
similar to what we did yesterday where you had some inserts. We can work on some additional inserts for you to replace the page. For example, if we're gonna take 54, we're gonna update it, we could preach you a new page 54.
Yeah, yeah, that's,
If that makes
yeah,
sense.
yeah,
If you allow us to
absolutely.
do that, we could do that.
I'd just be happy with a Christmas list from each
Well,
department. Hey, I need this number of people, but I would like this,
You mean a Christmas list just for salary?
just as far as
Just for
staffing goes.
staffing.
Yeah, just
Well,
as far as staffing goes.
I can't give you salaries based on any salary comparison because we've not seen it. And
I'm
I
just
know
looking
there
at
was one Put
staffing.
out by HGAC in 2021.
Yeah,
I
but
just
see that,
learned of that.
but
So I
see, we can't, just really quickly, we have to stop operating in silos. So that's not your job, right? Your job is to say, assess and to communicate the need. It's the job of the human resources department through the leadership of CESAR that then takes that need and begins to quantify it for the council. So that you don't have to deal with that.
Yeah, and Mayor, like if I may, like to
Yeah.
that point, it's been noted. We'll add the numbers that you've requested. We'll get with staff and easily add these here.
Yeah, we
So
just,
That is not.
we
a problem.
can't
Yeah,
see any
good.
more
Exactly.
dashes and empty spaces when it comes to paying people numbers.
I could not agree with you more.
Then let's fix it. Because,
Considering,
I mean, it's just impossible
Yeah.
to do the work. So, and again, I know that doesn't mean we're gonna fund it, but we can't even begin to do that work of talking about it without those numbers. So code, I'm sorry. Yes, code. It is the full-time code enforcement officer and the admin assistant. And I'd like to see even the two code enforcement officers. Like, let's start with your ideal ask, but make sure you're able to separate it out. And that includes everything on here so that we're not going, oh, what about fine phone stipend? Oh, what about this? It needs to be all the line items so that we can say, if we were to fund that, it's going to be X amount of dollars. And then we have to look at the proposed revenue coming in and obviously make those decisions.
Councilman, could I also suggest that you said it doesn't mean what we may arbitrarily fund them. Like we mentioned when we did fire. If their projected revenue matches, can we propose that maybe at the 6-month mark, the 3-month mark, the 9-month mark, make any staff additions at that time? Because then you could also justify it on the back end to make sure that the revenue is matching in line with your additions.
We can, but I will also say that, because like we've definitely done that many times in my time here, but what I have observed, and I'm the second longest sitting council person here, but I'm still a baby in terms of councils, in the nation, right? But what I have observed is that so often that is a good intention, but it falls flat on its face. The number of times I know that we've approved a new officer or a new slew of officers for code saying, okay, starting in spring. And it just doesn't happen.
Well, it wasn't funded. That was,
That's the thing is it's like, we'll say, yes, we've approved it, but then we don't actually attach money to it. We'll say, we'll look at it later. And I know what you're saying. And that's like the way to try to get some kind of resolution. And maybe we'll end up there. But if we do, that would be something we'd have to talk about. Like that has to be now put on the schedule for our council meeting where we talk about it. We look, we make sure we appoint funds, like.
The difference now, I think, would be is that you've never had a updated schedule of fees that would support that.
Mhm.
Which now with an updated schedule of fees, with the data being displayed as to what that new, the effects of what that new schedule of fees would have, you can now make more educated decisions and assign dollars, if you will,
Mhm,
towards that based on your projected revenue being accurate.
mhm.
So look, Kathleen, here's the deal. I'm with Casey in the observation that the needs that you have articulated to us, not only today, but within the last few years, are certainly viable. I can see them, perhaps the rest of the council can see them. But more importantly, you are generating the revenue that this shouldn't even be an issue that has to be deliberated. You're generating the revenue. We've already talked about, I'm not even going to deal with the new fees in the permitting process. We've already talked about these game rooms. And we've already talked about increasing the fees to a place that they wouldn't even bat an eye. That generates $250,000, easy. You have not, Kathleen, and through no fault of your own, I'm just saying, you've not reached the potential of the renter registration ordinance. You don't have the people. But we have a whole community in the back part of Saltgrass that's rent based. And then there's another community in the back of Painted Meadows, I believe, that is primarily rent based.
we have captured those.
So, but there's more
Oh,
to
there's
capture.
more. Every day there's new rental.
Then there's a billboard ordinance. We have at least 50 billboards in our community. $1,000 a year. They won't bat an eye. This is standard because, let me say this for us out in the world so that we don't get misconstrued. Governments are going to user-based systems. All sorts of governments, including the state of Texas, right? So this is normal. This is not a gouge or some sort of shakedown. When property taxes have to decrease, governments to provide services move to a user-based model. There's nothing to see here. But you haven't reached this billboard ordinance, $50,000 of new revenue generation. So you have more than enough within what you can generate right now, real time, without these fees, although I'm for the fees, to begin to build out this department. So I look forward to you building out and the continuation of your building out this department. You have what you need already.
Yes, sir.
So I want to make sure that as this council visits with you, that we all understand that this is not something that we think should happen, but this is something that definitely needs to happen.
And you'll see in the schedule of fees, when it comes to the billboard, the proposed ordinances or proposed fees, that billboards in there, the increase in the rental registration, which we absolutely need to do that. All those are increased, but they're on the schedule of fees, which would also help compensate. But then again, it also adds more work.
So let me ask you this, going back to process. So it sounds like at one point in our history, we had a serious breakdown in this process of code enforcement from the complainant to the resolution. There was a serious breakdown. According to what we're saying here this morning, from the point of complaint to the point of resolution, our process has improved tremendously.
Yes, sir.
And so we now have the ability to take and receive complaints, reports. We record them now. People have the ability to track them now. And our code enforcement division is responding to them now in a very effective manner. And the response is observation, action, and reporting back. And so all of these processes are in place. And our relationship with our community and code enforcement has improved. This is what I'm hearing. Is this something that you all can say that that's a fact?
Well, part of that is what the numbers don't capture. And I know Supervisor Fields and the officers can speak to this, is that the one-on-one interaction with the citizens, the one that you're there to investigate a violation, the one that comes next door that comes out that just wants to ask you a question or wants to talk to you about something, or they saw this or they saw that, those are not captured. That happens on a daily basis. That's where it's the citizens feel that we're more approachable, instead of looking at us like this, oh, damn code enforcement's here. They're looking at, okay, I see code enforcement everywhere. But when you do this, the personal one-on-one interaction, when you can be proactive like that, that's what makes the difference. That's what increases the relationships. There's been instances and cases where I've had to call Councilmember McAuliffe to come help with this citizen, because we weren't getting the rapport with her that we were trying to. Well, Councilmember McAuliffe came out and assisted us with that. Others have come out and assisted us with that. Carl said you've helped with some of them. This is what they do on a daily basis that no one knows about.
Mhm.
This is not the cases in Request Tracker. This is not this. These are the people that are out there making these relationships work and improving the perception of code enforcement in the city. I think when Carol Butler really set this in place and she wanted to change the name from code enforcement, I didn't agree with it because our license says code enforcement. She said make it code compliance, which is not as harsh, because we're trying to gain compliance. We're not trying to force anybody into do anything. And that's what they do. But they can't do it if they don't have enough of them, and they have to be reactive like they are now.
Ms. Kathleen, would you agree with that change now? From
Yes.
code enforcement to code compliance?
Yes, absolutely. The city of Marque is special, and I've been here a long time, and I care about this city. I love the city, and it's the people out there that aren't voicing to y'all their concerns, or I don't understand this. Those are the ones that are talking to us. Those are the ones like the 90-year-old man that came in yesterday that was hollering and screaming, and he said, I want a permit, you're gonna give it to me. We brought him in the back door, he's hollering and carrying on, flirting with the permit checks. But he's somebody who's lived here all his life. Those are the people that they're helping, but they can't do it unless they get more help to take some of the other off.
Mhm.
Just with this budget, there's some things in it that I'm questioning myself and Mr. Osteen questioned, because these numbers aren't true and correct that I can see, especially on postage. I can guarantee you we mail more than 39 letters. Of course, been more than $39 on postage. But these fees will capture all that and still be able to help other departments also.
Yeah.
But if you want to continue where I think council's wanting to go,
Yeah.
we gotta have more people. We've got to have more code enforcement officers.
Yeah.
You want to ask them any questions?
No, I think
We're very transparent.
Joe's gearing up. I hear papers ruffling.
Yeah, and this
I
is
think
not,
Mr. Osteen
this
has-
is something I was going to save for later, but I think it's important, as we've had the discussions, that perhaps this is helpful to the city manager. And as I said yesterday, I had saved up all my questions for later when we got to the meat and potatoes discussion. But I think hearing some of the comments that have been said, this is one of the things I was going to ask for from the city manager. And I think it would be helpful for all of us. As we've discussed these new positions and these funding sources, in my mind, as I prepare budgets, I like to identify where the money is coming from And if necessary, and municipal accounting is very similar to nonprofit accounting, other than the difference is terminology. But in nonprofit world, it's restricted, and these are directed. But I would like to see the categories of the personnel, what fund they're coming from. So I'll probably give this to you, but this is a similar from another city. So this indicates, for example, police is general fund expenditure. But then as you see something, some of these things, public works, there are different categories that funding is coming from. And this helps at least me, this guy, look at this and then hold you guys accountable to make sure that we're utilizing the different pools of funding that are appropriate for the particular staffing. And it helps our residents understand where the funding is coming from as well too. Because ideally, I would like to see some schedule with regard to development services. As fees increase, there's an automatic schedule that says, fine, you bring on a new person at this time because you've reached this level. And that way, this discussion is not something that we take on every budget period. You know, we've reached this level, we've got a new person coming aboard based upon what we've created here.
I did prepare an agenda form for council to present. I did not attach it because I didn't see where there was agendas that they requested. I was requested of it. I did prepare agenda form for the proposal requests, the ones that we used to do, and it breaks it all down and it justifies and it also tells you what would happen if it's not funded for these positions. And I can make that available to Mr. Garcia and to you if you'd like it. It might help with some of your questions. And that's the same one that we've used for years and years. That it shows, I think, where the funding comes from. So I am going to get the numbers from Susie and from HR on the benefits and all that, the vehicle costs and all that for the additional officers. Susie is inundated right now, so I'm trying to get through the budget so that to not add any more to her.
Yeah.
So, but I will have these numbers from Mr. Garcia so that he can distribute them to you.
Okay, can we talk more unless any of my fellow council people have something? I'm ready to talk about the development service needs now.
Okay.
Development services needs.
You don't like the chicken picture?
I love the chicken, of course. Of course, I love the chicken picture.
I just figured I'd get a comment on it.
I actually want to say this is a pretty awesome slide presentation, by the way,
Thank you.
for you guys putting
This
this
is a team
together.
effort.
I mean, it's good. It's really helpful.
Which one?
I mean, I want to hear about your staffing needs.
Your requests are. for
It's the same-
additional for
It's the
development.
same question I had earlier, like, who is it? What, like, and we need to know the cost because I don't see it in here.
We requested 2 permit techs, which they would also get certified as permit specialists, which currently the Giovanna and our full-time permit tech is going through the training to become a permit specialist, which most cities have.
Okay.
That's the certification that they
difference?
require.
What's the difference?
It's more detailed. They're more, they have to learn more construction aspects of everything, more administration. It's more than just taking a permit in. They'll be able to actually look at plans and stuff and say, wait a minute, that just doesn't quite look right or something. They're taught the nomenclature of how to build a home, or a business, and how to read the zoning and all that. It's more detailed than what is normally expected. But you need, when you're taking in permits for big development, you need to have somebody there that knows to look for certain things. Right now, I'm there and they can ask me, or they can ask Giovanna, or they can ask Code, because some of them know also. We need 2. We need 2, just because of the amount of phone calls we get and the amount of permits and the inspections. And I broke it down in here. Every call we get for every permit that's submitted, what goes on behind the scenes. These are not calls where they can call and they say, hey, I'm so-and-so, I just emailed you a permit. And they have to go in and all these other steps is what they have to do.
Mhm.
Every single time, every single permit. And with one full-time and one part-time, that's why sometimes people will wait maybe 3 days, which is actually pretty good considering
Mhm.
for their permit, them to be able to get back with them and say, oh, wait a minute, you missed these documents. Because of all of the other stuff they have to do for each permit. You get a subdivision with 111 homes in it. That's 111 permits, not counting the beginning permit where all the platting and all that starts and where the civil reviews and the civil permits are. But imagine getting 111 permits for 111 homes, all different. There may be 10 homes the same, these 10 homes the same, these 10 homes are the same, square footage is different, the documents are different, contractors might be different. That's why we've got to have 2 more permit techs, just to streamline the process. We've made all the form, well, Giovanna created all the forms in uniform and made them have every piece of information a contractor could ask. We're working on the development packages for residential and commercial. But we need 2 other permits techs in there just to handle the day-to-day workload and what's coming. And I know I keep saying what's coming, but it's coming. So right now they're there sometimes till 6:30 at night, just finishing up those last few emails that came in, because so that contractor doesn't have to wait.
Mhm.
And we're not paying them for that. But they're there. Or they have to wait until the end of the day to reconcile the day's receivables. Because they don't have the time to do it in the day. If we could get 2 more in there to take and split that load. That's why I'm requesting 2 more. All I can give you with salaries is what that yearly salary is, and that's low. $13 an hour for a permit tech.
Yeah, I was gonna ask, according to the HVAC survey from 2021, what are we looking at? Because like I said, I mentioned earlier, and that's been a huge problem in this department. And as we've said over and over again, ad nauseum, we can't afford to lose people who are good at what they do and lose the momentum of having a full staffed office. And I know that that's happened pretty
All this is
devastatingly.
tied into future development.
Right.
And Mr. Garcia, the customer service we give, the efficiency we show is tied in to developers wanting to come to the city. The impression we make when they walk through the door, the tone of the email, the permit tech sends back the email to them,
Right.
requesting more documents. Every bit of that is tied into future development.
Yes.
I hope y'all understand.
And Kathleen,
Right
Mike.
now, we've cleaned up, we've streamlined it.
Mhm.
We're to the max where we've got to have more people
So
to help.
my
can pay
specific
for it.
requests right now are, and like it was for earlier with code, I want to know what that number is for those 2 requested. And then I'd like to know what the entirety of code compliance staff and development services staff, how their salary and their hourly pay compares to our neighbors, which I know we've done that before. I feel like we see that every year. So, and again, I'm not saying I know we're going to be going over that a lot, but,
I can give you an example. Hitchcock's offering $22 an hour for a code compliance officer.
and what do we pay?
16 change, 16
The last cost of living raise, they went up to 18.
1802.
Yeah.
So they're not sitting here because they're making money. They're sitting here because they care,
I know.
right?
Michael's like, huh?
Michael's-
I know you are.
Hitchcock is also building from scratch a whole new downtown because they want to move forward.
Mhm.
They are one voice, one mind, one spirit moving forward. And if we're not careful in Lamarck, Hitchcock is about 80 square miles. If we're not careful in Lamarck, we're going to be one small city between 2 larger cities.
Hitchcock is reaching out to us on our schedule fees. They're
That's
fixing to
great.
change theirs. They're looking at Lamar.
They're
But
looking at
y'all
copy.
need to know everywhere is
That's
looking
great.
at Lamar because of our growth. And we're all moving in the same direction.
Let me ask you this. Our inspection, who does our inspections? At one point, we had a company that we contracted with, and then last year, there was, sound like we had 2 part-timers. One was doing some plan reviews, and the other one was trying to inspecting. What's that all about? And how do we become more efficient?
Well, we've become more efficient. When in the previous years, you're talking about Bureau Veritas.
Mhm.
Bureau Veritas had inspectors that would, I'm just gonna say that we're dealing with a lot of issues from their inspections, and the city paid in a tremendous amount of money to that company. Then it was changed at some point it was Dura and Mr. Jackson all decided to bring in 2 contract inspectors. Now, these were not city employees, these were contract inspectors. They had contracts that were written for each of them. If you'll read the contracts, you can tell it was written for each one. One of them got a retainer of, I think it was 33 years, no, 3,300 a month for plan reviews. And then after that, he was paid, what did we figure out? Like from $75 to $125 per inspection, but they would only do a max of 20 a day. And that's if they were in town. They didn't live here. The other one would only work Thursdays and Fridays to begin with. And he would only do, his contract said, he got this base amount and he would only do 20 a day at max. So that wasn't working. Plan reviews weren't getting done. People were waiting weeks for plan reviews. There was at one point when all the changes were made, I could ask the permits text. I said, how many plan reviews is he doing right now? And they couldn't answer that question. The plan reviews weren't being done in-house. They weren't there. We couldn't track them. And when we would get feedback, it would be a little small sentence or something. And then the cost for them was enormous for what they were giving back to us.
Mhm.
We can't even track exactly everything that they did or they said on their invoices because they didn't even give us the right invoices. So one left to go to another city. The other one also left.
The 2 part-timers?
So then after that is when we had to have plan review, we had to have inspections. And BBG was recommended because of the work they did for other cities. They came in, set up, they're familiar with SmartGov. They knew how to go in to do their professional company. They have 5 to 6 inspectors at any given time. We send them, we don't even count. We just send an inspection. As soon as it comes in a request, we're sending it to them. They're scheduling it and they're there the next morning.
Yeah.
If they need one, they need one. If they
We're
need 4,
averaging like 500 inspections a month
Yeah.
alone.
Let me say this. I am a fan of, let me not say that. I am agreeable to the outsourcing of city services that encompass things like mowing, right? High weed, demolition, things of that nature. Where I tend to be more conservative in the idea of outsourcing is in areas that are vital to the progression of our city. Inspections, things of that nature, things that can be directly tied to outcomes in our city, especially outcomes that are as important as growth and development. So I am a fan of having in-house inspection. Now, we might not be there today, and so we have to do what we have to do. But what I'm suggesting is I'm one person who is asking that as these budget cycles pass us, that somehow there's a plan that would say, you know, our inspectors will be our own, people that we can put our hands on, people that we can, you know, have within our span of control. It's important that CESAR at some point has control over people that will be inspecting and reviewing plans and things of that nature. I do stipulate to the idea that we're not there yet, and you all have done a bang-up job getting us to where we are. Kudos to you. Great job, Kathleen, of getting this thing, you know, pushed in the right direction. All I'm saying is as we dream, right? As we dream for the future, let's think about maybe some of these vital positions. How can this council help you bring those people into our family, as opposed to having to contract some of those services into other agencies?
I'll provide you with a breakdown of what it would cost for an in-house inspector compared to a contract.
Yeah,
To a company.
And that's not a conversation for this budget
Right.
cycle, right? That's just something that I would like for us to think about as we move forward.
That at this point, an in-house inspector cannot handle the load that there is and what future development is
Sure.
coming. You realize when Amazon was being built, how many months was that? Do you realize an inspector, the in-house inspector had to be out there, sometimes two of them. The fire marshal was out there all day long with all the different inspections for the different aspects and the different
Mhm.
construction that was going on all day long. So how did that affect everything else going on in the city and everybody else waiting on inspections? That's where you've got to think that it's when you come with a big development and you have one inspector, you can't balance your residential or your guy who wants to put a porch on with an in-house inspector unless you have an in-house inspection team.
True. Now,
So-
but the flip side of that is you have this council, well-meaning council, minding our own business. Things happen in our city. Trees fall, rain happens, wind blows, people's connections get disconnected, and they go through this whole rigmarole of having to repair their property. And the power company has to come out and replace lines, and they're ready for their power to be on. This is a true story. They're ready for their power to be on, and they're waiting on the inspection department to come. And the inspection department said that they're going to be there at, let's give a time, 9 o'clock. And here it is, 5 o'clock, and the inspection department is not there. And we don't have any control over them. I can't call Cesar and ask Cesar to call you and ask you to grab that inspector and put that inspector where that inspector needs to be, because these inspectors are outsourced. And
But you
there's a
can't.
different company with different processes.
But you can, and we do.
But
What
in
company we do.
Y'all, can I say?
go ahead, Casey.
Can I just suggest that maybe we talk more about it later, since like you said,
Yeah.
it's not relevant to this budget workshop.
Yeah.
I agree with both of you. But I
Yeah,
think,
council is
we know
wanting
it's
an
not-
in-house inspector, but it's just not feasible for the
And-
city right now.
and
Kathleen, that's why I was saying to you before I had to share with you a real example of why I'm saying what I'm saying. That's why I kept trying to prompt and say, this is not a discussion for this budget. Let's dream about it and figure out how it works in the future. I understand that, right?
I have a question that, so I think just so that we have a clear picture, because it's easy to think of like, and city manager mentioned this earlier, that, you guys have brought, this department brings in so much revenue, code compliance and development services in particular, and especially if we adopt our new fee schedule. But there's already been over $1 million in revenue collected and permitting. That money that goes into that's not like development services, it's just like sitting on a pile of money. I think it's important for us to just make sure we mention, like Cesar said, that money goes into our general fund.
Yes, ma'am.
That is what pays for lots of things. And so it is part of how we have to think of, yes, in theory, you guys, it is paying for new positions, but it's also paying for so much more. So I just felt like that should be said, because it's easy for me to think like, it's making so much money, let's go crazy, baby. But it's not, it's vital. And we're stretched so thin this year. But
we
I don't have
to be
any
very
more.
Careful too, because we're a city, we can't make a profit.
It-
All our costs are justified. The new positions are justified. What the balance is, that goes to the general fund for other departments to use, which would be used just like that.
Yeah. And-
So I want to be clear, we're not out to make money for the city. We're not out to
Absolutely.
make a profit.
Yeah.
We are simply trying to cover our costs
Sure.
Yeah.
and to make the most efficient process available to our citizens.
Right.
And any new development coming in.
Absolutely. Y'all are doing a good job.
I had to read
I don't
all
have any more
that.
questions.
May I take a moment, please, if you don't mind?
Let's Cesar, I know you're gonna close us up. I think Joe wants to jump in.
Just
really
a
quick.
quick,
Certainly.
to follow up,
Yes, sir.
as part of your process, are you assessing its impact fees come under your budget or not?
We,
These
the
numbers,
impact fees are collected at the permit
okay,
time, and then we collect those. They're not under my budget per se. That,
I see them, they're listed as a separate category, that's
Yes.
why I was asking. So the
and they're not
separate,
included in you.
they're not included, impact, they're a separate line item on the budget. So that's something that I'm gonna try to understand in terms of helping finance some of this additional, because
They have
that's,
to be used for special things.
I know that's, that, but I'm gonna take a look at the use. That's
I
what I'm
I can
saying.
send you the local government code on
Yeah.
that, and so you can read through it, because I had to read through it to be clear.
Right. Well,
If
I,
another question
I
comes up.
would like that
Yeah,
because
okay.
that's my little, and the other item I noticed as I'm going through it says, this is something. And this was more particularly the last disaster cycle. We had municipalities, and Lamarque was included in this. I know we did this in Uri, where we waived some water reconnect fees and things of this nature. After certain hurricanes,
Mhm.
we've also waived some of the permitting fees on to initiate repairs.
Yes,
And
we have the permit requirement.
the
too,
permit requirement,
Also,
the permit requirement and the fees to go with them, correct?
yes, and for the emergencies,
For
absolutely.
the emergencies. So FYI, Cesar, I just want to point this out. Lamarque historically has not sought, to my knowledge, and Susie may correct it, but to my knowledge, that's a reimbursable item under FEMA. Because it's part of the disaster side. So I suggest that we carefully monitor the losses on that and make sure that we include that. Because it's a very short period, by the way. That's the challenge. You usually have 90 days to put together your calculations for FEMA. And usually on our permitting side, we take longer to start the process. So to the extent that to the extent that we can immediately have a plan in place, if and when we have a declared disaster and we have damages, to let people know immediately, go ahead and let us know. At the very least, I assume they're letting you know, right?
And that's also covered under an ordinance, and I noted that on the schedule of fees,
Okay,
that fees waived in a disaster.
in disaster, yes.
And when you asked for more notes on there, that's when I went back and we added all. the
But-
stuff for you.
Do we still let the city know, by the way, my home was destroyed in some fashion or impacted by the storm? And I'm gonna utilize this exception that Lamarque is offering to go ahead and do some work. Is there some,
If it's a declared disaster.
yes,
And we have direction from council and the city manager
yes,
that this is a declared disaster.
Right.
That goes into play
Okay.
immediately.
Okay.
It's just like the ordinance that if a disaster happens and a home is damaged and they don't have somewhere to live, they can live in a RV or something on their property for a certain designated period of time while they repair their home.
Okay.
Those things are already there. And it just kicks into play when there's a disaster declared.
okay,
So,
thank you. Yep. Thank you, man.
okay.
All right, Cesar, I think we're getting ready to bring this horse into let me see, Kara, are we ready to eat?
Almost.
Almost, okay, we're gonna let Cesar jump in and then,
Just some information that's been requested since we've been sitting here that I've
Okay.
worked on here with staff helping me out. You've got in your hands a copy of the HGAC 2021 study reflecting what the hourly rates are. We calculated them for you for visibility. So you have what the rate is for receptionist. They don't have matching titles per se for permit specialist so forth. So I had to find a comparable to that, which in these sites is the second one that you received. I believe it's called administrative help.
Mhm.
A permit specialist would be more on the level of a higher level admin.
Right.
Due to the technical skills it takes to do that.
So what you have now in front of you, you have what entry level looks like. And what's running through the copier now would be more comparable to what Ms. Kathleen just mentioned, would be more supportive of more of what a permit specialist does. So that'll be coming to you in just a few seconds here, probably gonna whole bunch it. So you have all three to basically to answer the question that was asked for the most part in real time.
Okay.
Again, this is rough math with rounding and decimal points to get to where we need to be. So if you notice right now, the one that you're getting in your hands
you,
right
Cal.
now shows our intermediate administrative support staff. The mark is at 1689, which ranks as, according to the HGAC study, as the second lowest amongst the cities that we're serving. The only one lower is 1573. The highest one compared to all those is at 2774. So just as some type of,
And this isn't under car allowance, but was that
yeah, I
supposed
just
to be
I-
hourly? That's supposed to, okay,
quickly just using.
but you're
that.
using that as the hourly.
I'm using that, yeah.
Oh, okay.
I didn't label it. I was just shorthanding. that.
Okay, that's what.
Yeah, no, I was in there in the chronology. I was just writing.
Okay, that's cool.
Good.
That's cool.
Is that available online?
The HVAC, yes, it is.
Okay.
They're in the middle of finishing the 2022 survey. It's normally done by the end of 2022, but I think they'll be done probably closer to August, September.
Didn't we try to look for that and we had to have a subscription or password?
No,
to get
I
into
can
it?
tell you that it's
There.
public. It's on their website, on
Mhm.
HEC's
And-
website. We also have a printed copy in our human resource.
And I want to reiterate something that Keith said earlier, which is like in the, and I think that this kind of ties into stuff that Joe, I know, has said a lot since his time on council, which is it is in order to help all of us understand as much as we can and kind of grok into the sort of nuances of these budgets, because it's so much information to take on and there's so many assumptions made. And, I think last year and this year are still a little bit unicorn-like because there's just so many changes. I don't think there's a lot of things that we can reasonably expect. You having come in, when you did, inheriting what you did, and all of this change and everyone. So I think everyone is doing their absolute best. And I know we all appreciate that. But from my point of view, and for anyone sitting here future, things like never leaving an empty space where there can be a projection.
Yeah.
And because I'm always going to ask, well, what is that? What do you think that is? Or what will that cost? Even if and y'all know, that's never going to get funded. But more to what Keith said earlier, I don't think it's appropriate, honestly, to expect each department head to do all of those salary comparisons on their own, especially because what it sounds like is that there's just a lack of sharing of information for those department heads to know, like, hey, this is out. Here's what, even if we don't have the most recent year, we could look at 2020. That is widely available. You just need to know where to go. And HR or someone designated by the city manager is there to support the department heads in doing that, because you're already doing your department head work. It's already a ton of work to put together what you did. So to also be doing the salary comparisons seems to me to be like, well, let's put that more in the person's wheelhouse that it is,
Right.
which is HR.
I tell you, in the
Just a note
past-
for the future.
In the past, it helped with staff, at least for me, and I'm not the smartest tech or anything like that. I'm not a mathematician. Thank God there's calculations and she can do that stuff. But when we met with the finance director and the city manager and whoever, council, whoever, in these meetings ahead of time to discuss what we wanted, where the numbers were going to be and this, and because we would have Susie sitting there saying, no, you can't afford that. This is what we have. But it seems the process has gotten so hurried that maybe those
Right.
steps are skipped.
Yeah. And I mean,
So
I think it has been hurried for the last
Right.
2 years for
Everybody's
for
been
very
hurried since
relevant
COVID,
reasons,
everybody's
right?
hurried. It's like a
Nobody's
rush.
fault who's
So-
here.
Right.
And a more inclusive of everything so that we can give you, because when I looked at these numbers, I actually never gave anyone what my wish list was. Even though I
Oh.
made it vocally known that I was going to come for staff,
Uh-huh.
because I don't normally come out with my handout.
Mm-hmm.
I'd come to council and I look over the budget and then you say yes or no, cut it here, do whatever. But that talk has already been had too beforehand. But
Mm-hmm.
I made it verbally known I was going to come for staff because we have to have them.
Mm-hmm.
And I know everybody's wanting this, but I think there's a lot that's being rushed through that we're not having the one-on-one meetings or the group meetings or to help develop these numbers
Mm-hmm.
to make sure that they're right in there. Because I can tell you right now, $39 for postage is not correct. Somebody else in some other department's paying my postage. That's all I can say. So, but I didn't realize that until I started looking through the numbers.
Mm-hmm.
And unfortunately, Kathleen, it has nothing to do with you or me or any of us. But our city has been a city that has operated in silos for quite some time. The right hand doesn't know what the left hand is doing. And that is evident in things like this, where you have a need and your role is to assess the need, period. I need another dog catcher. That's the extent of your role. And then other departments have to take that load on. They have to take the baton and run their leg. And it's also evident is, in fact, your department is a personification of the problem, right? Because on one side, you have a need, but that need has not been able to be effectively articulated to our human resources division so that they can support you. But on the other hand, you said to us earlier that you've made tremendous improvements in the code compliance in our city. But nobody knows about it because there's another department, right? That's responsible for communicating the news of our city. And that department is unaware of those things, or maybe we have not developed processes because that department is fairly new. Kyle and JB, this is a new department that we're forging. But I'm glad that you're here. I'm glad that Casey's bringing these things out because it points to the opportunity that we have with the new Lamarque that we're forming to be more collaborative. And you should just be sitting here saying, I need people. And then human resources should be on one side saying, yeah. And then JB should be on the other side saying, and look at what they did with what they had, right? We'll get there. We'll get
That's why I said the meetings that we used to have. With all the players at the table, I said, I want this. Well, then you have HR, you have finance, you have city manager, you have everyone sitting there and discussing. That didn't happen. And it's, we're rushed. There's a lot of programs on the table. There's a lot of things being changed right now. So I get all that. I get it.
Yeah.
But I can tell you when it comes to code compliance and the complaints, you're never going to go to a city and code compliance doesn't get complained on. We expect complaints. That's what we do. But when we get complaints that go to council or go to the city manager or go to some other department head and they're not forwarded to us, so there's nothing acted on because we don't know. That's a breakdown in communication. That's what we have to fix.
Yeah.
There is communication between our development services and code enforcement that you wouldn't believe. And we are transparent. We're open with each other. We discuss all these things, but if we don't have the information and we don't know of the complaints, we can't help. We can't do our job effectively.
Yeah.
So all this is boiling back down to communication between the departments. And you're right, the city is siloed. But it's going to be up to y'all to help us change all that.
Yeah.
And
That makes sense.
to
It does.
that point, we've been working, it has been identified that there were silos before. Again, no fault of anybody.
Right.
As was mentioned, it's just that's kind of the way it's been. And we are doing whatever we can to unite the city and unite all departments from within as much as possible. So much so that, as you're aware, code enforcement currently operates out of building C, but once the phase is done at EDC, they were moving over there. So now code, development services, and EDC will all be united. So to have more of that synergy that is being brought
Right.
forward to do that. There are strides being made there. If we could wave our magic wand and get there faster, we would love to. I want to just highlight a couple of things on the budget itself, if we can briefly.
Okay.
Page 54 and 60, I would like to once again bring out the point that in no way, shape, or form are we trying to take away resources from any of the departments. Page 54, your budget book last year, it was 743,415. This year's proposal that's been put together, again, not inclusive of all the other stuff, but what we're recommending was 753,033 based on our current assumptions. And the only thing that was done there basically to increase was to still allot for a 2% COLA for staff if it was allowable. So in order to adopt that and to get to that number, we needed to reduce elsewhere to get there. So they did go up by roughly $10,000, but other line items had to be reduced, and that's what some of the assumptions were made. You could quickly go to page 60, similar, same case. If you look at what was budgeted last year, this account was at 502,438. Due to budgetary constraints, we had to make aggressive reductions to get to 474. And yes, back to Ms. Kathleen's point, and for both departments, reduction in support will result in reduction in services. I mean, there is an automatic cause and effect to these things. So based on the current constraints, unless I get direction to go differently, I can be as aggressive as possible or as directed to be. We had to fall within those lines, and I have the obligation to bring you a balanced budget. And that's what was done through that line item. Again, I agree with you. And in the future budget books, you will have all of their requests listed on there with exact specifications. In the short amount of time and the fact that we were almost working on 4 budget books instead of 2, it's very hard to calculate those things.
Yeah.
with the allotted amount of time that we have. Having said that, we are open to any other questions. If anybody from the public has any questions, because I believe we're up against our stoppage.
Yeah, I think we're getting ready to try to break for lunch. I'm getting ready to poll council. Do we want to, Kara, are we ready for lunch or not?
Here yet or no? Okay,
He's en route. Let's go another 15 minutes.
would we like, so that after lunch, we don't have to have them come back, the development and code, would you like to field any questions from the public?
Yeah, we're gonna try to see if we can get that part done, but we'll do a hard stop in about 15 minutes to break for lunch. Council, before we open this up to the public, do we have any other questions on any of these line items? Or any thing that's been said so far?
Yeah,
Go
Mr.
ahead.
Mayor, yes. So that no one can accuse anybody up here of saying we've got confidential information or anything. I urge everyone, and Mr. Osteen probably familiar with this, or maybe you weren't involved in this as much, but go to the Houston Galveston Area Council of Governments website, h-gac.com. And there's resources are available to everybody. There's where the salary summary is. If you're a senior, very important site to go to, because HGAC coordinates our senior services and funding for disabled individuals. Go to the HGAC website. The work source. The work source is coordinated and funded through HGAC. If you're looking for a job, want training, if you're a single mother and need some assistance with the children care, child care, HGAC work source, that's your source there. So please utilize them. It's accessible to all of us. As part of that, and I'm going to give that to you, Mayor. You know, we've had the previous discussion on our water fees, and the city manager was very clear with us that we've been operating in the negative on that side. Not to say that we're going to remedy that situation tomorrow, but on that site, the more recent statistics, we have our water fee comparisons by population, both number of gallons and then wastewater fees by population, by population. I'm going to give that to you too, Seth.
Okay.
So it's a resource for us to look at as well too, as we try to establish some long-term financial projections. Very important site. That's all I have to say. Look at it.
Very good. Let's do this as we get ready to open this up to the floor. I'm gonna say this every day. Let's go over process again. It is the responsibility of the city manager to present a budget, a proposed budget to the city council. That is what has happened. The city manager has presented a proposed budget to this council. The council didn't collaborate with this budget. The council didn't have any input on this budget. We are now in budget workshops. We are looking over the presented budget for the first time as a council, along with our department heads and the community members that wish to be a part of this. We are all together trying to figure out what this budget means. That is the process we're in right now. We're hearing from our community members. There are 3 or 4 of them, those of you that may not be able to see, that visit with us and stay with us every day. And during the break, they ask questions. And I hope that they communicate this to the rest of their friends and family members. And there's one of our community members, former council member, James Osteen, who's asking some tough questions, as he is allowed to and invited to, and we appreciate it. This is how we work together. We're in a budget workshop. We're trying to figure it out. At some point, after hearing community input, the council will have to vote. But we can only vote on the input we get in real time. If we vote tomorrow and we don't know what you're asking or what you're needing or what your concerns are, and then you come back and you say, this is a terrible idea, we've already voted. But right now you can come and say, this is a great idea, or this is a terrible idea. And the council can listen to you and incorporate your sentiments, the sentiments of your friends and family members, to make the best budget of our city. To do it backwards would be to cause issues for our community. Mr. Osteen, are you ready? Yes, sir.
Let's start out with development services. And the
What
first
page? What page,
Page
James?
51. James Osteen, 2012, Joe Donna. and
Thank you,
Mark.
James.
On page 51, where it says, number of permits, demolition. Have you got a figure on what it costs us to tear down these buildings and the money that the city's out?
What?
On demolition,
Uh-huh.
I know the city has to tear down some of these houses.
Yes, sir.
Have you got a figure on the amount of money we pay in the years?
Currently to date, I don't. I know there's a lot of pending demolitions and we've had just a few this year, but they average anywhere from 6,000 to 8 to 9,000 per house.
Okay. Is that money is it in the budget? That's what
Yes, sir.
wait,
it is.
it's in the budget
Yes, sir.
somewhere?
Yes, sir.
Good, good.
That number never changes every year.
Okay, it's in the budget.
Yes, we budgeted $100,000 in the budget every year for that.
Yes, sir.
And it's in Fund 65.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Now, on the permits, in 6 months, y'all, if I understand what was up there on the PowerPoint, you took in $1,355,807.
Mhm.
Okay. Now, on my phone, when I was looking at the budget, on the summary for revenues and expenditures, I show y'all taking in a year's time, 1,287,000.
And what it figures, we took ours from the, see where it says right here?
License permits, that's for the 2023 summary. You only took in you show 1,287,000, but on the PowerPoint, you told 6 months, you took in 1.3 million.
The summary.
It's on page, I don't have the page number on my phone. Wait, maybe,
Show me a picture of that. I feel like this thing is
Yeah.
better than my brain.
Is it page 27?
That's more towards the front. That's a summary of expenditures. It's, give me 1 second.
yeah, what it's telling me here is a 2022 to 2023 summary of revenues and expenditures.
Mr. Ruskin, the numbers that we projected, that we get put on
Page
board are
16.
actually from permit fees. that
That's
we
actually
collect.
from permit.
The actual number of permits, the actual.
Shoot, that's page 16.
Yeah, I'm just wondering why there's that's a big discrepancy for 6 months. You're taking 1,000,003. And you're showing for a year here, you're showing 1,287,000 something.
Page 16. Let's see here. Okay. License, okay.
That's something we can look at. Y'all need to make a note of that. We can come back to it. Maybe after.
I'm doing those calculations. You make a note of that, you guys.
Yeah. Okay, while I'm on this page, let's go, I'm sorry. I don't know how big a hurry y'all in, but
May I answer Mr. Osteen's
yes,
ma'am.
question? Okay, if you're talking about on page 16, under the licenses and permits, $1.2 million, $1,287,800. If you go and to drill down to see what's included in that number, go to page, let me see here. Go to page 27.
okay, I won't be able to look at page 27, but go ahead.
Okay,
Go ahead. I'll listen.
27 has a list of permits and licenses that made up to $1,287,800, $1,287,800. And that includes record permit fee, pipeline permits, alcohol beverage permits, gasoline permits, burial permits, building permits, plumbing permits, electrical, mechanical, abandonments, solicitors, vendor permit, alarm registration, coin operated, temporary operating permit, and rental registration permit. All of those are included
in that $1,287,800. Now, what Kathleen was giving that number, it could have been just one of these type of permits that she was counting and not really the whole category.
Ms. Susie, if I may too, if I remember from the presentation quickly, I believe you also did the presentation on calendar year. Correct me if I'm wrong, Ms. Giovanna. The presentation summary was for calendar year versus what you have in the budget book is in fiscal year. So the numbers may not be exact. There was more of a calendar review versus a fiscal year review. Just for the sake of everybody, in case.
And that is the reason why in the budget book, we always ask when we give these key performance indicators to go along with the fiscal year, so that way it's consistent with the numbers that we're presenting to the general public, how we perform in terms of fiscal year and not calendar year.
Okay, Susie, when I look at this, I see building permits, plumbing permits, 990,000, 40,000, electric permit. That's gonna be what your office issued, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I see a total of $1,287,000 in all these permit fees. And I guess your office does, that's all your fees, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, but you said the actual is 1.3 million in 6 months.
That's gonna be including the electrical and plumbing and mechanical permits.
Okay, and that's fine, but it doesn't say 1,300,000 something here, 6 months. It says, I'm going by what you're saying here, this year's caption. You took in $287,000. But your PowerPoint says in 6 months, you took in 1.3 million. From January to June. So
This is all what was printed.
I'm going,
These are the actual, we pulled these numbers from Smarga.
and that's good. It's right here says. It'll be right here. What you budgeted,
I didn't give them those numbers.
you didn't give them these numbers. Where these numbers come from?
These numbers in the budget, well, I came up with these numbers based on historical trends, the projections. Now, the historical trends come from the actual real numbers that went into the accounting system after being audited.
So for example, for the sake of the answer your question, if you look at column, the first column is the actual 2021. Those numbers came from what was actually brought in by those departments. The next column over budgeted, that's what was actually approved in the budget as forecast for what they thought they were going to bring in for the year, which is 1.2. The next one is estimated based on the current trend of where we're at. It's estimated that we are going to be roughly $130,000 over what that estimated amount was, or the budget amount was. The next column over is what the request thus far was made based on what we project, a very preliminary projection of the next year. Again, we always are going to put in the budget book less than what we actually think, because we cannot control what may or may not occur. We're always going to plan for that.
Okay.
Yeah, let me jump in and say this. Yeah.
What you're showing, and you estimate the actual for this year, 2022, 1,393,163. But the health department showed me a PowerPoint that says they're gonna make that in 6 months.
Again, what they showed you was January through June.
Right.
That's not encompassing of the entire fiscal year. Their projections now, based on how the start of the actual fiscal year was, is different from when these actual projections may have been put together.
Okay, the projection now is 6 months, what they made. What do you project for the remainder of the next 6 months?
Depending on the development,
Double?
probably yes.
So So that's a million, another million and three.
Absolutely. So what we can do to create a better snapshot.
But
is
that
we can
number will
take the-
change if we adopt a new schedule.
When we did, well, let me, because I think I might be a little confused. So you said in 6 months, you generated how much revenue?
Exactly what,
1.3 million.
And that 6 months is from 2021, October 2021 until when?
No, it's January.
From January. Okay, so from January until June. So that is in the 2021-2022 budget cycle, correct?
No, 22.
No, we're still in the same fiscal year, though. We're still in the same fiscal year.
To answer the question, Mayor.
Which is.
Hold on just a minute, say
It's
so.
22, that's the fiscal year we're in.
2021-2022, because it starts in October. They're giving you numbers right now. With the numbers she's giving you are numbers that are happening right now.
Okay,
The numbers in that book are numbers that are proposed for next year, next fiscal year.
okay, you're proposing for next year, you're proposing. 1,287,000.
Now, here's where the real conversation is. If we are already knocking it out of the park in this fiscal year, what has to happen is Kathleen has to get with Susie to say that is an underestimation that you are proposing. We need to make that bigger. And that's where the work needs to be done.
It needs to be more accurate.
Exactly. That's where we need to go. There you go. There you go, James. That's what we need to work. Yep.
We're there.
Which would help y'all's budget.
it will.
Absolutely.
And
Absolutely.
it's, and also good to note that they're giving calendar year data versus fiscal
There
year
you go.
data.
Mason. There you go.
that's
But
just to make it easy.
yeah, no, I think that's appropriate. It's just,
Okay,
it's extra confusing.
Yeah.
with that being said, I combined the projected budget for this year for these two departments, code and development services. I come up with $1.22 million. And if you got a department generating that kind of income, they're more than paying for themselves and
Exactly.
making some serious money.
Exactly.
Why would we cut our throats and not give her two more people?
Exactly.
That's my question. You can't look at it over all the departments. You gotta look at the one that's revenue producing.
Exactly.
That's the one you add to.
Exactly.
So y'all, I'm sure y'all gonna take that into consideration, but if you look at projection, we're looking at another million and three.
Exactly.
It's not in the budget,
Exactly.
okay? I'd like to go to code compliance. What does a revitalization specialist do?
What page, James?
Revitalization specialist is
Oh,
what Elizabeth Child.
I'm
said.
sorry, it's 7.
Okay.
She's a admin assistant / revitalization specialist. And the reason she has that title is because EDC pays for a portion of her salary. And to help with the blight situation, remember when we tore down all the houses and we was in the process of cleaning all the blight? That position was created. And to only be able to get that position, we had to split it.
Okay, right here it says no, the position is funded by the economic development. So y'all play, so.
A
y'all
portion
paying
of
half
it,
the
a
salary?
portion of, Susie can explain which portion, how much.
Now, I just need to know who's putting the bill on that totally? Is it the EDC or is it split, Susie?
Susie,
Okay,
Yes, I'm sorry.
the question is the revitalization specialist in the code compliance division. What is the percentage split between EDC's support and the property tax support?
It's not a split. It's $25,000 that EDC is funding still each year.
And what's the total value of that position?
I think it's more than 25,000, but the general fund is subsidizing for that. And I think Kathleen can tell us what that position is being paid.
Okay, we're gonna get that number for you, James. It's
Okay.
25,000 of that coming from the EDC, which is
Yes.
sales tax generated.
all right, let's go to, y'all don't mind, go to page 60. We'll drop down to where it says operating supplies, where it says postage. And I showed this to Catherine for the meeting. the budget was $39 in 2021. And I tried to figure out what each letter cost. Anyway, I voted down, I got it down to where they wrote 8 letters that year. That's gotta be a mistake. It's silly.
That is,
It's silly to make that kind of mistake.
Yeah,
If you're looking over this budget.
Just for the record, they cost
Now-
$7.33 per certified letter.
Yeah.
51,000 was in the budget last year. How much did you spend? I don't see how much you spent that year. Or did you have to mail anything out? When I looked at this budget, it tells me that you didn't spend that money.
well, that last year it was at 733 per letter, 4 officers, 10 cases a day. The total comes out at 200 cases a month, should be around 70,000.
Around 70,000 is what it should, which,
I believe when I met with Mr. Jackson and Susie from the budget hearings last year, I asked for 63,000. And they cut it to, I can't remember exactly, Susie, but I think it was to 53,000 or something. We
So this year, Kathleen, James is saying we budgeted 51,000. Where are we actually? Does anybody know how much we've actually spent of that 51,000?
I think Catherine said it
You
around
just said 70
70,000.
something,
Was
but
that this year? I thought she was answering the one for
No,
fiscal year
I think she was
2021.
answering.
No,
Yeah,
I'm
this year.
asking what the estimates
So
would be.
this year, Seth.
Yeah,
okay,
what it can be at the end of the year where it doesn't have nothing filled in right there.
Gotcha.
I can't hardly
Yes.
figure this.
but it is a good example of another spot where we gotta have that data,
Yeah,
even if
it-
it's just as close as we
It's
can.
hard
get
to figure if you're over or under on your budget when there's nothing in the blank.
And to answer your question regarding the revitalization staff, this EDC is paying 25,000. We're currently funding almost $25,000. So total that we're spending on that staff is about 50,000. That's gross plus benefits altogether.
that's including benefits.
Okay.
Yes.
So that position is split down the middle.
Mm-hmm. Correct.
Revitalization specialist.
Yes.
I've done some figuring on, the way I look, if I go by y'all's figures, in a year's time, y'all gonna write 10,800 certified letters to go out. At 200 a week.
Hey,
That,
200 cases per month. That's
Yeah.
what we're basing it on. 10 cases per officer per day.
Right
It's 20
now,
days. a
and
month
and
if
you
you
got,
actually work.
you got 4, that's
Yeah.
40 a day.
Yeah.
Yeah.
just to note, right now, we're at the budgeted was 8,000. Current up to date on the system right now is roughly 12,197.33.
I have to question
No,
that
no,
number
amount.
because if you're going from the
Expensive.
postage machine, when we put postage, it goes under development services / community services. So I'm not sure where all the numbers are going with that because there's not one just for code enforcement.
Right.
So it could be being captured under another department.
Yeah.
And to that point, if also in the system for
That
code
number doesn't
compliance,
sound-
$51,000 was budgeted. Yet we showed 0 expenses. To Ms. Kathleen's point, it's just not being subdivided correctly.
Can we do this, council? Can we give them a lunch break to get those numbers? James, how far do you have to?
I'm good once we get that question answered.
I think that number's low, James.
So can we take a
70,000 is low.
No, the
postage?
15,000 or whatever you said, that was the actual number or something. So
You lost me. The what now?
I don't think we have a true capture of what code enforcement
yeah.
just by itself is.
Yeah, what we net, what the council needs to know is if you go by these figures, 51,000 ain't gonna get the job done. It's gonna take around 83.
Yep.
Okay. If she doesn't have enough money in her postage, she's gonna have to take it out of something else here.
Yep, and she
That's
has,
not
and
the way you do business.
she has enough money now. We know that she's generating enough revenue that this shouldn't be an issue.
It shouldn't be an issue.
Yep.
Another 30,000 shouldn't be an issue.
Right.
Because you got to get them letters out.
So that you can continue to
Otherwise you
comply,
can't clean the
generate.
city
Yep.
up.
Yep.
So,
They're legally required.
so
Yep.
y'all might want to look at raising that right there. Okay?
That works.
And that's all I got.
We're gonna take a lunch break. We're gonna
Oh.
get some of these answers to these questions. So when we start back, we'll be able to.
One more thing I want y'all to think about. I don't see this in the budget. And Susie, help me with this. I don't see this in a, do y'all know what unfunded liabilities are?
Yes.
Y'all all do. I don't see nowhere in here, Susie, where about comp time and sick time. And what makes me bring this question up is when these employees quit here several months back, we had to pay out like 500,000 to them.
Yes, sir.
So
Great point.
are we gonna get,
May I?
we need a line item in here telling us what your unfunded liabilities are.
Yep.
Can you give us an idea what that might be?
May I answer that?
Now let Susie, would you answer that?
Yes, sir. The unfunded liabilities if you're talking about vacation and sick and comp, for just general fund alone, it's over $1 million. Now we're completing the audit. So we
Staff,
will
the only people that can
coming up
get
soon.
paid comp is police and fire under collective bargaining. Regular staff can accumulate comp.
Comp mainly is from police.
Okay, what the council needs to start looking at is y'all need to
Yeah.
have your running record of what this liability is.
And we're gonna, yeah, we're
'Cause if
gonna.
you have a bunch of people retiring, that's gonna affect your budget.
We've been discussing that internally since Cesar's gotten here, and he's on it. And you wanted to say something, Cesar? We'll
Yeah, go.
let you, come on, Cesar, tell us what.
Nothing further until we have accurate data to present.
Okay.
I could just tell you that roughly $1 million is about right. We funded that. Also keep in mind that changes every pay period when folks accumulate more or take more in. We currently don't have the software necessary. And we're going to discuss a lot of these shortages when we discuss the finance budget.
Right.
Because the ongoing theme that's being mentioned here, and not to defend one department or other, because I think I've been protective of all the departments, is that all the departments are understaffed compared to the current workload.
Right.
And a lot of these things, in fairness to Susie and her staff that's here in the back of the room, as far as multitasking, you saw it yesterday. Susie was wearing 5 hats during she's doing, what arguably is more important as this budget meeting. So to answer your question, we will get that number for you, understanding that it will change bi-weekly with each pay period. But it was a point of emphasis upon my first few days here that was mentioned to everybody.
Absolutely.
It has been an ongoing method. We have an actual subcommittee that we have formed through our human resources department, who is putting together a plan of how we can reduce that liability. And based on our budgetary constraints, we will formulate different options that you can look at to how to reduce that. Unfortunately, over the years, staff has not been allowed to take vacation, apparently, in previous years, not even before COVID. They would make requests or go on leave and it just wasn't allowed. Also, thankfully, folks have worked through sicknesses and
Right.
The need and the demand has been there to where they haven't had a chance to take that. So that's where we got to this situation. Now we have to come up with a plan to reduce it. What that liability is by department, that would take a little further detail.
Well,
Yeah.
I just want to caution council, don't let that come up
That
and
needs
bite
to- that
y'all
needs
like
to
it
be-
did here
yeah.
4 or 5 months
Yeah,
ago.
that needs to be accounted for.
It needs.
Yeah, absolutely.
There needs to be a fund set up to cover that.
Absolutely. That's fair.
Something to think about.
Yeah. We're gonna take a stopping point to, we've reached a stopping point. We're gonna ask Kathleen to come back after lunch so that we can kind of clear up some of these questions that we've had so that we can make it plain for the community. Again, this is no different from a kitchen table, a mom and a dad trying to formulate a budget. It's not supposed to be perfect the first time. This is the first time we're all looking at this. Part of understanding how to come up with a budget is to understand how much am I making? How much am I making? Do we have any savings? What other resources do we have? And those numbers we have to work through. And so this is how budget workshops are supposed to be. This is the way that we move forward in a positive way. So kudos again to you, Kathleen, and your department for being here. Cesar, definitely you're in the pocket doing the work. Appreciate you. James, thank you for using all of those years of wisdom sitting behind this to help educate our council as to some of the things that we ought to be looking for and our community as to why things are the way they are and how we move forward. Again, we're gonna take a lunch break.
I just want to confirm what we're working on while we're break. The only thing we're missing is the postage numbers.
Sounds like it. We do have the answer to the salary question. It's 50/50 EDC. All right, so we're gonna look at postage numbers and make sure that we have the right number in as we move forward into 2022. And then after that, we'll go on.
And after the break, I've taken the same sheet that Mr. Compion just presented, Mayor Pro Tem Compion. We've taken this same sheet. We've tabulated what the rates are on the average. Thank you for providing this. It's very eye-opening. And I think you will be, if we could just take a minute or two to look at that when we get back from break.
Very good. We're gonna stop here. We'll be back. Council, is it agreeable to return or reconvene at 2:15?
Yep.
Sounds good. We'll see you at 2:15.
Thanks to our little trio back there. We see you. Thank you. Thanks, y'all. Thanks, Giovanna. Thank you, Kathleen. Thank you, Councilman Osteen.
I'm sorry. It does, but it's hard. Well, I plugged this in, but never plugged this into here, so, but yes, this will plug.
Want me to hole punch you along with?
Yes, we are. This is the silly part of the budget workshop.
Where we're getting.
We are back in session. As always, we have to allow for staff the time to gather the pertinent information so that we can know apples and oranges. And we thank not only Mr. Garcia and Mr. Hunter, as well as Kathleen and her staff, Susie and her staff, for working on trying to give us clarity. While we eat, they work, and we need to be mindful of that. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for your service. We are now continuing our discussion on developmental services / code enforcement. We'll turn it back over to Mr. Garcia.
If I may, a couple of housekeeping things. One, are there any more questions needed from development or code services that are code compliance that we have not yet, speaking that into existence, that we have not yet addressed? Hearing none, seeing none, I would like for us to move to the next section, if at all possible. If there's nothing else further, the only thing that was urgent for us to follow up on prior to the break was to follow up on those postage costs. You've all been given a copy of those postage costs as they are sit right now. There is some thought that there may be some discrepancy, and we would need to go back and triple check that further. And both the building coverage and code will be doing that to give us some more information.
If I may, after reviewing this and within the budget numbers in here and reviewing the stats that Mr. Hunter gave us, discussing with Osteen, I wonder if we can get an itemized report from the postage company to break this down, because I believe this is kind of confusing and it's misleading. And basically, this is pieces of mail. We don't know, there's brown envelopes, certified mail, or anything else, or boxes.
Yeah.
So I wonder if we could get that, an itemized accounting of it, and then revisit that at another point. I would think they should be able to do that for us.
Kyle is listening intently, and we'll work on that request.
It is actually, Mr. Garcia. Just an observation. These costs, if I am reading this accurately, actually don't reflect like our utility costs on the postage. But if I'm not mistaken, from my recollection, we contract with the company, and so that we don't necessarily see the postage cost
That is correct.
on that side. Okay.
Sorry, I'm borrowing your microphone. If you allow us more time to get to the itemized information, we'll share that with development services and code compliance. And as soon as we have that, we'll share it with the group. In addition to that, if nothing further, we would like to move on with the agenda. A couple of housekeeping things, if at all possible. Thank you. If nothing further, no other questions for the group. Thank you all for your hard work again.
I want to
Thank
thank
you.
y'all so much. And I'm sorry if we didn't get to you all the answers you need. You know, you can reach out to us and we'll be happy to provide those for you. But in closing, on this 2% COLA raise, if I may, now hopefully I'm not stepping over bounds, I have a suggestion. There might be people in the city that don't like it. But if you can find a way to give any kind of cost of living raise to staff, please do. But my suggestion is leave the directors out of that. Staff needs this raise. So I, as a director, will forfeit that for myself to add that to a staff member or to anyone in the city that's working below a director's salary. And that's it.
Well,
Thank you so much.
let me say this to you, Kathleen.
Yes, sir.
I appreciate your sentiment and your sacrifice. But I don't know that we would be good leaders by dividing our city and our staff that way. They need you. They need you to lead them, and you depend on them to execute. And there ought not be any daylight in that relationship. And I don't know that this council would want to in any way provide any opportunity for there to be daylight, right? So you go, we go. So we endeavor to provide for all of our staff. But I appreciate your sentiment. It's definitely a sacrificial statement from a leader, and we need more of that.
That's part of it.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank y'all so much.
Thank
Thank
you.
you.
Anything
Thank you,
else, please
Giovanna.
let me know, reach out to me. And for God's sake, if y'all get complaints, please forward them to me.
Thank y'all very much.
Great job.
Thank
Great
you, guys,
presentation.
ladies. I'd like the, also to be reflected, what you have before you that also, this department is taking the lead on is the, nice, open, clean, much bigger view of the schedule of fees that you'll be reviewing and adopting for second reading on Monday, the 8th. Should you have any questions, that is what this document is. So it's a little bit easier to see than what you had previously. I want to thank them for updating that information, providing for you legibly. Also, another question that was asked, I want to thank Mayor Pro Tem Compion for providing the sheet that shows the current averages around. I would like to reflect that currently, when you, and I've made a copy of this and it's before you right now, currently the average rates for residential, if you look at below, total average would be $7.97 would be the current average that is shown. Based on the information you just shared with us right now, would be the average. However, we are at $4.58 per 1,000 gallons. So all I did is I took that number of 31.71 that's reflected there, divided by the 5, because we charge by 1,000 gallons to make it comparable figures. So that's what is shown on this sheet that you should all have gotten handed around. If you'd like to highlight those figures, that's what that was. So this is supporting more backup documentation to your rate. I also wanted to note, we are still waiting for the rate analysis that is going to be submitted to us here, hopefully in time for our final budget meeting. We can further calculate where we are based on what changes you desire. Current calculation rates puts us at roughly $8.03. Now, this is very rough math. I have not had a chance to go over all of this with Susie. This is just internal calculation based on what you guys gave us compared to our current rate and what it would take us to get to where we need to be to make up our current deficit and still continue to offer the same level of service that we have. That's again with no new bodies and nothing more than a 2% COLA with what your current ask is now. I want to give you that as an option because we will start discussing water rates as early as August, no later than September. Thank you. If the agenda allows us to move forward here, our next department we're going to discuss would be our Parks Fund. If we could please shift your pages to 164. On page 164, you'll notice your review of the Parks Fund. Fairly simple, half a pager. I will entertain any questions that you have. The number is only $10 different from what it was the previous year.
Okay. Is this the $1 donation or the $2 donation?
Susie, could you speak to that, please? Also, I'd like to note that Susie may have limited access the rest of the afternoon. She and Gus are both working on a project separate from what we're talking about.
Okay.
So if they have limited response time, I apologize in advance. I'll do the best to answer any questions or come back with information.
Yeah. Let us know if that happens, Cesar, so that we can compile questions for her. And so that when she logs back on, we'll give her a special time to respond to those so we can work around that schedule.
Certainly.
But would we like to hear from our
Well,
Parks board?
Susie's on now.
Huh? Yes, sir. What was the question? I'm sorry.
The question that was posed was on page 164 on the Parks Fund. Can you give us a breakdown of how these numbers were compiled?
A breakdown of how these numbers are compiled. The Parks Fund, yes. I basically, for the revenue side, we use the best guesstimate. So that's how that 4,000, just to stay consistent with budget 2022 current year. As far as the 30,000, I really had no idea what the Parks Board had in mind. Did not have enough time to get with Rick and find out more. So just to play it safe, I just wanted to budget $30,000 something in case they have some needs and it's already appropriated for whatever projects that they see necessary to proceed during the year and reach out with council. But I really have no idea the 30,000. I just wanted them to have some money to do something in case there's any need. And honestly, had there been enough time, I really should have gotten together with Rick and him connecting to the Parks Board and Council regarding what projects lined up, but I really didn't have the time to do that. There was a time crunch. So do apologize for that.
Thank you for your leadership there, Ms. Susie. Having said that, if you allow us more time to respond to that question specifically, we'll go from there. It is my recommendation right now that if the funds, being that this is the donation account, if the funds are not there to support the $30,000 ask that we eliminated at time of request to match no more than what the revenue would be.
Yeah, a couple things. There should be a list in somewhere in our documentation. I don't have it with me, but Susie, don't we have a running total of what's in that fund somewhere? Isn't that a part of our budget documentation normally?
Now, this looks like it's a donation account.
Yeah.
So this is just merely the donations,
Yeah, we should.
separate from the $2 per
Right,
bill.
and we normally keep track of that as well.
Yes, this is a donation account, and we get the money from the utility billing side.
Right, so what is the, we have a running total of that fund, and so since we do, what's in that fund right now?
Okay, what is in that fund right now? Let me go through.
While she's doing that, Mike and Tanya, page 15, Mike and Tanya, certainly there's a question on what sort of plans you all may have. Mike, you're gonna have to come to the podium so that the public can hear you. What page?
Actually, you
James?
can sit right there if you want, sir.
To give you a 3-year summary. Of how much money.
Yes, page 15. Yes,
The,
Fund 81.
I believe, the donation fund from our last agenda meeting is within a couple thousand. It was either 58,000 or 59,000.
Mhm.
I was here to actually listen to, I assume this fund was talking about the $2 utility fund, and I was trying to see what the total was on that current total. That's what I was more interested in. I'm not sure as far as the agenda items, which fund we were referring to, but it sounds like y'all were referring to the donation fund, but
This is
59,000 and some change.
This is
Yes.
a donation fund. It says the projecting ending balance after next year will be 34,000.
That's
Maybe-
because it takes into account that $30,000 that I budgeted for that fund, not knowing the specific projects.
Gotcha. So now we're at 60. So you do have 60,000.
Mayor,
Go ahead,
if I can, to clarify that, if you look at the bottom of page 15, with your highlighters, if you want to take line, what's shown as Fund 81 and highlight straight across, you'll notice that where the FY 22 estimated beginning balance meets Fund 81 at 59,983,
Mhm.
that was your starting budget. Then we'll add what was the proposed revenues we expected to receive from donations is how you got to that number of, in this case, it should have been, quick math here,
It's 34,000.
59. Sorry,
61,000.
59,983
64.
plus 4050. That number should have been 64,033 is what we estimated that to be. But then what Susie then took out the 30,000 proposed in expenses that was brought up to you in your last budget cycle. And that's how she comes up with an estimated projecting balance of 34,033.
So now,
Then we add to that the projected revenue of being $4,000 that she's projecting from page 164. She's projecting that this year you'll receive 4,000 donations in that account. So to answer your question, we would have to just take the 34,033 plus 4,000. Estimated if 30,000 is what was exactly spent, then your number for this year's budget, assuming a 4,000 donation, would be 38,033.
so I know you want to talk about the $2 fee. We can get to that, but before we get to that, roughly this council or excuse me, let me say it correctly. This administration is requesting from this council $30,000 of your donation fund so that you can do with it as you will for this year. So what sorts of projects, I know we're putting you guys on the spot, but you all seem like you all have an agenda for the parks. You need to be thinking about what sorts of things do you want to have done for our park system with this proposed $30,000 budget?
Actually, some of that discussion already occurred. Some of it, the preliminary discussion already occurred when we talked about how you wanted to allocate some of those funds.
That was for the 21-22 budget.
Right. But to answer the question being asked, whatever doesn't get used from that amount, because you'd earmarked a certain amount of dollars, would be added if you don't use it. It's more attending to the 30,000 that is being expended this year. Now you have an entire list from the Parks Conceptual Master Plan that was just adopted a couple months ago that the Parks Board is still going through, asking for their projection for this next year. So I think the 30,000 would be consistent from that line item, unless you say differently, Mr. Buck.
Well, what I see here is what y'all, this is the first time I've ever known y'all to do this, is the budget money that, according to this line item, is coming from, I don't know what you call it, but our $2 donation.
No, this
No,
line item
this
is
is
coming
not the
from the
$2
dollar donation.
This is the dollar.
Well,
the
not
volunteer,
donation.
yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay. In the past, our funding has come from the city's general fund or the city's taxes or whatever. It's never come out of this budget.
So let's look at this, Mike. So there are other, I'm sure, other opportunities for improvement to our park system that will come from property tax general fund.
Yeah.
I'm sure this council will consider that.
Yeah.
What we want you to focus on with this,
Mhm.
not necessarily new swings and repairing concrete as much as what other sorts of things could we do to our park system to make it nice? Like, could we plant a garden? You know, things like that.
Come up here.
Come on up, Mr. Onion.
I would think,
But we're working on, right now, we're working on
Have a seat, Tanya.
right now, we are working on naturescapes, designing naturescapes for our
Right.
gardens. We've already decided what type of plants we wanted. We're just working on a couple of other things so we can get a budget and find out how much that is. We are also working on putting sensory sidewalks at some of our parks. And we're planning on working with some community organizations to help come out and help us install them. We're trying to put in, what is that? The game that starts with a P.
Oh,
Pickleball.
Oh,
Pickleball.
Oh,
We're
pickleball.
trying to get the tennis court set up for that as well.
right.
We are looking at purchasing dog stations to put in our park. So we have a lot of things that we're working on now that we're earmarking either to utilize in this year's budget so that we don't lose anything, and whatever we can't fund in this year, we're gonna utilize for next year.
May I just clarify something?
Yeah.
Since this is a donation account and this is where these funds are coming from, understand that your allotment, whatever you don't use, goes back to your donation account.
right.
So you're not forced to it. However, having said that, the question I think being asked by council is last year, 30,000 was what was requested. Now we're looking at, you're going to have a projected amount at the end of the year to be 38,033. The question would be that once whatever you have left over of the 30 that you don't use, that you've already begun to allocate for projects, do you need an additional amount this year? And if so, what that amount would be? And if you don't have that number yet, I'm sure council would allow you to bring that back.
Yeah, and what I want you to drill down on is, let's think about it. We're not asking you to maintain our park system. So any opportunities there are to maintain what we have, that's on the backs of the taxpayer. We're asking you through this dollar donation to come up with ideas to enhance, right? The beautification projects, or let's think outside the box. Are there certain classes maybe that some of our members would enjoy? Yoga classes, maybe, do some things that will help make our park systems more attractive. We have the maintenance obligation. You all, through this donation, folks are saying to you, we want to see what you can do to enhance what we have.
We're also
There you go.
working on events, so we're planning events as well, and that's all going to be done in next year's budget.
Very good. very
And
good.
Mayor, if I may, I've been sitting through the Parks Board meetings as well as the other boards to try to sit through and bridge the gap a little bit that it maybe exists to try to better explain some of these things to all the board members and have been present for that. And will continue to provide that support as needed to continue guiding or asking any questions or helping out in that manner.
Very good. Council, do we have any questions for the Parks Board as relates to this dollar donation voluntary fund?
None for me.
I think it would be helpful, both Rock and Tanya, if you would provide us, not right now, but in writing, the items that we agreed upon on, you know what I'm referring to, right? At all the different parks, including an effort to kind of kick off the Saltgrass Park, which has been a bit of a surplus. Okay, so if you could provide that list to all of council and the numbers that were associated, I think that's the guidance and information
Yeah.
you're looking for.
Yeah.
Okay.
There.
Yeah, we discussed that last meeting. We're trying to get the money expensed out this year that we were funded with, and at the bare minimum, we were talking about doing just site work at Saltgrass to where at least the community sees something's going on out there. You know, it's been 5 or 6 years since they were promised a park out there.
And
I just want to say something about District A. You know, I've been fighting for District A Park and trying to get, and I'm still gonna fight for it. And I know we weren't still in talks with.
I was going to close with several. things that
Okay,
have come
go
to-
ahead.
to
I would
mind.
like to know that.
I'll bring that at the end if you don't mind, but I want to address this first thing is again, as Mayor Pro Tem has said, there's the option of bringing all those things together. I know we have a Parks Board meeting in 2 weeks.
Yeah.
We can provide that list, have it together and bring it to council saying, here's a summary of what happened through the minutes and everything else, confirm that it's accurate. We bring that information back and then decisions are made as to what your request, if any, would be this year. But I urge you again, don't feel like you're being pressured by use it or lose it. These are donation funds that revolve back. So having said that, we will do that. Also, the Parks Conceptual Master Plan that both the Parks Board and this council has approved is your marching orders, if you will. Not only to say what the desires were of the community for each one of your parks, but it gives a suggested itemized line of what you could do. So for equity and equality reasons, you might not be able to do all the parks at one time, or even all the things at one individual park. But that way, the Parks Board has been tasked to say, all right, look, this park, folks said they wanted a water fountain. Okay, let's put money for water fountain for this part. This next year, let's try to address one thing in each park, maybe, or two things, depending on what the budgetary constraints.
That was gonna be actually the only thing I had to say, which was, it seems like not only am I reminded again that when we get ready for next year's budgets, that I think the timing of having the Parks Board having done this work so that when you come to the budget workshop, you can say like, here's the things out of the conceptual plan that we're planning to do. That would be really helpful. But then, yeah, like we finally have that plan. Goodness. So that seems like that's the menu to start picking from, in addition to everyone's great ideas that are on the board. So.
And the next part of what I wanted to update is new developments when it comes to parks.
Okay.
We, without too much information, I haven't had a chance to share this with Parks Board because it's been all at once. We've been proposed the possibility of attaining to either taking over a certain park that belongs to TCISD, a certain land or property. I'll go ahead and say it because it's very public that it's been considered. They currently spend about $100,000 a year taking care of Etheridge Stadium between the liability, insurance and so forth, and the maintenance that would require for that park, 2 people, equipment, so on and so forth. So it would cost us, and again, rough numbers, we're still working with Dr. Duarte on that, but they have, it's on the table, it's being discussed for Etheridge Stadium. In addition to that, there's been the discussion of what's going to happen with Laguna Park. And I'll let you provide an update on where they are with that, if you have one.
I don't, it's changed in the past few months, because when we finally received the stuff from the master plan, obviously it's a long-term lease, and they dug and they found the actual lease, and it's old typewritten lease, and it's actually expired.
Right.
So Bo Hunter reached out to Monsignor over there this months ago, and he said, yeah, we'll work with y'all long-term lease. You know, no problem, whatever y'all want. They just don't want to sell the property.
Hmm.
Then barely 2 months difference, you know, obviously the Monsignor there is the
Left.
caregiver of the
Yeah.
property. But
Changing leadership.
it ultimately goes to the Houston Galveston diocese.
Oh, okay.
Since then, the Monsignor he obviously talked to him. And they wanted to put in the contract, which wouldn't be really worth a while for us for long term, was if they sold the property, the contract would be invalid or voided. And I was like, well, we're not gonna invest that much
Right.
money, because that was going to be like a marquee park for the city.
Yeah.
Right.
And so now we're reaching
Okay.
out to them
Gotcha.
to see, you know, going through the channels to see about inquiring about purchase and just that piece of property.
So to that point, there is a possibility that the entire property may be put for sale. Very preliminary discussion that they're still deliberating on their own. However, the outcome of that discussion would ultimately possibly affect us, because if they do sell that to a different person, then we would lose that park if that person would not like to honor the current state that we have. Our current agreement is we basically maintain the grounds of the park in exchange for use of it. If I'm not mistaken, that's pretty
Yes,
much our
that's what
current
it is.
agreement. So the option that would become is if it stays in their hands and we can continue to use it, we can keep the current agreement. Second option would be if it changes hands, and we would need to negotiate said agreement to continue with whoever the new owner would be. If it's parceled off in sections, then whatever decision comes of there. And then ultimately, if it does become available for sale, then would there be an interest from the city to outright purchase it? And if so, at what price? So that's an update on that facility today.
Let's just be clear for those of us at home. Lagana Park is not owned by the city of Lamarck. It is owned by the Queen of Peace Catholic Church and the Houston Galveston Archdiocese. Would that be correct, Joe?
Yes.
So we don't own it. The Catholic Church owns it. We lease it and we utilize it as a park. Just trying to clear it up.
Correct.
Go ahead, say so.
And then the last update on Parks or Parks facilities is, and without letting that be known, there is a land in District A that there's a possibility that we may be able to enter into either a lease agreement or outright purchase. Out of preliminary discussion with that group, I don't want to disclose that at this time, in fairness to them, because they still need to get that vetted through their leadership and their group. However, it's a possibility that we may have some type of amicable agreement to either lease or purchase a park in District A in the very near future. And that's all I have to update on that. But at least, and again, this is fresh off the presses that not even I've had a chance to discuss with the Parks Board, nor with any of you guys, but I felt suited that based on the fact that it's on the agenda, then that would be the best time to introduce it.
Thank you for that, those updates.
Sure.
We are going to see if council has any questions that you may be able to answer, but then we also need to have, while Mr. Bach is here, Ms. Griffin is here, this discussion about this $2 fee that is on the parks system. Would you like to get into that discussion
Yes,
first? Okay.
I would like to. So I'd like to draw everybody's attention again to your sheets.
Okay.
Page 15, and it is your item 66. It says Fund 66, where it says your surcharge, your park surcharge. You have a budget book there if you'd like.
Yeah.
It is item 66. So if you take your highlighters and or rulers and highlight straight across, you'll see a brief synopsis and history of where we are on this account. In 2021, your beginning balance was 2021 142,425, and you see the history as it's projected. Obviously, each year the revenue has gone up because we have more meters, right? The more meters we have, the more $2 donations are occurring on a monthly basis. A positive to that is the growth of the city will ultimately yield more, and this fund will be able to grow faster. The intent of this fund, when it was created, was the fund to be used towards matching funds towards additional grants. So to date right now, please do not look at FY 2023 for the base of discussion. Look at currently FY 2022 estimated balance shows a number of 458,181. We are projecting that with the meters stay the same and so forth, that by the end of this fiscal year, we'll have 458,181 in that account. Then we're also projecting that next year we will bring in a 156,000. That would bring our running total, if no dollars are spent, to 614,181 in that account. Now, why is that number of significance? You currently have 150,000 of those funds tentatively earmarked for your Mahan Park boat ramp grant that you've already begun the first phase. So 150 of that is technically already earmarked to be used. In addition to that, at this last meeting that we had, correct me if I'm wrong, was it last week, Thursday? We already approved to the second part of Mahan Park grant, Texas Parks and Wildlife, that we've now earmarked, assuming that we receive that grant, for another 50-50 match of 300,000, which would be $150,000 match. So in line with our Parks Conceptual Master Plan and available funding that's become available through different grants, we've applied for a second grant, which if accepted, as you've already voted on, it would earmark another 150,000 from that. So assuming that our numbers stay as projection of the 156 this year coming up, minus 300,000, then you would technically have a working amount, assuming that we get funded appropriately and nothing else is spent, of 314,181 minus projected expenses.
So that second $150 earmark, you said the first one was the Mahan Park boat ramp.
Boat ramp. The
what you-
second one was the one you voted on this past
For
Thursday
the
for the actual fields.
master park plan.
Right, correct.
Okay.
For the actual fields to start some of that development that we need help with there. I hope I've answered your questions thus far and given you a running.
So none of these earmark grants have anything to do with the shoreline over at Highland Bayou.
No.
Not yet. No,
Okay,
no, not yet. And again, those are other dollars. The grant that we did apply for that, they did not disclose a grant amount, a match amount. So I would urge that we don't use up all that money right now. We allow it to keep building over the years so that when we find grants that we apply for, I mean, again, hopefully we get them, but
so shoreline at Highland Bayou and also bulkhead at Omega Bay.
Bulkhead and Mega Bay, the argument would be, would it come from this fund or not, being a parks fund? But yes,
Okay,
to
gotcha.
answer your question, yes,
Gotcha.
all of those would be matches. Right
Um,
now, we applied for a grant for Omega Bay. In the vicinity of $110,000 would be our required match. The total would be 160, but Omega Bay has earmarked 50,000 out of their fund to contribute towards that 160. So what should we be awarded, then that would be an additional 110. And while we're talking about matching funds, we've also applied for a separate grant for Omega Bay and the one that you mentioned now for Highland Bayou. Those match amounts currently are not disclosed because they haven't told us that we've passed the next round yet. That one works a little bit different. First you apply, they find your need and so forth, but they have started inquiring about those others. And as soon as we have information, we will let you know accordingly.
Okay, I think Casey wants to get in.
I only wanted to ask about something that was expressed to us as really important at the last budget cycle, and that was the pavilion.
Yes.
Yes. Good,
Like,
Casey.
if in my memory, that was communicated to us as like an immediate
Yeah,
danger.
you're right.
And as far as I know, we haven't done anything, right?
Correct.
Would that be, I mean,
Yeah.
I only bring it up because like I said, in my memory, was one of the last times I saw Mac. And I remember him being
Right.
like, this is a huge problem. This is a huge liability.
It's all, I mean, yes, correct. It's always been a budget item due to the cost. It was just
Right.
kept
I mean, I know
putting
it's
off,
a
putting
huge
off.
amount of money. I'm just wanting to bring it up because. it
And
was-
I mean, this, the $2 fund, that was kind of always took it as that was going to be for grant matching
Right.
funds. But like, for instance, the proposed total this year would be roughly 458,000. But so far we got earmarked 2 grants that's going to take 300 of that away. So that leaves roughly 158. Now, again, see, they have a lot going on, like he just said about the bulkhead requesting
Yeah.
or doing initial legwork for the shore erosion in Highland Bayou Park and what's going on at Omega Bay. The estimate we got, that's probably 3 years ago, was $128,000 to fix that.
I remembered it being over 100.
And so I guess what I'm saying is, and I know what you're saying is there's 150 kind of on the table. But again, it depends on which one of these other projects come in first.
Mhm.
But again, it's
Yeah.
at
Well, there's-
council's decision to, where they want to earmark that money.
Yeah, with projections, you're really at with about a 300 grand
Yes,
for next fiscal year. And I'm not saying this better be on there. I just, considering when you came in, I didn't know if that had been communicated to you as one of the things that was on that
It-
itemized list for us last year.
It has been, and we wanted to make sure that we finish the Parks Master Plan, conceptual Parks Master Plan process. That we can further assess what's done to see what repairs we can make substantially in-house,
Cool.
and we have done some.
Yeah.
To the pavilion. I think it's been acknowledged that we've done a lot of work there.
Okay, cool.
Pressure washing, painting, and a lot of stuff that we've done. I hate to use the term of slapping lipstick on a pig type situation, but we've done the best we can with the budget we have. However, having said that, we will continue to
Okay.
address it and look at it
That's all.
and consider it.
Thank you. And thank you.
So also, I think we need to check and see with that, and I don't necessarily want to discuss it anymore, to make sure that the Omega Bay shoreline, what is that considered, right? That'll be important. We don't have to answer that today, but that's important in this whole discussion.
If you allow us more time to
Yeah.
hopefully be in deeper consideration with those grants. Right now, the only one I could speak to is it would require one of the two that we've applied for, specifically for the dredging and the work at Omega Bay is approximately it is $160,000 match, of which Omega Bay has committed from their organization,
Right.
50,000 to cover that. If awarded, we would be on the hook for the other 110.
Right.
Which then we would decide if you want to take it from here. And if it qualifies under whatever guidance and auspices was created.
Right. And so what I want to make sure is that, but we will definitely, this council will work to come up with the resources necessary. If we are awarded a grant in Omega Bay, we have to do something about those bulkheads, whether it comes from parks, funds, or the general fund. What I'm saying is, before we even consider whether or not it can come from the Parks Fund, we need to probably Gus to help us to understand what is the shoreline actually considered, right?
Yes, sir.
Is that governed by Parks and Wildlife? Is that considered a park? We don't know. So we just want to
Certain
get
parts
out.
of it may, you could
Yeah.
argue certain parts of it may, like the bay and so forth.
Yeah.
The argument would be the residential side, but the fact that they're also contributing to the residential side. I'm sure that there's some leeway there,
Yeah.
and we could talk to the funding agency about that to justify what percentage of it maybe.
Yeah.
What percentage of the 160 would be considered recreation versus, or parkland or whatever, versus what part would be residential, and then we can make that decision to lighten the ramifications of the financial impact of such a decision.
Very good. Council, jump in. Anybody?
I have no questions.
Joe,
No, fine.
Kim,
I just hope if you would get at the stadium, you guys would be freaking heroes, right? For the park board. You'll be able to make some money
It's,
if you get at the stadium because of the legacy of the stadium, and
yes,
that would be an amazing feat to do for the board to be able to be over something like that with that type. I'm just talking about the future, you know, if that happens. So
Yeah,
I'm excited
I
to
mean,
see. I know this
It's-
year
it's-
was tough. This year was tough.
there's a lot of history back there. I mean, yeah, but then again, realistically,
If it happens.
these large school districts, all around us, they all share
Mhm.
one field.
Yeah.
And, to even think about bringing that field up to the quality of that one is tens of millions of
Oh, no,
dollars,
no.
Right, and then,
We're talking about AU ball. See,
Right.
you're older now, so we don't really know, but AU, that's
Okay.
a whole nother, well, 'cause you're
right,
president.
but the thought on that, just if I may quickly, the thought would be to open up the track
Right.
for walking, allow people to run the stairs, maybe host a youth football, youth
Right.
soccer organization,
Mhm.
even
Okay.
discussions.
Yeah.
It would be, no, it wouldn't
Right,
be to bring
it would
the
be
high
more of a
school back over.
community park, but not so much for that. I mean, you could also do it if you wanted to host a special event, like I know many cities host like a Relay for Life event.
Right.
That would be the prime facility to do so if you had a walking track to do it.
Mhm.
It bodes to having a centralized kind of
Right.
unit park that has multi-use.
Right.
So that would be the intention. However, the financial ramification is one that we would need to be able to make sure that we
Right.
can, make sure that we can afford it, we can account for it. And also, where does that fall in line with, okay, we've got three choices. We've got Mystery Park A that I've told you about. We've got the actual stadium, and then we have Lagana Park, if that comes online as a possibility, which one do we go after?
Right.
And how do we negotiate that? And that's a decision that we collectively can have at that time, if we're able to do any of it,
Yeah,
right?
Right. That would be a great community survey if that's an option. But anyway, that's why I was just thinking of for
Okay.
you all, because I know as a teacher and as a person that grew up in the area,
Mhm.
what that stadium means
Right,
for this
right.
community as a sacred place,
Oh,
right?
yeah. What is
Um,
there, 7
think-
or 8 memorial
yeah,
flagpoles right
right.
there?
I mean,
Yeah.
I grew up right down the street,
Right.
but I spent many Fridays down here on Friday night. And I just know what my constituents have shared with me about taking that sacred space back. So
Mhm,
anyway,
mhm.
and y'all are longtime Marque residents, so you guys know
Oh, yeah.
the importance of that. My whole thing is that we have to get areas that are safe, right?
Mhm.
For our community. I'm gonna take this off. So when we did our pop-up party at on Lake Road 1765,
Mhm.
and people came and said, this is some amazing shade. The trees are beautiful
Yeah.
out here, and it was very nice, and it just had a very nice feel to it, and that's, to me, is community. That's what has made, in my opinion, this community different, and why there's so much pride here. Everybody doesn't have the Marque pride like you guys have it.
Mhm.
I grew up in Clear Lake, so everybody's so mobile over there. You don't really grow up with that kind of pride that you all have here. And it's very special and unique, right?
Mhm.
And so when we did that, and I had so much more appreciation for our parks, and just hearing what people said, saying how nice this was, the ambiance of it,
Yeah.
the shade, the music, and all that. So
Mhm.
that's why I said you guys would be freaking heroes, right? If we can
Mhm.
get some of those spaces back under control.
Yeah, that's some of those spaces that you wear. You almost alluded to the fact, but I'm gonna just
Yeah.
go ahead and bring it up anyway.
Yeah, yeah.
Is getting the park in District A.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's up front. As you're aware, they're looking at larger pieces of property than the one you went, because
Right.
when we were doing the public meetings
Mhm.
with Ardura at all the different parks, the public wanted so much.
Right.
And if we can afford it, they deserve it,
Right, right.
because basically we have these little pocket parks.
Mhm.
That one property that you had mentioned, it was just
Too small.
so small for
Right.
the one. I mean, everybody wants a dog park,
Right,
believe it or not.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
so with that being said, we're working.
Yeah.
We're trying to capture
Yeah.
one or two, either or
Yeah.
large pieces of property. With that being said, I believe it was in our Parks Master Plan is
Mm-hmm.
the priority one part would be salt grass.
Mhm.
Yes.
That's what we saw. I could still fight.
And,
my
and, no,
district.
and I'm telling you, I'm just saying, don't get mad at us. We're working on a better piece.
I have hope.
Actually-
I have hope.
Actually, and Mr. Bog, if I can correct you, there was a list of the priority of the parks and they put them in order.
Mhm.
But separate from that, there was also an addendum made where we acknowledged the fact that a park in District A, as well as other possible parkland, to keep in line with the growth of the city and the growth of the residents, we did identify several parcels of property that would do so. And we thought that acquisition of new parkland would fall in line as opportunity allowed, along with the upgrades to
Yes.
those 10 other parks.
Agreed.
So
But
just point of
I-
clarification there.
And that's why I was just trying to follow up, because council voted to, provide salt grass for the park,
Mhm.
5-6 years ago.
Right.
And, we hear that back from the community. When is it gonna happen? When is it gonna happen?
Yeah.
And granted, you're the first one, you stepped up, you're a champion for District 8,
Yeah.
which you should be.
Yeah.
And just know that we're working behind the scenes for some large properties that would really be nice parks if it's to come to fruition.
Yeah.
The
You'll be my hero.
we're bare minimum for salt grass is
Yeah.
like say on some of this money is just really have to start with doing dirt work,
Right.
a parking lot, and then maybe
I
a
would-
play set,
Yeah.
because just like all the other parks are asking for walking trails,
Right.
dog parks, and obviously all the new parks
Mhm.
obviously have to be
Up to code.
we call it 88. You know,
right.
the old ones are kind of grandfathered,
Mhm.
but anything new, it has to be built to ADA compliance with the sidewalks and the ramps and all that. So, again, we're not forgetting about District A, but kind of even in the master plan, there's the priorities on that Saltgrass Park first, and then we'll win them away. But hopefully, my goal is to get one of those large pieces of property and to create a really nice big park in District A.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Any questions, we have about parks?
So, sir, we've already deliberated the first part of that during the Public Works section where we added some maintenance dollars in there that you supported. Nothing further for parks at this time.
One last question for you while they're here. What is the status of our Marque Girls Softball Association and the work that we have been endeavoring to do with the softball fields at Mahan Park?
Certainly. A lot of the dollars that we've tried to earmark towards the end of this fiscal year is to try to provide some support there. Last bit of conversation that we had through email, correct me if I'm wrong, if you've had any further information, is they've already begun registration. They've already begun getting some potential donors lined up that would help support their cause to get them where they need to be faster. I believe, don't quote me if I'm wrong, their registration runs through the end of August. So they're already registering and planning on doing so. What we've started to do is, in preparation for when they are ready to take the field, we've started doing any site prep locations, getting quotes on certain things to be fixed. We're working together, both they and I. We've given them access to go in there and look at the space, measure it, get vendors in to provide quotes, what have you, for what their needs would be. Further, unfortunately, I am sad to report that when we went to start doing some of our inspections following the signing of that contract, we have recently learned, when we did our light preparations as part of our light study, to prepare for when daylight saving times come, we've noticed that somebody's gone in there and stolen all the wiring for all the lighting at the park. I cannot discuss further on that. There is a police report that's been filed. It is being pushed through our risk management to look to see if we can reclaim some of those dollars. It's Mahan Park for the softball program. So again, not public information until you asked, but honestly, it's something that we just discovered in the past week or so, since our last meet, give or take a week and a half.
Well, no, I knew back in January. Because I went out there and with an electrician, brought in a commercial generator just to test the lights on field 1. And as we went to move to field 2 and 3, all electrical's been ripped out. Stolen for the copper.
So essentially, since those things have transpired, we are in attaining quotes of what it would be necessary to do that. And until I have some more concrete information as to what those costs would be, the idea is to give them at least one field to be playable right now to start the season. And we will progress and seeing what we can do to work together to make that happen.
Yeah, their goal is concentrate is getting field 1, which is the first field.
They're going to be a smaller league the first year, right?
Yeah, and they're also, the way I guess they're setting up the league is they'll be able to travel. So if the field's not ready, they can play.
Right.
They'll be playing interleague with other cities.
First season will probably be more of a what we'll call a visiting squad. They'll probably play no home games. They'll use their home field for practice.
Yeah.
Most of their games will likely be away until we get the facility over time.
They although the contract had been signed, they just recently got the keys, and they concession stand's horrible. They just gonna have to gut it back just to the wall, new roof, new everything. And I know they've already brought one contractor in willing to donate, but to look at it and give them a bid and work with the city on how to, because everything's gonna be done above board, permits pulled where they need it to be pulled. And they're in, like I say, preliminary, they're moving forward themselves, trying to get the working on the concession stand and getting that would have to be rebuilt. Don't have to be rebuilt for play, but they kind of go hand in hand because they raise money through the concession stand to support their league. They've already got some grants from some different associations. One is to help the underprivileged kids for the fee, the registration fee. And so yeah, they're moving forward. They're going to make the best of it as they can, as things happen, I guess you say.
Yeah. Well, thank you all for your service.
All right.
Thank
Mr.
you.
Osteen, did you have a question for them or about the parks? Is it for Mr. Bach and Ms. Griffin, or is it about the budget? Okay. All right. Thank you, Mike. Page 164.
Yeah, 164. And on it shows the actual year to end date for 2021 of $585.
164.
You see that?
I'm sorry, I'm taking a moment to get there.
Yeah, page 164. If you go to on the 3-year summary, it shows the ending balance of 53,949.
From page 16.
On page 15 on account 81.
Uh,
So me as a citizen out there, this Parks Fund is what I'm looking at, and it's showing a deficit. We're going to spend this year of $25,950. And my question is, if we're going to end up with 38,000, why we got a deficit? You see what I'm talking about?
It's Susie.
I'm sorry, Mr. I want to make sure I understand the question. You're saying actual 6572.
Well, what I'm saying is actual year to end money in account, the way I read this, total revenues. If you look at your 3-year summary, it says the ending balance for 2021 was $53,949. And here it says it was only $585 on page 164. And then it says, you know, you budget a minus 25,960 when you end the year with 53,000. So why would we want to show that we're going to be in the hole for 25,950 in 2023 when we got 38,000 projected?
So I want to first apologize.
Huh?
I want to first apologize. The sheet 164 probably doesn't properly illustrate the carryover funds from the year before. If you look again at the first column where it shows 53,364. So
53,949.
no, sir. If you look at Parks Fund, all the way to the left, it says 53,364.
Yes.
That was the beginning balance at the beginning of the year.
Okay.
Then $7,157 came in as far as donations that came in for that actual year.
Right.
Then there were $6,572 utilized, which brought the balance down to $53,949.
Right.
The following year, it was an estimated revenue amount of $6,034. To date, nothing was used from that account.
Correct.
Then that number went up to 59,983.
Yes.
Then if you look at the number for proposed revenues, it's proposed that this year, it was estimated that that account would receive an additional $4,050, which would have brought the total to 64,033 should that number stay true. If you just subtract the $30,000 that was estimated that was allotted from last year's fiscal year budget towards the Parks Fund, the Parks Board to allocate towards projects, it would bring that running total project to the 34,033 that's showed on the far right. Where I'm apologizing for the error is that 34,033 should have been brought over as a carryover amount as to what the starting balance was.
On this sheet.
Yes, sir, on
164.
page 164.
Okay, and if it would have been brought over, why are we gonna be in a whole 25,950?
That's what I noticed, that we need to correct that.
You only, okay,
Yeah, so we need to bring that 34,000 over and properly allocate that along with the proper projections to support the fact that we're
Yeah.
asking for another 30,000 in expenses.
because it looks like you're already in the hole and you're gonna spend money you don't have, what it looks like.
It looks that way, but it's not. Thank you for pointing that out.
Yeah. Any other questions on Parks Fund, on Parks Master Plans, or on the $2 park assessment? Moving from parks, we are now at, I noticed we skipped the cemetery fund.
I apologize. We could do that pretty quickly.
And then we'll do cemetery and then we'll follow with the youth fund.
Yes, sir. If we could please go to page 168. As we did with other accounts, I'll ask you to reference page 15 for reference. And if you want to take your highlighter and cross it all the way across, it would be Fund 89 is your cemetery fund. And it shows the history of where you are, equal to what I just apologized for the Parks Fund. I'll apologize for not carrying over that 26,254 over to this account. That should be your carryover balance that should be reflected here. Now, a tough decision is to be made. We're already starting the year with, again, the number I read to you, assuming that all expenses stay true, $26,254,000. $26,254 is your carryover fund. Instead of allocating due to budget cuts, the carry forward, which normally historically been $25,000 a year, I've asked, since our estimated number was a lot less than before. If you notice, in previous last year, we only spent 5,000 and we allocated a much larger amount. If we stayed true to 5,000, then I felt the need to drop that to 10,000 to keep us in par due to our budgetary constraints.
I do have a concern about that because I've asked, I asked this last budget year and I'm gonna ask this again. That we talked to Rising Star, because that's in my district, and they had some needs that they could not do, after expanding. And again, I'm gonna put it on the record that Rising Star is private, but it was private due to Jim Crow laws. And so when people talking about history, we are still operating in a history of segregation, and they are very interested in, because I've talked to their board member, of talking to the city about changing that. And so that they would be a part of the cemetery board. Their pastor is now about 93 years old. He is the longest serving senior pastor in the entire nation. And so, but that's something I would definitely want us to look into before we approve this budget, because I'm concerned during hurricane season with all those what is that timber that's still out there, and see if they were part of the budget, we could have had that done. And right now they're not, and they can't afford to move it. So again, I think we need to correct that wrong. That is a vestige of Jim Crow.
I will openly say that I have not been as in depth with our cemeteries to date. I will get caught up to speed. I have made a note to schedule a meeting with them and get a better understanding of what it is that we're expending. What did we spend the 5,000 that we're estimated we're going to spend on?
The city hadn't spent any money with them since 1922.
But again, with the understanding of what we're doing, whatever that would be. The other argument that council will need to give proper direction on is the argument is, if it is a privately owned cemetery, what are we going to do? Is like, why are we allocating funds to it and so on and so forth?
Right.
If we're able to come up with those terms, then we can go from there.
Yeah.
I will say that I think the decision to, the Rising Star question aside, reducing budget based on what was actually spent last year makes sense to me in a year of condensed budget. Yeah. So. I'm fine.
And there was a lot of work that has been done here. Is that correct, David? There was a lot of work in the Marque Cemetery. In the last few years, we've done a lot of work. So we have to cut back on that a little bit this year. You know, we'll survive it. We've done a lot of good stuff over there.
Well, can we use that? Well, again, if we can, what you're doing with the District 8 part, trying to talk to them, can we do that? Because that has been a point of contention for some of my residents, because with the windstorm or whatever, and then some people were trying to say the timber from Rising Star hit my window. And if that had been moved, my window would not be out. And I got a resident complaint for that, so.
I have no problem engaging in that conversation. If it is the will of the council to do so, that's fine. I just know that the argument could have come up for other things. You know,
If the
it's-
council is okay that we're still operating in Jim Crow, I want that on the record.
I have no problem taking that direction.
Okay, I'm giving it to you. All right,
If I could just interject, Ms. Nancy, I don't think any of us, at least not me, I can only speak for myself. Obviously, Jim Crow has no bearing on what it is. Jim Crow is just crazy. And so, but I will say this, I would ask that we consult with our city attorney to make sure that we're not getting into some situation, because that is, as you said, a private
okay.
entity. So whatever is done, I want to make sure that it's legal.
Cue the
I think Gus is trying to respond.
voice from the sky, Gus.
No, that's something we can look at. Absolutely. And I will get with code to find out exactly what's owned and what's out there. We can go from there.
And guess I suggest that the route is somehow we come up with, and there is this exception I'm familiar with some of the stuff in Galveston, some sort of historical designation for the cemetery somehow. And then that opens up the door.
I would
to
obviously
other.
support that decision. I just want to make sure
Yeah.
to protect everybody and so on and so forth that we're trying to.
And I've talked to Ms. Jonna, who's over there, and they are very interested in those talks. Obviously, I can't do it. That's
Sure.
something you have to do. And I've said it once before to do it. It just needs to be done. It's been 12 months now, and I know you weren't here, but it still hasn't been done. I would definitely want that to be looked at.
Duly noted.
I have a question.
Yeah.
What is the difference between us managing parks that the city doesn't own, we lease, versus the relationship with Rising Star and the Cemetery Board? That's my only question.
It's a valid question.
I will have the argument from not sitting in the seat that I sit in, right? The argument would be is that the cemetery is for those that may have a family, anybody with remains there to go visit and so forth, and may not be for general public use, or arguably, right? Because anybody could go there for historical basis to look at, whatever might have you, versus a park that's open to the public. It's open, during whatever times for recreational uses. One, two, very important point that was asked or that was made was we do have a lease at Laguna Park, and we currently don't have one in any relationship, any formal adopted relationship with the cemetery, to my knowledge.
Sounds like we need some data. Like I said, we need to know what these numbers are we're talking about and what some kind of relationship would look like.
Certainly.
I can't imagine anyone on council disagrees with the idea that rectifying the sins of the past in any way we can is our directive, but also doing it in a way that is smart and allows us to not get caught in another, issue.
And the key then is that this cemetery has to be proven that this cemetery has historical value, right? I think that's the angle, Councilwoman Yancey. This is in fact, if this can be deemed a historical marker, it would open up more opportunities.
As well as for public funding of maybe.
Exactly. But definitely we will get more word from Gus and say, so I thank you all for working on that. Any other questions about the cemetery? Now we're on the youth fund. Who's here for the youth?
Youth fund will be pretty simple to do, actually.
James, you gonna represent the youth? I'm teasing. Go ahead, say
I can
so.
quickly take us to page 162, because we're gonna whiz right through this one, I think.
One what?
162. I want to acknowledge that there should be nothing for this year in form of grants in any which way. Those 20,000 and 20,000 are listed that would bring us to a $15,000 deficit should not be there. We have essentially designated in previous years for that $25,000 contribution from waste management's contribution to occur, for it to go straight towards our summer youth intern program. Having said that, if this year we're able to enhance our relationship with Workforce Solutions, and able to get some type of return or compensation to help those summer interns, then at that time, we may have some funds left over that we could reallocate for youth purposes. So my suggestion would be is to not have any tax burden whatsoever and to not be at a deficit, is for you to take the two line items that show 20 and 20, reduce them to zero. Your line item that says transfer, where it says currently says zero, write in 25,000, and the same $25,000, assuming that we get it from waste management, the waste management contribution from above for revenue, that we allocate the same 25,000 again for a summer intern program. I want to also highlight that this year's program, you went from 10 interns to 15. And we are currently working with Workforce Solutions to see if there's any possible way that we can retain some of those summer interns who technically their term has expired. We're trying to see if we can bring them back for some of them for additional, anywhere between 240, 640 additional hours that would be paid through Workforce Solutions at no cost to us.
Okay. Could we possibly use that program to expand to work with schools? And I'm gonna lean on Kim for this one. It used to be a time where there used to be a half-day program where you would be able to go get an education in the morning and then work in the afternoon. Is that still available, Kim?
You know, I don't know if they still have that program, but that would be the vocational program. But
Yeah.
I know TWC has some form of that similar program.
So we have summer interns, but I would love to expand that to fall and spring interns, work with Dr. Duarte and the school board, because we need to partner with them more
Right.
to get some of those young people that go to school half a day and then employ them in our city to provide enhanced services in the afternoon and use the worksource to provide the bulk of the funding.
Certainly, we are doing that. And if we're successful in doing that this year, to expand our relationship that we've started this year, thank you for supporting that agreement that we signed via resolution earlier this year. As we continue to enhance that program, there's a lot of facets of that program. There's a lot of bells and whistles that they offer that we have not ever taken advantage of. Thank you, Councilman Yancey, for bringing that partnership forward, because it will not only enhance potential after-school employment or OJT employment, it'll hopefully lighten the burden on our summer internship program on the general fund, that we could use these donations for something else to enhance a youth activity elsewhere, because it is designated as youth funds. If we're able to do that, it'll give us more bang for our buck. In addition to that, Workforce Solutions also has a program that we may be able to get some of our staff trained up to and including certain majors that may qualify free tuition as well. So we are working hard through human resources to get that done. Kudos to Patty and her team. They're working hard at making that happen. And thank you, Councilman Yancey, for serving as liaison with that group to try to get us the most resources we can get.
Yeah.
Most cities do not use programs like that. The fact that we are is just, once again, we're being innovative and leading the way in that sense.
Yeah. If we can get that done, then we might be able to have a discussion about reallocating those funds for a actually Parks and Recreation Department that may only operate for the summer, right? We may only be able to have a Parks and Recreation Department that is active for 2 to 3 months out of our summer, but we can use those $25,000 and allocate that to a program to help our children, become enriched in the summer. So now we're building momentum on different fronts with our young people.
So with this youth fund, I just have a quick question. I wrote a note last night when I was looking at page 15. So with this youth fund, let's say if we have people that want to donate to the youth of Marque. So is this the fund they donate to? And let's say, or do we need to create a different fund so when Little League groups, nonprofit groups want to apply for some of that money, does it have to be another account?
Great question. So twofold answer. You currently have the mechanism through this youth program fund. If somebody wanted to make a donation, you can accept them through this fund if they're allocated specifically for youth fund.
Right.
No different than you can for the park fund or any of the others revolving accounts as they're set up. And Susie, if I speak out of turn, please correct me. So yes, the mechanism currently exists. If somebody wanted to write us a check and say, yeah, I want to support the youth of the market, I want it to be for this program, let's say we initiate a program, they want to support it. You do have the mechanism to do that. However, and because of you too, with your nonprofit background and also Mayor Pro Tem, it's not a 501c3.
Right.
So the donor won't get the full tax credit or tax benefit that they would. They'll get credit for the donation, but they won't get the full benefit as they would if it was a 501c3. Having said that, I see Miss Amy in the back of the room. They do have a Friends of Lamarck
Friends of Lamarck.
Library,
Mhm,
or Friends of the Lamarck Library, if
mhm.
you will. That fund, as I understand it, may at one point have been a 501c3 or still may be, I don't know. But assuming that some cities have this, and Gus can speak to it because he helped form the one for parks and for youth programming in Galveston, there can be a 501c3 set up. For example, Galveston has one called Better Parks for Galveston.
Okay.
They are the fundraising arm that supports infrastructure and programming for the city's Parks and Recreation program.
Okay.
So if we as a city would choose to do that, that's a method we could go. We could partner with the library and maybe create one, whatever would have you. However, that would be its own separate board that would operate separate from the city. And in this case, receive essentially no funding from the city, but they could be a fundraising arm of the city. A lot of cities have that. It could be a decision if you wanted to explore that further. Gus is the person that actually wrote, correct me if I'm wrong, Gus, you want to speak on that?
Oh, no, that all sounds right to me.
Yeah.
If the city wants to look at a separate entity as a supporting agency of the library or of a specific city fund, that's something the council can look at. And
So,
we could go.
so Gus has already shared some of that literature with me. If you like, I can share it with all of you. Gus, the literature that you use to create Better Parks for Galveston, if we want to use that as a template, if you will, for you to have the understanding of how that board it would be its own separate board, if you will.
It would be a separate entity.
It would be a separate entity altogether. Thank you
Yeah.
for clearing that up.
Okay.
So if that's the decision you like to do to maximize that, that'd be great. And the reason for that, why that makes it easier from a fundraising perspective, my fundraising background, it makes fundraising a whole lot
Yeah,
easier.
it does.
And it also makes you applicable to certain grants that cities cannot apply for,
Right.
and vice versa. So there's grants that the city can apply for that foundations may not be able to,
Right.
but there's also some foundation grants that a 501c3 may be able to apply to. So if you would like to entertain that at this time, I have no problem leading that charge. As it's very common, mostly one of the agreements that happens is either a council liaison would serve on that board if you so chose,
Mhm,
as well as the possibility of city staff
mhm.
would sit on it. That would be your discretion. We can put that together. If you want to introduce that at this time, we can.
Okay.
It's your decision how you want to put that together.
Yeah, I think that's probably
Yeah.
the better course, because I know my friend Casey
Mhm.
was very interested with the first time we got that $25,000 donation. She was because of her nonprofit background, interested on how we were going to navigate that. So I
Can't-
guarantee you, she's gonna.
To answer your
I'm talking
question,
like, you know,
No, no, I love it.
I can honestly tell you in my recent past here, foundations are a lot more likely to contribute if there's a 501c3 attached.
Yeah, that's true.
And it also makes it more attractive for other things and opens up new doors that we currently don't have. I have had very preliminary discussions with the Parks Board and very, very preliminary with the library. If they chose the two entities to merge and create one, instead of having
Right.
Better Parks for the Marque and a Friends of the Library, if they want to unite and have one, that could be their discretion. It could be under your direction to say, hey, why don't we create one of our own? And you decide how you want to do it. That is completely your decision. I'd like to do. I could tell you that you do have an exiting member of the Parks Board in honor of Mr. Bill Hunter, who has recently submitted his resignation. He maybe be good, good liaison to help and lead in that capacity.
Mhm.
No, not to say anybody in particular. I have not had this discussion with anybody. It just came to mind as I'm talking to you.
Yeah.
But if the direction from council is for us to start beginning that, I can start working on that with Gus, bring that forward, and then you can make that decision from there.
And I bring that up, Cesar, because I don't know if people know, but Galveston County has produced more professional athletes than any other county in the state of Texas. And I have 3 boys, and my brother is a coach, and he played basketball at Texas Tech. And these guys want to be able to give back. And we have, football sports was a really big thing in Lamarck for many, many years. And we never have like mechanism other than the Tech City ISD Foundation grant, where you have people that really want something to happen in the city of Lamarck, because Lamarck was that city where you came and trained your children. You came and, I remember when I first moved back here from Austin in 97, my kid was 2 people were knocking at my door. We're gonna put them in a program. I mean, it was that type of community back when we moved here where you got training. So but I bring that up because now if you've been noticing the news with the is it NIT or NLT? NIL kind of deals where now people are able to brand their kids when as soon as they hit 18 and 19, 20. But this is where recruiters are going to come to because
Well-
we produce the more professional athletes than any other county.
To be honest
So-
with you, you've got kids in high school that are now gonna make more money than some
Right,
professional athletes
right.
are because of their exposure.
Right.
To add to that, I think I've got clear direction to create that. I do think, and I do suggest that you consider that. I think it would bode well. There's a lot of things that you could initiate that way. If it's the will of the council for us to look into that, I have no problem doing that. We can go from there. Just understand that once it's created, it becomes its own separate entity. I do think that if you introduce something like this, it's my professional opinion that it will be a game changer.
Mhm.
I think it'll bring you up to par in your parks or youth programming to the level that others may not currently exist. Galveston was able to get their pool.
Mhm.
That was the main reason why they got it, was why this board was created for that, and it has taken a world of its own.
Yeah.
And it is a very great group. I enjoyed the time that I worked working with them there, and good people, and I think it could be a good foundation for another separate supporting arm for the city.
Good deal. Good discussion. Anything else? Joe got so excited he left.
We are close to catching up here. If no further on youth fund. Oh, yes, sir. I'm sorry.
You know, I'm all about the numbers, all over that. You know,
Right.
I want to, a 100,000 off here and there can make a difference. Let's go to what y'all been talking about. When I look at page 162, this is what the citizens get to look at. It shows over here the city manager proposal for the year 2023 to be a minus 15,000.
Mr. Olsen, I'm sorry. I started off by
And when
saying
I
that
get up
made a
here to-
mistake there.
The year end on a 3-year summary, he's projecting 110,000. That's almost $100,000 difference.
I think that's a typo. Is that a typo?
Yeah, I think you might have missed, you noticed something that he addressed earlier. What are those fixes again, Cesar?
Yeah, what's the fixes?
We incorrectly allocated those funds on page 162, and I made the recommendation that we,
Oh, okay, I'm sorry.
no
No,
problem.
I didn't write it down either.
You may want to do it on 167 too.
162, if you notice the 20 and 20,
Yeah,
scratch those out,
okay,
write in 25 there, 25,000 in this line
Okay.
right there.
okay.
This changes to 25, so scratch that
Okay.
25 and scratch that out, that becomes 0.
Zero, okay,
Essentially, you're gonna be balanced.
okay,
25,000 comes in, 25,000 goes out.
okay.
And you may want to look at 156.
On
You
what?
said 156?
156. Since I'm up here.
Hotel motel.
Well, we haven't touched that one yet.
Yeah.
That's gonna be up here in
Yeah.
2 more items.
You gotta come back.
Too early, James.
We're coming to it, Jane.
If I can tell you that one might have some discourse. Okay.
Yeah, okay.
I know,
Cool.
that's part of
Good
why
deal.
I'm anxious to get there.
All
since we
right,
got
167.
This is
quickly.
Keep Lamar Beautiful.
Yes,
all right.
this one, similar to that, this budget should not be listed as a 0.
Okay,
So corrections will be made to this sheet and I can bring it back to a later time.
okay.
You just want to skip?
Can we just skip
Okay.
it?
Let's
Yeah.
let's
I
table it
think
because
this
it's clearly
hotel
wrong.
motel is gonna really be.
Okay.
actually.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay,
156.
yes, please. 156. Susie, I'm gonna need some ears on this one, if you're not on the other call. All right, so let's have some really deep discussion on here. And I'm gonna start by prefacing the fact that we are facing tough financial times, okay? A lot of times we have programmed for special events to occur and plan for them to even be somewhat supported by the general fund, whether directly by supporting through other ways or by saying, okay, we're going to give you X amount of dollars, but we're also going to provide police and fire and this and this and this. I do think that we should possibly consider only using hotel fund for these special events that we're having moving forward. We need to cut from somewhere. So that's why I wanted to show this particular to see what our projections we expect to be. We do anticipate a 1% earnings to be consistent with the rate how it is now. Looking at what the numbers are, we still project to be at 101,000 coming in. Your set amounts moving down the line are for the most part staying consistent. However, in order to make sure we're not in any which way over, we need to make some significant changes to adjust to this.
What do you mean, Cesar?
Well, here's what I mean.
What are you trying to get to? Yeah.
Okay, we have 101 coming in. Right now, according to the budget that we show listed here, we're at a deficit of $100,000. So we need to cut this amount by $100,000. So to Mr. Osteen's point that you've been making all along, in order to stay in line with what we're doing,
Can I step in?
please.
Good.
So-
I'm on fumes.
Yeah, I know. I can feel it. I can feel it, baby. It's all right. Dig deep, everybody. All right. So if I understand correctly, there's sort of two things. Without even looking at this, what Cesar said originally was, we all need to keep in mind that some of these events that we've been budgeting for in the last several years, we've assigned these nice round numbers to them. Juneteenth, 10,000, Bayou Fest, 50,000, whatnot. But that does not actually encompass the true cost, the true impact, because you might have been like me and made the assumption that within that 10,000 was the monies that it costs to have police, active security, the public works to do the trash and the dumpsters and all that, all the publications, the advertisements and the water bills. But that's not true. That's not what's been encompassed there. This has been other monies paid and for other things.
Sure.
So what Cesar is saying is that we haven't been accurately assessing the real financial impact on our budget for these events. And what he's suggesting is we need to stop that. Number one. If I'm hearing that, if I understood the conversation you and I had correctly, Cesar, and that we need to imagine that the only funds the city will expend will be from this hotel motel tax. And the one thing I don't know is if we can say like the costs of PD and all those things I mentioned actually do come out of this budget. Is that actually what we can do?
We would be able to support that if it can tie it to a special event, yes.
Okay,
If
and
it's
so.
tied to a special event or support for it, as long as the special event itself, whatever expenses tied to. it,
Okay,
yeah.
and so what that means is this is not just money for the caterers and the promo materials that we'll do as a giveaway. We have to think of during the Juneteenth event, during a 4th of July event, during Wreaths Across America, if any city services are being utilized for it, it's coming out of this fund.
That's correct.
And that does mean that all of those events are going to need to start having really specific budgets put together beforehand. But so that's the first thing that you said. But then the other thing about when Cesar said we need to cut $100,000, the way I understand that is we can see at the top that under revenues, we project we'll receive just over $100,000. The list of expenditures, the list of events and different things that are in here, as they are, even with some of them getting cut pretty substantially already, is 151,812. And then as well, you add the major line item of a $50,000 investment into Bayou Fest. That's 100 and I mean that's 200 and or sorry,
Yep,
that
yep,
that's
no,
200
it's
that's 200
Just about 200,000.
$200,000. And so we're nearly $100,000 over our projected revenue in hotel motel. And so we need to cut.
May I piggyback off of that? I'm re-energizing here. If you could take a look real quick, very quickly, page 33, you'll notice that under the city manager's budget in 2021, just quickly, then we'll come right back. Juneteenth used to be under the city manager's
Right. We cut that last year.
actual account. So the actual amount came out of there. In 2022, theoretically, it was not budgeted as such. We're trying to move it away from general funds and onto the hotel motel. So in the transition of doing that, your line items back to page 156 have continued to be lower and lower. What I mean by that, in 2022, the estimate, the way it was written, was that we figured we would be at 172, 190 in the hole. You look at what that means is, for whatever reason, this fund was planned to actually expend at 272,000 when it only had 100,000 coming in. Thus, probably not the best, method of trying to do it. We would have driven this account negative by 172, 190. However, thankfully, we only ended up 30,000 in the hole. So the hotel motel, what we estimate by the end of this year, will only be 30,000 in the hole, which is good news. We essentially saved ourselves $142,000. Next year, basically, our CM proposal line should be much more in line with the estimate FY22 line. And the problem with that is, if you notice, is we need to allocate funds properly for all of these events. And that's what we try to do by carrying the burden of the events to hotel motel and away from the city fund. Susie, could you help me find, for point of reference, what page our special events were on before in previous years? Like, where was the money for Bayou Fest coming? I'm sorry, because I've been looking for it and I can't find it.
That would be next page, Fund 09.
Oh, great, perfect. That's why I couldn't find it. So if you notice, if you want to look at page 157, the budget for the event is not being proposed to be zero this year.
Wait, what did you say?
Right.
They get it donated or something.
Correct. So basically what happens is the hotel motel money comes in through hotel motel, but it then gets transferred out, looks like at a rate of 88,500 got transferred out to help support the very next page, which is Bayou Fest. So the money that generates page 157 comes from page 156.
And I'm sorry to interrupt, but looks like there is a discrepancy. I just caught that. Looks like transfer in from hotel motel fund. If you look on page, let's see, the BioFest fund, page 157, the line item was this transfer in hot fund. Really and truly, it should be $50,000, because when I did the BioFest fund, I didn't realize that it was cut to $50,000 under city manager's budget. It started off from 88,500 under request, but then it got cut to $50,000, which we should have cut. BioFest fund, same thing, to reflect $50,000. So that is a discrepancy.
Okay.
Do apologize for that.
Obviously, by the time you get your final budget, you'll have all this stuff balanced out. Essentially your hotel motel, money comes in through the top in revenue. It goes out in expenses and it gets transferred to the Bayou Fest fund. That's where that chunk of money goes and comes. However, as you can see, we do need to possibly make some cuts elsewhere.
So it looks like that since the transfer in is $50,000, looks like the BioFest events expenditure needs to get some cut of $50,000. Otherwise, it's going to run out of money.
But on page 15, it shows 228,000 for the whole hot tax.
And a good part of that was the fact that, I guess, was it last year or the year before, where you couldn't host Bayou Fest because of COVID?
Yeah, before.
So 2020, that would be why you have an excess in that fund.
Okay,
But
so
nonetheless, in order to get more in line, some cuts are still necessary. You notice last year, we spent probably more than we would have liked to.
but
They can't hear you out
Things to
in
do
the
with
television world.
events. I know Joe had inquired because Waste Management was contractually obligated to provide the city $50,000 annually. No stipulation in there whether it was national disaster or pandemic per se, did we ever recover that 50,000 in 2020?
And my understanding, we did not, and that it was case closed, that there had been like we're past that. We didn't get that money.
Gus was working on that.
Okay. Now, one other thing, y'all might have discussed this Thursday, but it's because you're talking about all these funds, all the different, I noticed on there, about, Founder's Day Fund that was budgeted for 2022. Didn't happen because after doing research, it's the week before the Ballot Fest.
Yeah.
Okay, and I noticed it's also listed again for 2023.
Yeah.
That's one of the cuts that we.
That's not gonna be.
So,
And why
okay.
we Can't do that. I still don't understand why we can't do Founders Week as part of Bayou Fest.
Yeah, we
Think
could
that
probably
would
do
work.
something like
It
that.
is. It is.
Yeah.
I-
And it was just
Yeah,
last
yeah,
minute, but
yeah.
Let's talk about what needs to get cut.
that
Yeah.
funding,
Yeah.
I do think it's fair though, what Michael brought up. I think we need to explain a little bit more. Like, what page was that
Because
again?
on page 15 is showing 228,968,
Yeah,
which is
as a end balance, yeah.
yeah.
I think we need to
so-
explain whether that's actually money that's available or not. And if it's not being spent, where is it going?
Right, because according to that page, we're above budget.
Can I take a moment and ask a question? And pardon me for not knowing what you may have done in previous years. What is your wayfinding line for the $10,000?
Street signage.
Unfortunately, it's a project that was brought to us several years ago. Well, not unfortunately that it was brought to us. Unfortunately, that hasn't been done. Colleen brought it to us by way. It was part of a sort of massive campaign to rebrand and institute a lot of things that we've continued to talk about. And luckily, Keep Lamarck Beautiful has picked up some small elements of it, but it was just changing some of the city's major wayfinding signs, like at major intersections, both ones that were faded and just ones that don't exist in certain
It made
spots.
a difference.
Yeah, I mean, we've done some things, but I think the idea was there's a lot we haven't done, like most of it. And the stuff that Keep Lamarck Beautiful is doing is not the same level as what was originally proposed to us. I mean, those have been obviously
Yeah.
street signs. And what the wayfinding was like, some of it was some pretty major stuff, like
City Hall, hospital.
moving some of like our city limit signs so that they're actually reflective of our actual city limits.
Thank you.
So that's that. But I do want to go back and can you and Susie maybe explain about what's the listed balance in the hot fund on page 15 versus what's listed as our available revenue or projected revenue on page whatever it is, 1 million, 156.
Page 15, 156 are two reference points.
Yeah, because what Carlson noticed is that on line 10,
10.
There it is.
yeah, it's 228,968 is what's listed as the projected ending balance. And
Well, like what it says, it is projected based on what's in the budget for 2023. And it is also an estimate based on what we're estimating fiscal year 2022, which is not done yet. So you're not going to have an actual figure until after September 30th. So what actual figure that you can have at this point is fiscal year 2021. Especially after the audit, when we confirm those numbers, they're real, actual, physical, actual numbers that you have in the fund balance. So the 331,678 is a good number, and then in a couple of weeks, you will have a verifiable numbers after the audit. So that should be a good number. Okay.
Susie, if I may, I think I totally understand what you're saying, right? That the projections are always based on just history and context, and it's not actual. But I think what we need is just a little clarity on. There seems to be 100K. That's
What it looks like is the number equals to some of the other things that we mentioned. And I don't know, Susie, if you want to look at page 15,
I am looking at page 15. What was the question? What was the issue?
So basically what it looks like, and I could be wrong unless I'm looking at it right now, you guys haven't discussed it. It looks like the carryover amount of the 228,968, if you will, did not carry over to properly project what the balance would be now. So where right now, page 156 looks like it'll be under 100,000. Theoretically, I think the point Councilman Carlson is trying to make is that if the money would have properly floated over of what the balance says, that would be more like zero.
Correct, because right now it's showing us in a deficit.
He's just saying there's two different, it's 228 on page 15, and it looks, there's $100,000 that goes away once you get to page 160 or 156.
Essentially, the carryover of what wasn't used from 2020 still hasn't been exhausted. So
Or it
question-
has, and
or
it's
it
just
has
not
need to continue
being
to properly allocate.
reflected. In my memory, we did not get that money. Like, I remember you giving the business to Shanna and her being in the difficult position of saying, I understand what you're saying, but that is not how we see it at Waste Management.
I
And
think Gus took the ball on that.
I do not think we got that money. I do
Gus, can you
don't
comment
think we
on
got.
that?
Yeah, we didn't.
The city did not get that money.
Yeah,
So-
Gus and I had a meeting with Waste. We did. I thank you for reminding me.
Yeah,
Gus and I had a meeting with Waste Management, didn't we?
We did, and there was not a meeting of the minds.
Yeah.
Right. And unfortunately, I think a big piece of that was an administrator who's no longer here and conversations that had happened, you know, but regardless, if that's what we think is that $100,000, then it's just old records that need to be rectified.
And to that point too, if I can, it's very likely that in 2020, your hotel fund allocations that you projected in 2020 to be $100,000 probably weren't, because during COVID, nobody was traveling. So chances are that we probably did meet those projected numbers of $100,000. In other words, we need to accurately look at that fund and see where it is.
But the real question is, because if anybody got a lot of trash during 2020, it was Waste Management. And that's a question that money, and I remember, because that was the issue when I first came on council. Gus, that money needs to come to the city, because people that did trash, because people stayed at home more, so you had more trash. So if anybody made money, it was Waste Management. So that's real, and I know we've already had that meeting, but in the time of budget cuts and all that, what we're dealing with, that may be something we may want to revisit, or let them know we will remember that when it's time for renewal.
We will definitely revisit it. I think Gus has laid out a strategy for dealing with that he feels will be successful.
Susie, what do you think? You went dark. It's because.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, I agree. I mean, as long as we have everything planned out, again.
No, I
you know,
mean, what do you think about that 100,000? Because I'm ready to start talking about what we have to cut, but in order to do that, I think appropriately, we need to know whether there is $100,000 floating around in space or not. I joke. I know it's not floating around in space.
If there's any chance that what we could do is, if you want to look at cuts, should we think that it is what it is? And if not, we can make the changes proportionate to what you dictate, depends on what the balance is, if you choose to do so, for the sake of time.
Well, my problem is I need to know exact numbers.
Yeah.
I mean, it's hard to say, let's cut this and that if I don't know how much we need to cut, if anything. So I don't think we can cut anything right
Well,
now.
I think I could talk, I would be okay with giving Susie a little bit more time to try and see why the number changes so differently between there. And I could talk about something that I think is applicable regardless. And I
Yeah.
think something we might all argue over. So that's exciting.
I think just a no-brainer for us guys. Founders Day can be rolled into BioFest. So that's 10,000. Wayfinding can be captured with some of these other monies, ARPA funds and things of that nature. So that's at least 20. But go ahead, Casey.
Well, yeah, I was going to say, I don't think that I think the biggest thing that should guide us is thinking about, in light of the sort of renaissance of staff that we have and the huge burden, honestly, that we're going to be putting on all our departments in the year going forward, because we have so much to cut and because we've said over and over again how much work everyone's doing. I think we need to keep that in mind with all these extra events. And I think we should focus on quality over quantity. I think we all know, in my opinion, Juneteenth should be a knock it out of the park, absolute sensation, and it needs lots of attention in order for that to happen. And in my opinion, that, along with some things that have a long history here, like Wreaths Across America and the Christmas event, for me personally, are the things that I think we should, in terms of events, those are the only things that we should fund this year.
So you're saying wreaths across America.
Yes,
You said Juneteenth,
yes.
Bayou Fest.
Honestly, Bayou Fest, I think we should cut it even more. I mean, I'm saying that without looking at a total itemized budget for them. I mean, I know we have this one here, and frankly, I'd love to hear Rock talk a little bit about that. He gave us some really great insight last year, but I know Bayou Fest is important to a lot of people, but it is a really large investment item. And if I suggest we could cut it to even 40, if we're just trying to get things off of here.
So you got Juneteenth, wreaths across America. What else you got?
And the Christmas event, although I
Christmas.
think, again, I don't know what the itemized, what it is for that, what that 26,000 pays for, but I would say, can we make it 20? It's hard to say without knowing what that pays for. But yeah, those events, I would say no 4th of July event. I would say no Founder's Day event. I would say no Crawfish Bash sponsorship. I don't know that's our chamber membership, city promotion, huh? Okay.
Well, I think
And-
if we're doing Juneteenth, we need to do
4th of July.
4th of July also. We need, because it's,
And then we
Why?
didn't do, well, we didn't do it
because
last
it
year.
represents America as a whole being free.
Oof.
And
I
if we don't,
just couldn't disagree more.
well, if
but-
we don't, we're gonna catch heat. I'm telling
But
you.
we've never had a 4th of July event, so I don't
was
see
very-
how.
Yeah, I was very excited about it. I thought I know the weather stopped
But
it, but I was.
The reality
excited.
is,
I'm a history teacher, so I'm
we
always.
gotta
gonna
cut
push for
things,
4th of
and
July.
if I would much rather, we have yet to have a Juneteenth event, in my opinion. And having been a part of the group that did our first city sponsors, Juneteenth events, we have yet to have one that lives up to a standard, I think, that just we haven't had it as successful as it could be. And that is because it has suffered from, some lack of attention, lack of resources. We all know you can't throw a good party unless you plan a good party. And I would much rather see us focus on making sure we nail it with that event before we add on other ones, because it just stretches our staff so thin. They are the ones that bear that burden. We are not planning that party. And I mean, I'm down for 4th of July. I personally, I don't care about 4th of July, to be honest with you. I know that's not a popular opinion. I would much rather celebrate Juneteenth. I think that is the most American of all holidays we could possibly have, because it is for everybody to celebrate. I know I'm probably alone up here on that, but this is much more, and this is not about my personal feeling about 4th of July. It's that if we're choosing on where to invest our resources, I would rather make the ones that we've tried to start already, make them just sensational before we add monies we don't really have to other events. And now I'll stop. So,
And let's just say, and I know we talked about Cesar, should we really be in the event business anyway? And if we do a 501c3, which you can get approved in 3 months if you do the short form, then you could actually have groups like the chamber does our Bayou Fest, and we work with them. You can actually have other groups come in, so we're not spending as much. You know what I mean? I'm just trying to
If I
find.
may, you have an event this Saturday. That is the back to school event that LULAC and
Okay.
Mayor Lamonis are putting together.
Right.
And we are generously sponsoring our space.
Mhm.
And Ms. Amy's in the back of the room. She's helping coordinate as a staff liaison on that event through the library. And then even, I believe we're using the banquet hall next door. I'm not
Mhm.
mistaken that they've donated that for resources, and thanks to the generous donation from a council member who has already donated $500. We're chipping in some bags and I think some luggage tags with the city logo and stuff to represent the city as to what our contribution would be with those funds. So to answer your question, that will be an event that from our support will be $500 plus, in addition to, now here we go. Since we did not have this as a funded thing, if we require any additional resources, barricades, traffic control, a police officer security, then we don't have those budgeted right now. So it would technically have to be at the expense of whoever throws
The
that party.
sponsor.
Right. So that's one of the things to consider. Since we talked about 4th of July, we got to almost $25,000 total, which means we had 15,000 that was contributed from other sources, meaning you had allocated 10,000. Parks Board had allocated 5,000, EDC allocated additional 5,000, and we got probably more than 5,000 donated from outside sources. Obviously, we returned their money when we didn't have the event. However, those are just some considerations for you to have for that. And that's more the model that we want to move to, because our budget would have been 25, but it would have been inclusive of the public works,
The
the
contribution.
fire, the
Right.
EMS, the traffic control, the whatever, what have you. That with relationship with the groups like React, who was going to help us with that, would have helped soften that burden. So
Right.
technically, to answer your question, it sounds like what you're saying is both or none. Councilman Casey is saying one or the other essentially, but primarily picking one, being Juneteenth. My recommendation is that we look at it and say, what can we afford, and make it proportionate on that line item. for
And do we do it well? I mean, let's
Well-
be honest about it. The chamber does a great job with buying. It took years to get to that point,
Sure.
but they really kind of plan everything. Are we at that? I mean, because Juneteenth, the ambiance was there, but the planning sucked. And let's just be honest about it. That's why nobody showed up. So the question is that something that we're good at as a city, or do we just need to partner with somebody else, provide the bags, the resources and stuff like that? And I'm not saying niche it. I'm just saying, is there another way to fund it
But one.
so
would
that
argue-
we can do it all? I'm not gonna choose between 4th of July and Juneteenth. I want them both.
Sure, and
The question is, should we do it a different way?
And the question becomes maybe, for example, I have to applaud Juneteenth. Those folks went out and they got some sponsors this year to help
Mhm.
offset, because the 10,000 would not have been sufficient for them to get all
Mhm.
they wanted. Do you then now say, you know what, due to budget cuts, fine, put 5,000 towards both? And say, all right, fine, what we got is 10,000, we're gonna cut it from 20 to 10, put 5 and 5, and then we for a year, we start back from scratch until we have. the
Find
501c3.
sponsorships and
We try to solicit sponsors to see what we could do.
I think
That could be another model.
another secret cost there, since we're talking about, the vast impact, is who the planners are.
exactly.
And I mean, I think
That's what I'm
what
saying.
Kim's, I think you said it right. Like, we as a city, the city staff are not party event planners. Amy is a director of a
overwhelmed.
library. And, Tanya, what did Tanya say?
She said
looks-
an overwhelmed.
and overwhelmed. And that's the thing is, like, to be totally honest with you, if the question was, if it was an all or nothing, then fine, I would say nothing. Because I do think we should cool it until we have the proper resources to contract with someone who can organize something, who can't, that first, Juneteenth event, tiny as it was, very little money was spent.
Right.
Because it was all private funding, because we didn't have anything in the city budget,
Right,
but it did have more of a sensation of accountability on citizens.
right.
And that's why I found that to be, in my opinion, the most successful one, because since then we went, well, we can put more money towards it if it's the city.
Mm.
But staff doesn't have time to do that. And so it ends up making staff feel drained.
Mm.
I think if we had a July 4th event on top of that, they're so close together.
Right.
They feel like poor JB will feel like he's already, we're always dogging him anyway. So, and just all the other staff, it doesn't feel right to request those things. So, and and not just those, the percentage, if we were applying for a grant for these things, we would be we'd say, what did you spend 10% of your time on that? There would be so much staff time allotted for these things.
Right.
Um,
And I think to that point, it's gonna take us time to get where we need to be. And I think a way to tackle it would be through a 501c3, where we would say, look, any donations go through that 501c3, make them to Friends of Marque, or better support for Lamar, whatever you want to call it, whatever the name that you entice it to be. If you choose to do that, it may provide the support necessary to get there in the long term, but it's almost sometimes you have to take a step back to take a step forward, if you will. I think considering our current budget constraints, we may need to take that route in consideration to what it is. I do ask that you allow us to bring this
Back.
correct budget
Yeah.
account balance that we have now. I know Susie's probably in there trying to check all the accounts and see where we stand. But to answer your question, if need be, I think I got the direction, either cut both or keep both, and then adjust, the actual budgets accordingly. And we'll just have to, hey, if instead of 10,000, all we got is 7,500 this year, guess what? We make sure that we limit ourselves to 7,500, but include all the auxiliary costs within that, and then go from there.
My
And
biggest
whatever
thing
it
is like last year, I mean, we're a very diverse community and we need to recognize that. So
Right.
you can't just celebrate one and not acknowledge another one. Just like I don't see a Cinco de Mayo on here or something like that.
But let's talk about
Because-
that. Theirs was pretty good. I mean,
But the city didn't sponsor it, but yeah,
Yeah.
that was out
they-
there.
Now,
yeah,
Great,
Yeah.
I'm glad you brought that up. There were certain auxiliary costs that
Right.
were associated with that.
right.
For example, no one's talking about this, but we're dealing with this actually real time. I got
Yeah.
staff right now that's working on the, special event permit for the event on Saturday that,
Right.
quite frankly, there's some loopholes. And it's our event, where technically it's not our event. I take that back.
Yes.
LULAC is doing it,
Right,
but it's on our property. So we
Right.
have the onus of the public safety to make sure that it's done right.
right,
No different than any other event.
right.
And I want to just iterate that on the record. If it's our event, Joe Schmo's event, anybody down the street event, whoever it is, if you're gonna have an event in the city, we need to have a permit. We need to be held accountable to our own standards. We do not get the scapegoat that any which way.
Right.
Mhm.
Historically, we have not done the best of job. Maybe 90 days is not enough time because folks
Right.
sometimes plan things last minute. Let's just be
They
honest.
do.
Okay, and let's just say that things do come up. Having said that, that's for us to look at administratively how we should handle that and bring that suggestion to you. But in light of that, you might say, you know what, allocate $2,000 for a Cinco de Mayo because we know we're going to provide police, probably support them, unless either that or they're going to have to come out of their pockets to do
Right.
so.
Right.
So whatever method you want to do that, you want to take the 10,000 you have now or the 20,000 and divide it evenly and say, all right, look, we're going to add Cinco de Mayo, we're going to add 2,500 for Cinco de Mayo because that's what we project the cost to have been. We're
Right.
going to make Juneteenth drop by 2,000 and get to 8, and we're going to put 4th of July at 77,000, whatever that math is to equate to that.
Mhm.
If that's the direction you give us, that's what we'll do.
Yeah.
The
Right.
bottom line, allow us to get you the full balance of what's there. Back to Councilman Carlson's point, bring that back to you and say, hey, here's where we're at.
Right, because I mean, like I said, we're very
Right.
diverse.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
we need to,
And
again,
we need to embrace it versus,
and the truth of it, and the truth of it is that we can do a better job at public-private partnerships for our events.
Right. Public, private.
And that should be a standard policy. Cesar, I'm saying this like you've been here like 18 years.
Why did I do that already?
And if it's not broke, don't think, I mean, Bike
Yeah.
Fest works. That is one of our signature events. I like it, and I even like the Crab Fest. thing.
But what we got to do though,
Nonprofit
it's
bash.
it's not being done equitably, right? For example, the 4th of July committee raised a bunch of money to augment the monies that they started with, the seed money. Well, Juneteenth has to do that as well. And the Bayou Fest, and I'm not saying that they don't. We get a donation from Waste Management, but the council needs to set policy. To Casey's point, what are those events that we are going to have in our community? What sorts of percentages of funding will this council set?
Right.
And then it's incumbent upon whoever is associated with those events to then go get the donations from corporate America to augment. And then that way it's the same everywhere, right? Now, my one distinction is that 4th of July, Independence Day, and Juneteenth are federal, right, holidays. And so maybe then now, as we think about it, there has to be a criteria associated with those events. So we have work to do.
And to that point, if it is for us to become party planners, and again, there's a lot of special events, I think that we could play a role in and do things and assist folks, the general public, with special events, permits, and do the legwork of doing the aerial maps and the transportation plans. If we were going to do all those things, fine. Back to Miss Kathleen's point, who's going to do that work?
Exactly.
Exactly.
And so I
But
just,
the
I want you
staff.
to, and I think we've all made the same point, but just understand that every action has a reaction in a
Right.
sense. So however you decide votes that way.
So what we can do, I'm sorry, John, let me what we could do is, why don't we have, like every other committee, why don't we have an event committee? And a lot of the legwork, I mean, Mike Rockbach does a lot of work. Miss Tanya does a lot of work for the Parks Board. They're volunteers, but they do a lot of legwork. Miss Sally, the Penningtons, whatever committee that they serve on, they do a lot of legwork. James, even with the Charter Review, our volunteers do a lot of the work. So if we have an event committee, maybe part of their responsibility on a regular basis as they meet monthly is to do some of the legwork associated with finding sponsorships for these events. They can be ambassadors of our city. I'm sorry, Joe.
And arguably, you could
Take that idea.
argue that if you wanted to go that route and for it to not be a burden on the city in any capacity, establish your,
Person.
what did we say? Friends of Lamarck account. And that could be one of your subcommittees, could be just special. event
Exactly.
support. It could be youth programs, could be one of the subcommittees under that. One could be special events, city special events, if that's what you wanted to do.
Right.
That could be your direction and criteria that you choose to do that, because that's what most of those funds have. They have
Take that out of
subcommittees.
all we're doing then is providing financial support, marketing, promotion, right? All of the other logistics then goes back to the community.
And then eventually your long-term plan could be that all of your special events are run through that. And the only contribution from the city would then be the first X amount of dollars.
Exactly.
The first X amount of hot tax dollars are $101,000 every year, that we know the support that they're gonna get is equivalent to that. But it might be in form of assistance with a special event permit. It might be paying for a special event person to serve as that liaison to get into that process.
Exactly.
That's gonna create their maps and their safety plans and do all that, the crowd control and whatever, and be that liaison between the public and the city to get this stuff done. It might be, here's police support for Bayou Fest and for crowd. They'll come out of there, because right
Right.
now you're taking officers off the street
And that's
to
not,
go, and that doesn't fit what you've asked us to do.
right, right.
Uh-huh.
So to sum it up, you're gonna have to cut this line item. You've been given direction. Sounds like the council, the consensus out of the discussion, Juneteenth definitely, 4th of July definitely. Founder's Day can be a part of Bayou Fest, some sort of just ceremony or activity. Christmas event, yes. Wreaths Across America, yes. City promotion, yes. And all of those line items seems like they need to be cut so that we can get to where we need to go. With the exception of city promotion, we've already visited with Paige and the $25,000 commitment that we have historically made.
Right. And then assuming that these hot tax funds that have been projected are accurate, if indeed we did get even through COVID and we met these amounts, in theory, you would have started the rollover amount at 329,780. If you project an extra 100,000, essentially 101,000 that's replacing the projections, essentially you would have started the year with 430,000. If you do that and then subtract 200,000, then you're fine. And let me walk you through that.
Yeah, what?
Go to page 15 real quick.
I did not follow that for
Just
a
quickly,
second.
because this will answer a lot of questions. Go to page 15.
Okay.
I'm unraveling this along with you guys, and I'm sorry, I'm.
Yeah.
getting to-
That's fine.
let's
You're pulling what we
Big, right?
call in my family a Terry Mac. My dad does that
Go
all the
to-
time.
Go to page 15 and go to Fund 10. And we're gonna say what we're about to say with the assumption that all these numbers are accurate. Again, we need to verify this, but go to the item that says what your ending balance was for 2021. At the end of fiscal year 2021, this fund ended with $304,000. I take that number and I subtract, or excuse me, add what the estimated amount was or would have been from pot tax, that number would have ballooned to 460,000,
61, really.
right, 461 really, correct. And you subtract what the estimated expenses would have been for that year, which would have brought you back down, plus and you minus, it would have been back down to the 329,780. Does everybody get that so far?
Yep.
Okay. Then if you add what the projection of next year would be, that number 329,780 would balloon to 430,780. So essentially, if these projections in the book are true, your beginning balance is at, or
Yeah.
once you get the 101,
Right.
would be 430.
So we had-
Technically, yes.
Okay.
Now, that's assuming that in those COVID years, that obviously the tourism, hot tax comes from heads and beds, right? So it's a hotel occupancy tax. We all know that during COVID for those years, we probably weren't getting this 101.
Right.
So those, again, Susie, unless you tell me differently. If indeed they are as being listed right now, then we're great.
Mhm.
If not, that would attribute why we would need to make cuts, or it wouldn't look as healthy as we currently look now.
Yeah, I mean,
So to answer all that, if that makes sense,
pretty massive discrepancy. So I
Right,
think we just
but-
need to figure that
but we
out.
need to find that out. Having said that, to go further to that point, it sounded to me like you wanted to allocate some funds for Cinco de Mayo. Is that true or not?
I think for me,
If
we've all
funds are
said a
available.
lot. I'm not interested in assigning funds to anything anymore
Not right.
unless there is a plan for how it's like we said, whether that, I mean, I think these are all good ideas that we're batting around, like a nonprofit or an events committee or whatever, but I do know that whatever we're doing, BioFest is right. BioFest is a knockout. So much planning, so much money goes into it, a whole team of people. We have to have some similar approach if we're going to put money towards other things. I don't want us, too many times I've been up here and we've batted around good ideas at a budget workshop, and the city manager will have good ideas. We make these verbal agreements, and then the business of life goes on and all those things get forgotten. And then it's like, holy moly, it's the middle of May. We got to get Juneteenth together, blah, 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 and everything's rushed. And that's not anybody's fault except us right now in real time, in my opinion. So it's like, I honestly kind of, even though my feelings about Juneteenth and July 4th aside, I don't really think we should assign any money to these events unless there is a solid plan in place for what's going to happen.
So before any plans of the rollback or anything would have been before us, I'm sure, I don't want to speak for Kyle, but I'm sure he would not have objected for having a special event person added to his responsibility. Because Kyle's office actually has absorbed the main responsibility of that through their tasks.
Wow.
They are a team of 4 that has been cut to 3 due to turnover, who now takes care of all your OEM, your IT, your PIO, and your special events, essentially. And facility maintenance. So technically five different divisions. Thank you, Carl. I'm sorry. So having said that, we have been special events committee by committee. We've had HR help. We've had city clerk's office help. We've had different departments, different divisions. Hey, can you give us a hand here? Hey, can you come to these meetings? Can you help us get quotes for this? Can you help us with this map? And so on and so forth, to try to assist that burden and lighten the burden off of a 3-person team that's doing 5 different divisions. Normally would have been 4, but still overworked with increased number of help desk tickets for IT and so forth. Right now, I can tell you, we're short-staffed in that sense. They've got computers that they're ready to go put at the library. Miss Amy just walked out, that we just haven't gotten to because we don't have the time and the bodies. So to that effect, yes, I think everybody is supportive of all these things. No one's saying to not have these events, but we need the support to augment the auxiliary cost of these events, and then the actual physical support. Someone can be like, hey, listen, you want special events? Oh, you want somebody to go out and meet with so-and-so? You need somebody to go get donations? So if that's the route we're gonna go, then we need it added here accordingly. If we're not ready for that yet, let's curb our enthusiasm to meet what our budgetary constraints are at this time. And if we're able to in the future, we get 2 or 3 more hotels in the city over the next couple of years, and this hot tax fund increases to support that. I don't think there's anybody that would debate that differently. One would argue we probably need 3 PIOs lately with the amount of requests that we're having. We're not on that subject right now, but let's be what it is. Our demands are increasing due to the climate that we're facing.
But I think, but we need to, this event committee is a no-brainer. It's a no-brainer. It needs to come before council. It needs to be at least an ad hoc committee of this council. I would say that this council needs to direct you to add liaisons, whether it be Kyle or JB or whoever, Amy, whatever, that's your business, so that we can get about the business of understanding how we do events in Lamarck. That can start happening now, right? So that we would then have an ability to assess next budget cycle. The event committee can then come and say, we started, moving around, figuring things out. And then they can help us with recommendations on how we go about funding these events and what involvement does our staff have in these events. Ultimately, it's my sense that we should be financial contributors, not 100%, but enough of taxpayer dollars so that we can make sure the taxpayers' experience will reach a certain standard, right? And from that point, we need to market and promote. If it's coming out of the hotel motel tax fund, it's primarily a marketing and promotion tool. So we give seed money to make sure it's going to be relevant. And then the rest of our dedication as a city is market, promote, because the idea is to get heads and beds. You know, and a committee will help guide that for us.
Feed the machine.
Yep.
Right? The more special event things you have, the more.
I'm sorry, Joe, you wanted to jump in?
Yeah, Mayor, I'm looking at this from a bit of a different perspective. I'm looking at this from the perspective of how can we generate more money for this
Yes,
fund?
yes.
And I think it's amazing that if I recall, I may be wrong, but we basically only have 2 motel hotels in this city,
Yeah.
correct?
Well,
Well,
like
four.
four.
Yeah, 4. We got
Four.
the 2 out west. I
Yeah.
guess it's like a Motel 8 or Super 8 or something. And the one next.
Oh, the ones out there. Yeah.
Yeah.
So I'm amazed that, the trailer? No, that's my point. Just wait, Mike.
No.
But so basically 4, and I'm amazed that we're getting that much from 4.
Yeah.
That's number 1. Number 2, understand that, and I've said this before, and I would like council. I urge council for us to go ahead and implement a fee for these, what is it? B&Bs and what do they call the overnight rental?
Short-term rental.
Short-term rental. Short-term rental. We need a short-term rental to augment this fee.
Kathy
And,
brought that.
So, yes, right. So short-term rentals. And by the way, just earlier in the week, I looked at this and I kind of do it once a week. The last check I did, there were a listing of 77 short-term rentals here in the city of Lamarque, based upon the quick review that I did. So it varies every week, but we know they exist here. City of Hitchcock just recently passed a short-term rental ordinance, and they said they have them in their cities out there. So I'd like to see a way to increase. And then finally, if you could, Mr. City Manager Susie, I don't need it now, but please explain to me, understanding that the hotel occupancy tax, the hot tax, is intended to promote tourism. How does the interconnect transit system, which is an expenditure of 40, what does that say? I can't read this anymore. $44,000.
I think.
How, just give me the justification of what's the logic behind that and including that as an expenditure under this category.
A lot of cities historically have used this fund to augment that cost. Oftentimes public transportation is looked at as an expense that some cities should share some of the burden to contribute towards a part of it that usually the county or state may cover. And one of the opportunities to relieve that burden from the general fund has been that's one of the allowable expenses that is allowed to occur through hotel fund expenses. I can't speak to what happened before I got here, but if I had to guess, it looks like that probably was coming out of the general fund somewhere before and then eventually was transferred. And again,
No, what this is
Yeah.
this is a public transportation need that was Lamarque is overwhelmingly underprivileged and significantly senior. So that means that what we noticed, just in a nutshell, what we noticed over the years was that many of our seniors could not get around. And there was an issue of all sorts of things of that nature. Now, where it comes into hotel motel, the hotel motel tax fund is also, it was hurting our economy and hurting our ability for many of our members to visit some of those places. Like at the time, the dog track was a viable operation. And so this transit connect went to places that were economic development, like retail places, eateries, but also the dog track, Walmart and things of that nature. So the way that we were able to move forward is that this system allowed for people to be connected to some of the other attractions within our city, including tourist attractions such as the dog track. So basically, Joe, that's how that got in.
That's all I have.
Very good.
All righty. Anything else on hotel motel fund? I know we are at 4:57, so we're about to bring this horse into the barn.
I'm assuming we will come back to this. It's the only, because we have,
As soon as we get you the numbers exactly for, same thing with KLMBC, the two things I owe you is KLMBC and hot tax, let's take a look at those and hope that we have them by Thursday. If not, by the last day, we go through the extra time.
and when we talk more about the hotel motel, I would like to hear more, especially from Kyle, about this. Because for me, I feel like we really didn't come to a decision at all, even when we do have the updated monies, because the whole idea of if we allocate money, how are we going to actually make sure these events are a success? That's the big question for me, even if we do end up having a whole heap more money than we thought. I'd like to kind of note, I'm intrigued by the idea of if we were to roll that into somehow a staff, existing city department, what does that mean? Because even I like the idea of an events committee too, but even that, I hear that's a lot of city staff time too, still, just to even get that going.
Yeah.
And it's not a bad idea. I just want us to think about the reverberations of it. So
Yeah.
I'm looking forward to it.
Good deal. Any further comments? Any closing? Oh, wait a minute, James, we gotta get James in. You had some questions, right?
Two things I need to tell you.
Yeah, come on, James, and then Mike, I see you coming behind.
Y'all need to maybe try to find out where this is at. Look at 51, the donation fund, as I was looking this over
Set page 51.
on page, item, account 51 on page 15. There's no backup information in the budget like it is on all the other accounts showing what that money goes for. I couldn't find nothing in the general revenue showing where any of that money's.
You're saying debt service fund?
No,
51, donations.
donations fund. The
Let's see if we can get
donations
that.
fund, which is $167, $167,000. I can't find nothing in your book showing where that money's showing up. Okay, it only shows up on this 3-year summary.
So that's one. Susie, are you with us? Susie, are you available?
He's on the phone with the auditors, I just noticed. So
Okay, all right, James, we'll try. As soon as she gets available, we'll get
Okay,
back.
it's just for y'all to,
Okay,
we don't want to lose it when y'all, I don't see it anywhere on your schedule for the next 2 days, next week and Thursday. Okay, the disaster fund, you got documentation in here on the disaster fund, but go to page 176 if y'all would, right quick.
176.
Yeah, 176. Okay. Everybody there?
Right.
The only information on that page is for 2021, which is actual. And it shows that the actual for 221 year ending is $2,232,491. Maybe I got that wrong. Anyway, almost $2.25 million. Now go to your 3-year summary and go to account 70 down there. And go over to where it says ending balance up there, 2021. It shows $3,524,000.
What page are you on, Councilman?
I'm on page 176.
Okay. And what line
yeah,
item?
that's fine.
Yeah, there's a difference over $1 million here. That's what we want to talk about. Okay. I'll start over.
Back to
Huh?
Susie's here.
Susie,
Yes,
really quickly, we got 2 questions. You ready?
yes, uh-huh.
Okay, page 15,
Okay, I'm on there.
item number 51, donations fund.
Okay.
James is asking, what is the supporting documentation, or in other words, what monies consist of that fund and where are they coming from?
I think one of the big one from that one is somebody donated 60-something thousand dollars for the library. That's the one that's from the top of my mind at this point. And the other one, I have to go back and look and then come back to you on that one. But the big one that popped up in my mind right now is the one for the library.
That's fine. What we're saying Thursday morning, what we
Okay.
need is a line item so that the council can see, and we need to have a few copies for the public to see exactly what that line item, what's all in that line item. That's the first question. The second question, it comes from the disaster fund.
Okay, that
ARPA.
includes the ARPA money, $2.2 million too.
Right. What James is asking is line 70, the projected ending balance of 2023 is roughly 3.5 million, but on page 176, it looks differently. There is no $3.5 million as an ending balance. There's nothing.
Well, because in those individual pages, we don't usually show the beginning and ending balances. That's why we consolidated on this page. We only show the revenues for a certain year and the expenditure for a certain year, budgeted or estimated. So not the fund balances. This is a page. This is a page that you would see all the fund balances.
Okay, Susie, on a fund balance for the ending balance of 2021, it shows $3,524,290. On page 70, on your actual for the year 2021, it shows $2,232,491. The ending balance
Okay.
2021 should show that instead of the 2,232, because it's saying the ending balance was on your 3-year summary it showed you the ending balance of $3.5 million, and on this backup stuff documentation, it shows only 2,232,000.
What page is that? Do you have that handy?
Okay, look at page 176.
176?
Yes.
Let me go to one page, 176.
Yes, and then on your 3-year summary, it was on 15.
Oh,
My concern is that, it shows the ending balance on your 3-year summary for 2021, but it doesn't match what you show for year to date or actual years ending on 2021 on page 70.
let me see, 176.
Yeah, and
I'm
another
almost there.
thing, it shows that the actual revenue was 2.982 million in 2001, and expenses was 749,000, and then it says the ending balance is 3.5 million. That don't, you spent 749.
Okay, I see. Okay, here's what happened. That's the actual of grant proceeds that we got during that year, 2.9 million. And the expenditure for that year was 749. So that leaves you a balance of 2.2 million.
I don't see
That's
that anywhere.
2.9 million minus 749, which leaves you 2.2 million in the surplus. Now, that's not the fund balance, that's the surplus. So going back to page 15. Okay, page 15. You still have $2.9 million revenues, and you still have 749,673 expenditures, and you're still gonna have that wash of $2.some million net impact, but you also have the beginning balance of $1.2 million, 1291799 add to it, which gives you the ending balance of $3.5 million. Where the other page 176, I believe you said, didn't have that 1,291,799 beginning balance. It only shows you the net effect of 2,982,164 minus 749,673. Where this chart, you do have that net effect, but you also add to it the beginning balance of 1,291,799, which gives you 3,524,290. So that chart serves a different purpose. that page 175, that chart gives you just 1 year snapshot, 1 year. Here's your revenues, here is your actual expenditures, and here's the difference. So that way, if you're looking at it from just operating, you know that you're working for that year, ending up with a surplus or a deficit. Where the purpose, the objective of this chart is to let you know where you stand, the financial position of that particular fund. Here's the beginning balance, carryover from prior year, and then here's the impact of this year, and here's what you end up with that particular year. So it captures the overall impact, including something that's carryover from prior year. So it works across multiple years, where that chart, that column gives you that 1 year. This column gives you another year with just purely revenues and expenditure of 1 year. That's it, 1 year. So that's the difference between the two. It serves two different objectives, but it gives you different perceptions of things.
Okay, Susie, here's the issue.
Yes, sir.
With John Doe citizen out there. Say they don't ever see this 3-year summary, but they see this disaster fund on page 70. And so they think, well, and maybe the council, all we've got in there now, because we spent $749,000, we got $2,232,000 in there. That's what they got in there. When in fact, they've got by what you got here, 2021 ending balance, you're showing $3.5 million. That's why I'm saying that it should, where it says on page 70, where it comes down, it says actual, it shows where you had 2,982 or 2.98 something million. It shows where you spent the 749, just like it does on a 3-year summary. Then it shows the ending balance of 2,232,000 for 2021, but over here on your.
And I guess what I can do to improve this is, and I have to work with the software engineers to see if we can set it up a different format where those individual charts that add 2 more lines to it at the bottom or something to reflect the beginning and the ending balance. I mean, I can't do that. That's a software engineer side to set it up. So, it pulls those numbers, but
Sure.
I mean, we can work towards that. That's a good suggestion. But currently, the way it's set up, it doesn't allow that type of format.
Yeah, okay, well, as long as y'all know about it, because dates matter to me, and dates are supposed to jive with the money on both papers. If you got 2 papers with the same dates, the money should be the same on them.
Mr. Osteen, if I may, whenever we get to the finance budget, one of the things that we're looking at doing is adding software for finance that'll do a better job with this. What we have right now to do this is probably something that we could look to be better at. Essentially, it looks like the numbers from page 15 did not properly translate to cross-reference to what's on the individual page. This is now the 4th or 5th one we've seen where the same thing has happened. Because when you look at the math all the way through, if you take your beginning balance, you add what the expenses, or excuse me, the revenues were, it looks like we got reimbursed for probably, if I'm thinking 21, it may have been the 2.2 that you got at the beginning of ARPA or whatever it may have been. Then you look at the actual expenses that occurred, that 749, 673 that occurred in 21. I'm assuming that may have been aftermath of the freeze. I can't say for sure. That's where you get to the number of 3.24290. So essentially those numbers are, correct me if I'm wrong, Susie, would that not be reimbursements that essentially would have happened through a disaster? Or is that a separate fund that's there in case of a rainy day?
No, that is, like I said earlier, that includes the ARPA funds. We got $2.2 million, 50% of the ARPA money. We still have 50% that we didn't get the cash yet. So it is included in here.
So I think the question, Mr. Osteen, and if I'm asking it incorrectly, I'm sorry. If I take that number that's listed on there, what you currently show as 3,524,290, and I subtract the $2.2 million that's sitting there for ARPA, the additional, in this case, Mr. Osteen, I guess to redirect your question, if you will, the other 1.324290, you're asking what that's about.
Yeah, the difference.
So-
And it's not hard. What I'm trying to say is when I look at the disaster fund, the recap or whatever you want to call this page, it shows what they spent the money on. And it shows the actual, at the end of the year, it shows 2.232.49 million. That's what it shows for the end of the year of 2021. On your 3-year summary, for the end of 2021, the ending balance is $3,524,290, a difference of $1,291. This it showed me an ending balance on this fund of a 1.29 million more than what's on this ending fund on the disaster fund. That's what I'm saying.
If I could interject here, just where these are very general designations. Remember when I said early on, I'd love to see notes, and there's some notes here, but under disaster fund, that original 1.291 million, Susie, was COVID was a declared national disaster. And we received COVID grant dollars, which
Yes,
we
sir. That's
utilized,
it.
you've indicated here, which we have utilized under expenditures to buy the masks that were distributed through
That's
the
it.
the
Bingo.
water and other PPEs and the other supplies. So
That's right.
That's that fund and that
Thank you, Mr.
allocation.
Tompion.
And
Thank you.
there was some reimbursements. They don't
Mhm.
appear on this. Actually, they may. I saw a category of FEMA. No, not on this one. But there were some allocations there, which I assume are there.
Mhm.
From our reimbursements that occurred from Uri as well too.
Mhm.
So
Yes.
there's some carryover
Bingo.
there. These are just different. And then finally, this also includes, that's where the 2.982 reflects an additional allocation of the 2.2 million in the American Rescue Plan dollars.
Mhm.
So those are 3 different grant categories. We are still, because it's intended to be used over a 4-year period, if I'm not mistaken, through 2026, there's an additional 2.2 million in American Rescue Fund dollars that we are eligible for, but we have not yet received the allocation. The cities are just starting to receive that allocation this year, this term on that
Mhm.
side. So I hope that's helpful there.
It does a little bit. But Susie, look here at page 70, I mean, at page 176.
Mhm.
It shows total excess revenues over expenses. And you go to the top and it says the budget for the year 2022. Can I safely write 3224 in it, 3,524,290? Can I write that in there and that'd be correct?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Okay,
And because it's for disaster, usually we don't budget for it because you cannot plan on disasters. We don't know, and we don't normally budget for that. If it occurs, it occurs, and then we just have council ratify those expenditures after, we take care of whatever issues.
okay, now this disaster fund, is that can we use that during a hurricane? Because I thought we had a reserve fund for something like that, but like,
Mhm.
huh?
Yes, we allocated $1 million out of the fund balance in general fund for that. Yes, sir.
But does this money here have just to be used for COVID issues? Because that's what the grant was for.
No, well, other than ARPA funds is something separate. In fact, we even set up a separate bank account for that. Okay. So other than ARPA funds, and it can be used for other disasters, that's correct.
Okay, good.
ARPA fund is something very different,
Okay,
and we don't want to mix that in.
okay. Okay, I think that helps me on it. I don't know if it helps y'all or not. And Councilman Competent, that colony, HGAC,
Yes, sir.
they charge you to get that information.
No, sir.
Yeah, Kathy and looked it up on the internet.
I'll show it to you right now. There's no charge for that. It's under categories and boxes. It is a confusing, I'll grant this. There's so much information, but I'll show it to you
Yeah, let
right
me look
here.
at that for me.
Okay.
Thank you.
Very good. Mike Rockbach.
I just want to state a little bit of information. I know, obviously, budget's tight and whatnot. And Councilman Collins spoke of cutting different events. Just a little information I do know. Obviously, she spoke of the crawfish bash. That is obviously the biggest event in our city, most populated one. Y'all even mentioned about donating to 501s. Obviously, that's 501. But where that, they've been in existence in the city since 2016. And I'm not sure on the dates, but putting this out there because you can go get the information, is Mac at the time was on Parks Board and Economic Development Board. After the 2016 or 2017 event, he had, get the term, but he had him do an economic impact study. That event for one day between hotel, motel, and city sales tax brought in, I believe, $15,000. So that's where the $10,000 sponsorship come from. Because of that economic impact, the city decided to start sponsoring an event at $10,000. It's just a little tidbit of information I want to give y'all. It's not, just the fact that it's kind of self-supporting itself on that sponsorship fee, I guess is what I'm trying to say. And
that's the information we need, but we need to make sure we archive that type.
I want to say, I'm pretty sure it went through EDC or perhaps, obviously the city clerks would know the sales tax part of it, but it was as a whole, it was roughly, I believe, something like 15,000, and that's where they come up with the $10,000 annual sponsorship fee.
Yeah,
So-
see, that's good historical data to help us understand. As we were saying earlier, we can get an events committee. We can be able to gather some of this history and bring some of these things together so that we'll know. And also, to your point, I know that Bayou Fest has a cook-off and their entry fees, and they make a whole lot of money. And I know that it's ran by the chamber.
Mhm.
But that's a model that we might be able to duplicate in some of our other events to help pay for those events.
Mhm.
Maybe there's a food truck cook-off at the 4th of July, a crawfish competition at Juneteenth.
Mhm.
The thing that we were doing for the 4th of July, the
The
seafood
Old
cook-off,
Smoky.
right?
Yeah.
Maybe some of those events can grow to a point where.
Can.
Yeah,
Yes.
absolutely.
Yeah, and no, I don't want to get off topic, but we can we're looking at some other events like canoeing, and there's one lady, she's out there today of they had the pavilion in the morning part at the Juneteenth,
Mhm,
and her group, it's a fishing group, but they have canoes,
mhm.
boats and canoe division, and she was talking, she couldn't make in 4th of July or the Bayou Fest event because they were already scheduled up. But she was talking about doing some kind of canoe races or a parade.
Mhm.
And whether it be a standalone event or it ties into one of these other events, that we have perhaps out there. She's looking forward to it for 2023 to getting with us and see if they can do something together. We might time in with that canoe race, and there's a whole lot of things they could do. They could do even a fishing tournament out there out of the canoes. So, but anyway, I just wanted to give you that information about the crawfish bash and where that original sponsorship fee came from. So anyway, all right, thank you.
Can you give me your address?
Mike Wackbach, you have committed a tremendous offense against this council.
Oh, shit, thank you.
You haven't
I
given
need
us
your address.
Oh, address 106 Long.
And don't do that again. I'm kidding.
Mayor, this issue of, I mentioned it before, when we started on preserving history.
Yes.
We used to have an official historian in this city. Some of you may remember her, but Esther Rice. And I say Esther in the sense that our history then was a different one, where we continue to progress, right, in terms of a history. But it was for I'll call it the old Marque history. And then we know the historic settlement house has continued the history on the other side.
Right.
Ultimately, we hope that these both organizations and others. But I know Tanya, Miss Griffin had a recent request that we have apparently some memorials out of our parks. No one knows the names of the persons that were buried, I guess, buried out there. And where we're looking for some feedback, if residents happen to know, if it's your loved ones, that news, see there with Sally, okay.
Look at that.
All right, and so that's the story, but we need to maintain that history so we can start writing it and going forth on that side. Thank you.
Good deal, good deal. We are at a stopping point.
I'd like to make a comment.
Go ahead, Kim.
Hey there, I just happened to look, and I just looked up there. Our mayor's picture's not up yet.
No, the pictures in this, so the pictures in this room are of past mayors, and then there's a plaque with all of the past
Okay.
council members in it. Current mayor and council are housed in City Hall.
Okay, didn't even know that. I didn't know. I just happened to look that way and I was like, we missing somebody.
So what I will say is this, what we decided to do is to have a picture in here of the council as a whole. We were gonna put it there or there somewhere. What happened to that?
I believe that there was supposed to be a reshoot scheduled,
Okay.
and then
That's right.
You take care of that?
calendars never happened, but I will get that taken care of.
Okay. All right, guys, we're at a stopping point. We're gonna get final remarks from council and Cesar. And then we're gonna close and reconvene on Thursday morning. So at this time, council, do you have any remarks, any requests for city staff? Let's start with Kim.
I moved to adjourn.
You moved to adjourn. Well, wait a minute. Any final thoughts?
No, sir.
Any final thoughts? All right, guys, thank you. Cesar.
No, sir, I got a pending meeting, so.
Okay,
Yeah, we didn't.
Second.
there's a motion and a second on the floor. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye, we stand adjourned.